Good morning, everyone. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರೋ ಯಾರು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಬಟ್ ಐ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಈಗರ್ನೆಸ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್ ಈಗರ್ನೆಸ್ ಟು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೋಚಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇವನ್ ದೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಈಗರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಸೊ ಟುಡೇ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡೂ ವಿ ಆರ್ all the faculties, right? So all of our faculties are going to pick up questions from their respective topics and they are going to analyze in depth each and every question, each and every option within the question. And in another 10 minutes, we will be giving you question paper itself. So this year, so already if you have brought it, it's fine. We are going to give the question paper as well as the answer key also. So last year our answer key was 96% accurate. So I think it was the most accurate answer key compared to all the other institutions, right? And also our cutoff prediction was almost exact. I had said that it is going to be 85 to 87. In no case it is going above 90. That is what I had written. So this year cutoff, I think I'm not going to tell now. Right. So we need to speak to more people, analyze in depth, get more feedback, right? So again, this session is also going to help us. And I think in another 1 or 2 days, right, day after tomorrow, we will announce our cutoff, right? It is going to be almost plus or minus 1, right? And if you're scoring in that range or above that range, so even if you're scoring 4 to 5 marks less than the cutoff, predicted cutoff, it is wise thing to start preparation for the mains examination. So you should not wait, right? So already students are coming and talking to us about their experience, how they did in yesterday's paper, how they performed. So it all gives us a fair idea. So when there is diversity in the quality of students and the way they have performed, so it helps us understand the nature of the question paper, right? The depth of the question paper and what it expected, how it was different compared to last year. So this trend analysis has been a continuous part of our institutional process of growth. So we've been doing that, and that helps us bring up the programs or the way we teach in OGP, the way we modify things, everything. So especially today is very important day, and just now I was having a conversation with faculties. So I was just asking how was the question paper, and I also went through a few videos, and again I had discussion yesterday also. What I think the faculties will talk in depth about it. My first impression, the general idea, so what I've learned from yesterday's paper is that basics matter, right? They always matter, but every exam reinforces the fact that the basics must be very strong, crystal clear, right? So usually what happens when the prelims is approaching, people ignore basics, right? So when the examination is approaching, so you have to go back to basics. You have to keep revising basics. So in the session we conducted just one day before the prelims, so Adithya sir said that, so now is the time to read what is very familiar to you, the basics, right? So that always pays off. And I had done a video, I think 2 months before the prelims. So I said 3 things: one, NCERT basics and PYQs, right? And learning from PYQs. So previous year questions, I think again that's what they were telling, 4 to 5 questions from recent previous year questions, right? Recent, not old questions. So they have picked up questions from the options that were given in last 4 or 5 years, right? So PYQ is again your primary material. So many people take PYQs only just before the preliminary examination. So those who have started preparation recently, ensure that PYQs are comprehensively covered according to each subject. If geography is over, every question, prelims come mains related to geography, you must have done it 4 to 5 times. So you should remember each and every question, each and every option of each and every topic. So when the prelims is approaching, let's say from January onwards, so from every option within previous year question, right? So you should gain more and more depth related to that particular topic, that particular argument or idea that is there in the option. So you should be there with you when you go to exam. The certainty is very important. The second aspect, in addition to basics, the yesterday paper, is certainty of knowledge. So you cannot do random guess, wild guess. You should know it. You should know it for sure. So there are static questions. There are questions from ancient or medieval history or modern history. You should know the answer. So there you cannot just imagine, you cannot just make a random guess. You should know it, right? So then only you can attempt. So knowing it means that should have been, that fact or example should have been reinforced multiple times. You should have used that example or fact, whatever concept, multiple times, either in your answers, either in your essays, either in your conversations, right? Either in your dream, right? Either during revision. That concept or the fact or example, idea, whatever it is, should be thoroughly reinforced, right? So that reinforcement is something that is very much lacking in this preparation. So you spread across the syllabus, you try to give equal importance to every aspect of the syllabus superficially, right? So for every topic there are certain depths you have to go, right? So just imagine, like, it is a surface, there are so many topics. Certain topics require you to dwell deeper compared to certain topics. Certain topics surface level, certain topics not so deep, right? So but what we try to do is that we try to give equal treatment to all the topics. So you should know based on POQs which topics are the most important, which require maximum depth. So the depth can be achieved not merely through reinforcement reading, and it can be achieved only through writing more about them, right? Including them in your answers, or writing answers on the question itself. So that is why when you are doing PYQ, don't do PYQ of only prelims. Prelims come mains. So add to that the questions which we give every day on our website, like through Secure Initiative or in the classroom, right? So these three things should be part of your daily routine. So then what happens, the preparation is like seamless. So it is going smooth, and you will feel confident. And knowing the trend, third, right? The third is that when you are going for preliminary examination, you should know the trend beforehand, right? The trend in the sense that the last few year question papers give a certain trend, the nature of the question, the form of the question, the structure of the question, right? Which topic is more important, which topic is not so important, right? So if you look at, for example, if I have to take science and technology or environment, the trend is always, the questions are always related to global issues. It can be climate change, it can be pollution, right? Anything, any issue that has larger impact on larger part of the humanity, right? So they pick up those areas to ask in the, to test in the SNT or in the environment part. So they are not like very random questions, right? So the climate change, for example, in and out you should know. You should be able to write 1200 word technical essay on any topic related to climate change, not for the essay paper, right? So that kind of topics they are not asking, but to deepen your knowledge, right? So that should be the preparation. Again, just because they are asking philosophical questions in the essay paper, you don't have to write only philosophical. Now and then pick up the subject related questions. Maybe it can be agriculture, it can be pollution, it can be emerging technologies, right? So I think that is the trend we are witnessing now. More focus on emerging technologies, new technologies that are going to have larger impact, right? So you should be wise, smart enough to pick those kind of issues and topics from everyday newspapers. Go on reinforcing, go on deepening, right? Every time you add something new to the notes, to the material you have, the older material should be with you, right? Even in your dream you should be able to recall stuff, right? So without reinforcing what you have already done, right, without doing multiple revision of what you have already done, just going on adding new thing every day or every week or every month till the examination is suicidal in this examination, both for prelims and both for mains, right? So every time every layer is added, so that layer is your foundation. It should be very strong with you, right? So what has happened in this examination, this is a constant quest to learn new things, right? Because you are bombarded, or you are surrounded with lots of information, lots of new developments every minute, every hour. So you have this tendency to keep learning new things. So forgetting the fundamentals, the basics. So don't do that mistake. So for most of the OGP students who have completed either any subjects, environment, geography, last time also I spoke, when you have moved to another new subject, right? Never forget the subjects that are taught, that you have learnt, right? Through PYQs, keep learning them, keep revising them. So now let us say polity is happening to you. You have already completed geography and environment. So pick up geography, environment, PYQs. While polity is happening, keep revising. So that is for OGP. If somebody has taken up a test series, prelims or mains, right? So this month you have completed entire GS-1 mains, right? So again you have started with the GS-2. So don't totally leave the GS-1 part. At least half an hour or 1 hour every day, you keep giving some time for GS-1 paper, right? And every day it must be coupled with some form of solving the questions of both prelims and mains, right? Merely coming to class, learning from morning to evening, making notes without writing answers, without solving MCQs is not going to help you at all. That is, you are not preparing for the examination. You are just putting so much knowledge into your head, which is going to become obsolete, which is going to be useless, right? So you have to keep using it. Whatever little knowledge you gain every day, right? It can be little or it can be more, whatever you gain, that must be put to use every day, every week, right? So if you are not using it, it is lost. After 1 week, after 1 month, it is lost. The amount of effort you would have put in the beginning, the same amount of effort you have to put again later, right? To again remember, to recall that stuff. So you can overcome only through daily practice of what you learn. So try to learn small amount of content in a day, right? Use it to the maximum every day. Rather than in 10 hours learning 8 hours, trying to put 1 or 2 hours into practice, my suggestion maybe 50% you learn, 50% you practice. So that 50% what you have learned, you don't have to again spend the same amount of time in the second or third revision, right? It is there with you. So pick up challenging questions, both prelims, mains. So in secure we have questions, right? We have huge repository of questions, right? And preliminary questions, PYQ books you have, and there are like question banks available for everything. And also there are so many other examinations conducted by UPSC, right, where the depth of topic that is tested varies according to the examination requirement and demand. So in NDA they might ask a 1 layer deep, but the same topic can go into 3 or 4 layer deep in the UPSC examination, but the topic is more important, right? So pick that topic, keep revising, keep practicing. And CSAT paper, so we have already told everyone that the comprehension part, if you are not reading standard textbooks, standard newspapers, you will always struggle with the comprehension part. So the comprehension is something that is a very basic thing for anyone who wants to be part of the administration, right? You need to read complex reports, you need to summarize them, and then you have Preci rating in the mains. See, the exam is structured in such a way that they want to definitely select, right, candidates suitable for the job. So those qualities are tested at each and every level. So comprehension, you must not struggle. If you are struggling, you are relying only on some random notes, handmade notes, toppers notes, notes given by the institution, which doesn't use the standard language, right? Your vocabulary must be standard, right? So take GMAT, CAT questions, right, and start practicing them. The Hindu editorials or Deccan Herald editorials, any standard editorial, sometimes foreign newspaper editorial like New York Times, right? Sometimes I see Indian Express, they borrow those articles and publish. So read them for the sake of not only understanding but also enhancing your ability to comprehend those things. Ability to comprehend complex idea and breaking them into simple ideas where you can make others understand after you understand. So that ability is very important. So that is a daily practice, right? So when you start writing answers, before writing answer, there is a process of learning and understanding certain concepts. So learn them from the original sources. And adding to this, again, this is part of the mains. So the Sudeep sir is about to come. The Sudeep sir will start this discussion, and then Adithya sir, and then I think Ashish sir. Like this, I think it will go on for next 2 to 2.5 hours. It is going to be a wonderful session. So you are going to learn so many things in these 2 to 3 hours, right? It's not a superficial discussion, right? So till then, I'm just engaging you with few ideas. I think they are worth listening to, right? So now, when it comes to mains, right? The way people approach, especially the optional paper, right? They spend huge time on the optional paper, right? But they spend huge time on the optional paper mainly through coaching or coaching notes or toppers books or toppers notes, right? You are spending huge time, but without referring to standard textbooks. Those who have started your preparation just now, ensure that in addition to, I am saying in addition to whatever coaching notes you are getting, whatever coaching notes you have already got, never ever forget reading the standard textbooks. You don't have to read any standard textbooks from end to end, whether it is geography, whether it is polity, PSIR, whether it is sociology. The best textbooks in that subject, it can be authored by foreigners, foreign sociologists or political scientists, buy those books very selectively, right? So now the optional scores are flattening around 260, 270 is the kind of highest score many people are getting. I think to maximize that to 290, 280, the game is what are the standard sources that you have referred, and compared to all the people what they are writing similar answer, what is extra that you are giving in your answer, maybe example, case study, something like that, right? So that effort, those who are giving your attempt next year, I think that effort should be given in the very beginning only. You cannot you cannot read those books when the exam is nearing, right? That is not possible. So this exam is complex mix of so many factors, right? So many factors to conquer, to be among those 180 IAS or to be one among those 200 IPS. This year it has come down, right? I think both 180, 180. So and one among those 45 Indian Foreign Service, right? After filtering through 10 to 12 lakh people who apply, 5 to 6 lakh people who write prelims, and then 12 to 13,000 people who write mains, 2 to 3,000 people who give interview, to arrive there, right? The way you prepare, the systematic way you prepare, the way you approach exam, the way you understand this examination, the demand of it, right, is extremely important. You cannot just lock yourself in a room and without the help of a mentor, without the help of a guidance, think that this exam is more about reading, learning, acquisition of knowledge, and then randomly taking some test series when you feel insecure, right, and addressing that insecure by buying certain course and doing half justice to that course, and then buying another course, going to another guru, another mentor, is not going to help, right? You have to build a system. You have to be in a system, and your preparation needs to be systematic, right? So that only the more experienced people than you can help, right? Not the toppers, not the people who have given mains, people who have given multiple interviews around you, the people who run the show, people like us, right? The mentors, I mean by it, right? Because I see that, I told our OGP student, the more you become familiar to me when it comes to essay paper, I can assure you that you are going to score excellent score in the essay paper. It takes at least 20 to 30 essays, 20 to 30 interactions to ensure that you reach 130 to 140 bracket, right? So if you already come with certain writing skills, right, depth in your thoughts, having your own form of writing, style of writing, it may take only 2 to 3 interactions, right? Those who are starting now, it requires more interactions, right? So you do assignment, you do some work, you come and you get it assessed, validated, right? And you commit certain mistakes, our insights will help, right? So the insights, right? So that insights you need, right? So you have your own insight. Again, insights get strengthened through lots of experience in your life, lots of interaction with lots of people, right? you have interacted with the smallest number of people in your life. When it comes to this examination, we collectively, everyone has interacted with so many, right, across the country. So the intuition or insights, whatever that is internal, it always gets strengthened when you have accumulated more knowledge and more wisdom and more experience, right, through real world interactions. So that we usually transmit when people come to us. So you don't come, you just look at the topper's copy and try to imitate the last year essay or last year answer, the last year structure, right? You are going down, you don't understand that. You are not the only one who is doing that, right? Across the country, there are people unknowingly follow herd mentality. So they have this notion that, they live in, they are kind of, they live in an island of their own choice, of their own personality. They think that what they are doing is a wonderful thing, unique thing, most individualistic thing. By looking at the toppers essay or toppers, so that is available to lakhs of people, right? And that is not the smartest thing to do, right? So you should definitely see toppers copy, should never repeat a single thing from that, right? So that is the smartest thing to do in this examination. Why you should look at toppers copies, answers, essay, not to repeat anything from there. This year, develop your own style, develop your own, right, qualities. So that is how the preparation, the more unique it is, the more deeper it is, the success is very fast in this examination. So don't, of course, you are part of the race, you are part of the larger competition, but that should not, right, that should not make you follow just the herd mentality, right? And how many of you gave prelims exam, actual exam yesterday? Good. Anyone scoring 80 and above here? 90 and above? 100 and above? CSAT, how was the paper? ಯಾರು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ exam, those who have written, what is your feedback about the CSAT paper? How was it? Easy, difficult, more difficult, extremely difficult, moderate difficult. What difficulty, the moderate or less? Okay. The Hindu editorial, another tragedy in this exam, there are two tragedies in this examination. See, I'm there in this examination since 2012 as part of the, I created website, I've been mentoring, evaluating and, interacting with the people. So, in the beginning, people would put lots of hard work, efforts in going through original sources, even in reading newspaper for 2 to 3 hours, making notes, right? So last 4 years with the COVID, the another danger of COVID, another negative impact of COVID has been, this boom of online sources, the thorough decentralization of sources, right? Because online tools came up. Everyone can be an educator, everyone can be a mentor, everyone can be a guide here. So people don't usually verify their credentials. They go by the delivery, the marketing and everything. So what it does is that, what it did was it weaned away people, weaning away means like taking away people from relying on their own strengths, relying on their own wisdom and hard work. So they started relying on more of these sources, right? So you started relying on the ready-made current affairs, ready-made notes, right? Even for optional, people would read. For example, those who have taken Kannada literature, I'm shocked that 99% of the people don't read original textbooks. So when we had optional, we would read Teenam Shri, right? And Tipperudra Swami book, Sheshgiri Rao book, Ramshri Mugali, Kannada first paper original textbooks, right? And then we would buy books by Giraddi Govindraj, right? And D.R. Nagaraj. So these are like terrific, critics. Those who are excellent in criticism, literary criticism works by U.R. Anantmurthy, right? So now people don't buy those textbooks, right? Everything is like ready-made. So obviously your scores will come down because everyone is writing the same stuff, right? So now the examination last 3 years is trying to reverse it. UPSC is trying, trying its maximum, to ensure that there is no herd mentality seen in the competition. Individual effort is seen, right? An individual must put his or her own effort into this. So that is actually being tested. It may take some longer time, it may take more hours for you, but it is in the end it is worth it. Actually saves 3 to 4 years, right? Putting extra hours in doing these things. We used to read EPW magazine, right? Now people don't know what is EPW. I don't think more than 50% know the EPW magazine. Yarikaದ್ರು gotta? Good. Only one. How many of you know EPW magazine? Oh, I thought at least 50% will know. It's Economic and Political Weekly, right? Excellent magazine, like in-depth, thorough research magazine. In the entire issue, you may read only 1 or 2 articles relevant to maybe your optional, relevant to some topics in the GS. I won't recommend reading it end to end, right? That is not necessary. It's a research magazine. All economic issues, political issues, sociological issues, they are covered comprehensively, right? So it is said that it is centered to left magazine or sometimes left magazine, but that doesn't matter. I have seen articles are more balanced. So usually editorials where opinions are there, they may be biased, but the research articles, right, they are based on research methodology, empirical evidence. So those kind of stuff will ensure that your thoughts are deep, right? You can think deep, right? At least you can think. Now what COVID has done, that ability to think is destroyed. You don't think. The thinking is also outsourced. Now I don't know what AI is doing, right? What AI is going to do. Alla question paper distribute ಮಾಡಿ. Distribute the question papers. ತಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕೊಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೊಡಿ. ಯು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಪಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿಂಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ. ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಏನಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ? ಬೇಡ. ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಓ ಸಾರಿ, ನೋಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ಮೈಕ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಂಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಗ ಓಡೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ರೈಟ್. ಸೊ ಓವರ್ ಟು ಸುದೀಪ್ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ವಿಶ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೈವ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅದು. ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿರೋದಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಜಾರಾದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಗುತ್ತವ್ರು ನೋಡು. ನಾನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಗೈಸ್. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಹಾಂ, ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ನಂದು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಂ, ನಂದು ಹಾಕೋ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಗೈಸ್. ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೋಟ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಯೆಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ? Please raise your hands. Okay, others have come only to an experience. How will it be? Okay, ask them how it was. To those people who have gone now, tell these people who have not gone. First statement: is knowledge important or execution important? Understood this? Second, will you go behind books or will you write more tests? So those who have not gone, listen to them. Okay, so is it your score, is it dependent on what book you read, which coaching you went, or which course you joined, or did it depend upon your understanding of the subject and your practice? That is all the game is. Every time I have been telling, prelims cutoff is equal to, always, not last 2 years, 3 years, always, prelims cutoff is equal to total number of basic plus easy questions. This time also it is the same thing, next time also it will be the same thing. But unfortunately what happens, you will be absorbed by all the hype that surrounds this particular exam, that you will be forced to do something else to get good marks for this. But if those students can keep it simple, see, the major problem is to believe in yourself. That itself will not come. Irrespective of how many times you try to tell yourself or how many times we try to tell yourself, that belief that yes, this much is enough. If I do this much, I'll be able to clear prelims. That belief will not come to you. Why it will not come to you is because all this uncertainty is being filled in your mind. Now the question paper came. Now from yesterday to today, I can bet you that you have seen only those extreme questions, which was a shocker in the exam. Yes or no? They have been showing you, what a question. Coco, oh my god, they've changed the score like this. Oh my god, this defense question, who knows, I had not heard this only. But no one will show you the easy questions. If you can see the basic and easy questions, go back home, count all the basic and easy questions. Okay, what is basic question? Basic question is, if you read one book, you should be able to answer. That is called basic question. Easy question is, if you can use your common sense. That is easy question. So, if you can apply basic plus easy question, mark how many questions are there and keep. Wait until the answer key is released. Test it out. You will only believe in yourself. So, what do you think of the cutoff? Where will it stand? People who are gone. How much? 90? You are getting 100? Huh? That is why. Usually what happens, people who are scoring a little higher, they'll always feel that the cutoff is very high. We are at a neutral level, so we'll know exactly, not exactly, we'll know somewhat to assess. What do you think? Okay, compared to the previous year, was this year tougher? Yes or no? Yes or no? So people have gone, please answer, otherwise they will not know. Yes or no? You have not written previous year, so you cannot answer. Okay? Please. The point is, last year they told cutoff has gone 95 plus, cutoff has got 100. I was scoring so much, sir, suddenly I did not clear. When the UPSC cutoff came, it was 87. Yes or no? So, if last time it was 87, this time it was relatively difficult. From a neutral point of view, I have checked. Yesterday I have completed all the 100 questions with detailed analysis. The amount of time it took me to do one reading, I read very fast, but the amount of statements that were there to complete one reading of all the 100 questions took me a lot of time. So when it took me a lot of time, I am sitting very calmly. I don't have any type of time constraint. I don't have any type of attachment. I clear or not clear. For me only it is taking so much time. I imagined how will it be for a person sitting in that exam hall in the 2 hours to complete the entire paper. Obviously it will be difficult. So please, what I would like to tell those students who have gone to this exam and who have come back, it was difficult. Please don't try to heed to all the other things. I am not telling that people have not scored well. They are very, very minuscule. Okay, it was difficult. The paper was very lengthy. Fortunately, there were questions that were easy. There were questions that were difficult. Who have got or handled the questions that were easy will win this game. That's all there is. It is always the case. So, make sure that you keep that in your mind. And the second thing is, see, I hope you people are all serious enough that you want to do UPSC civil service exams. You don't want to just clear prelims and go. What you people may feel, a few people, is just by clearing prelims, I have done some big achievement. Nothing you have done. There is still mains, there is still interview. If you don't get through that, you are going to redo everything again. And a lot of people, when they go to the interview, come back, when they retake the prelims, they are not able to clear. So don't be overconfident. And don't think that now I have got the world, I have conquered the world, everything is in my fingertips and I am going to go ahead and do whatever I want to. This is not correct. That is one. Second, those people who have scored less, don't again think it's the end of the world. Everything is gone. That is all my life is. This all is nonsense. If you are serious enough, The best attitude that you can have is, September last week is the mains exam. Yes or no? September last week is the mains exam. Your attitude should be, I don't care I clear prelims or I don't clear prelims. The only thing that I will care is, September 25th when the exam happens, either I will write the exam in the center UPSC has allotted me to, or I will write the exam at Insights. This should be your attitude. Your optional, your essay, your 4 GS papers. Under any circumstances, you have got 88 days to master them. Master them. Whoever is thinking that 2026 I will write, I still have 365 plus 88 days, I will relax and try to read perfectly everything and go. Next year also you will be sitting in the same classroom with the same dilemma. Don't have that attitude. Please don't feel that by giving more time, I'll be able to study better. It is a wrong trick played by many people on you. I hope you're understanding this. Don't give 1 year. You have 88 days. Each and every one of you, irrespective of what marks you're getting, you have 88 days. That's all. Make sure that you push yourself and prepare. If you can do that, if not this year, at least in any one of the year, you will become an IAS. Have that attitude and carry that attitude. When you do that, all this cut off, this game, whether I'll clear, whether I'll not clear, it'll all go off. It'll all vanish. See, when the entire environment is doing something, you don't try to do anything extra or anything against it. That mahol, you know what is a mahol? Now the mahol will get set for your mains exam. There are many courses that will come up. There are many faculties that will be more accessible to you people to check answers. A lot of materials will come out. Current affairs will be more accessible to you. It will be made, more easier for you to assimilate. So when everything is there for you to learn about mains, now if you tell, no, I'll not read about mains now. I'll restart my preparation. Let me go back and start from the beginning. Let me now read the NCERTs. You are going to fail. Unless your basics itself is wrong, don't do that mistake. Please take it from me, irrespective of where you stand and what you do. If your basics are done, if your foundational course is done, you have 88 days to prepare your 4 GS papers, 1 essay paper, as well as your optionals. Prepare and finish it in such a way that when they give you the question paper, let us say at Insights or in UPSC Center, don't look at any answer keys, sit for 3 hours and write exactly with the visualization that you are writing for an IAS exam. If you can do that, I can promise you that you will, at 1 year or not, go on to eventually crack this exam. So please, all this game is fine. For the next 1 week, take rest. You need some rest because there is a new struggle that is going to start now. And this struggle is not like prelims. In prelims, it is all about reading your notes again and again and again and just writing MCQs. You are only ticking there. Now the game is your mental strength as well as your physical strength. Sitting and writing for 3 hours, your hand starts paining. After 2 hours, your mind stops working. After 1.5 hours, you don't know what to write. Your dimensions are not there. You start writing nonsense on the paper. This is all the problem that you will face in mains, and you have to face it now. So please, yes, in 1 week you can play around. All this cut off, that question, this question. After that, stop segregating yourself that my marks is good. Stop segregating yourself that my marks is bad. It really doesn't matter. I am telling you, right? Everyone who clear prelims now will not eventually go on to become IAS, nor everyone who does not clear prelims now will not at all become IAS. Both are wrong. Who will become IAS is who are disciplined enough to follow a systematic plan to do what is required for this exam. If you are able to do that, I am telling you 88 days. Make sure that you focus. Whoever will tell you there is 1 year left, 2026 you have to write. Now make sure that you read everything properly, everything thoroughly, everything perfectly. They are playing a trick on you. Next prelims also will come back and sit like this only with a dilemma. So generically I am telling 88 days. Will you prepare? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, okay. Alright guys. So let us, my subject is geography. So a lot of faculties are waiting. I don't want to keep them waiting. 10 minutes. Let us try to, it was very easy. Geography was easy or not? Mapping a little difficult, definitely I'll agree. Yes, many even I did not know. The time zones, I had to check half an hour, what is this happening? But I do agree with that. See, the point is, again, Being a geography faculty teaching for so many years, I also did not know. It is okay. Alright. So, as a student, you also shouldn't know. I'm not telling you should know. You shouldn't know. Okay. If that is the attitude, that is how it should be. But where you should go right, you have to go right. In those questions, if you have gone wrong, you have all attended my class, geography class. Your spatial sense of South America is good. How many people got Andes correct? Raise your hands. I have taught you South America so well. You could not visualize in your head where is Brazil and where is Paraguay? Where is Andes mountain and where is Brazil and where is Paraguay? Yes or no? Huh? Anyways, I'll not assert on you. But there are always few questions which no one can answer. It is okay. I've always told you, there are 8 subjects. Your main objective should be, in all the 8 subjects, catch the easy question and go right. If you catch the easy question and go right in all the 8 subjects, net you will clear prelims. Okay, alright, let us start with it. Thank you, Bhagwanta. Alright, again, straightforward questions. As I told you, these are easy questions. These are not questions where you need a book to study. It is completely straightforward. Let's see. Statement 1. Scientific studies suggest that a shift is taking place in the Earth's rotational axis. Okay. Next, solar flares and associated coronal mass ejections bombard the Earth's outermost atmosphere and throw immense amount of energy. Okay. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Only one of the statements, statement 2 and statement 3. Where is statement 3 here? I think they've, let me check it out. Yeah, they have missed the third statement, right? That glaciers melting and water going towards equator is tilting. Correct. That is there. They have missed that statement. Anyways, is that statement there in your question paper? It's not there? Okay. Pen illappa? Thank you. You can write down there if you want to. The third statement is statement 3. As the Earth's polar ice melts, the water tends to move. Towards the equator. Okay. Okay, see, logic is very simple. This is a common sense question. You don't have to read anything. It's a common sense question. One thing, coronal mass ejections, are they a recent phenomena or have they been happening from the time Earth is born? From the time Earth is born? If they were an event that created any type of influence on the inclination of the Earth, it would have been started from long back and it should have been happening. Yes or no? It cannot be a recent phenomena at all. Because they have been constantly bombarding, then that inclination should constantly be changing. Has the inclination changed from before, or is it some recent phenomena happening? It's some recent phenomena happening. So, statement 2 that they are given here, statement 2, solar flares and associated coronal mass ejections bombard the Earth's outermost atmosphere and throw immense amount of energy. Yes, definitely it's correct. Okay, they affect the outermost atmosphere they're telling, so it is true. Okay, in reality it is the magnetosphere, but outermost atmosphere definitely true. Okay, so factually the statement is correct, there's nothing wrong with it. But this coronal mass ejections, will it incline the earth's rotational axis? That is wrong. Okay, so scientific studies suggest that a shift is taking place. Taking place means it is happening right now. Okay, it was not happening, it is happening right now, it is taking place. It is taking place in the earth's rotational axis. This was happening from before only. Why suddenly this has to shift now? I hope you are understanding this. So that common sense way of thinking will tell you that second statement is factually correct, but it will not explain the statement 1. Now coming to the third statement, if you look at the third statement, obviously I have made you right. The third statement says, as the earth's polar ice melts, the water tends to move towards the equator. Okay. Now if you take the surface area, okay, 71% of the surface area of the earth is what? Water. Obviously then the weight of the earth is influenced by the water. So if there is a change in the weight, if there is more and more water that goes from the poles to the equator, obviously that weight will definitely impact the rotation of the earth. That's all. With that common sense you can say that the answer is B only. Okay. Both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Clear with this? Okay. So this is the first question. The next one. This is again, I was a little heartbroken when I did not see people raising hands when spatial sense, guys. How do I teach South America? How do I teach you people to visualize South America? You people have attended, yes? How do I teach you people to visualize South America? See, if this is South America, how do I teach? In the spatial sense class, I tell you to visualize Brazil. Okay. After visualizing Brazil, I'll tell you to go anti-clockwise and visualize all the countries bordering Brazil. So you have French Guiana, Suriname, Guyana, Venezuela, Colombia, then you have Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina. Okay, which are the 2 countries that do not border Brazil? Ecuador and Chile. This is what I usually tell you. Now, if you have that common sense, Andes mountain, where is Andes mountain here? Somewhere here. Look at this. Where is Paraguay? Where is Brazil? And how can Andes mountain and these 2 be together? I hope you are understanding this. See, this is a question that you should not go wrong. If you have gone wrong in this question, then the basics is wrong. These are questions where it is a full toss. You have to hit a 6. Not even 30 seconds. You should be able to get it like that. I hope you are understanding this. Direct question this is. Okay. Anyways, I am still hurt, but okay. Yeah, this even I did not know. Okay. Tanganyika, okay, we have heard, but even I had not heard these 2. So consider the following water bodies, though how many of them does not. This is, then I got to know this lake Tonle Sap, this is in Cambodia, and Patos Lagoon is in Brazil. Okay. The answer is none of the above. I don't have any tricks here. Either you know or you don't know. Okay. As simple as that. Alright. The answer is D, none of the above. Neither of them passes. Lake Tanganyika is actually very, very close. It's at 3 degrees. Actually, Lake Victoria, it is equator crosses through Victoria, not Tanganyika. Alright. Anyways, mapping, few questions were a little difficult. You have to accept that. Alright. This time, they have asked places. They have not asked places in use. They have asked whatever places they know. They have not asked places in use. Okay. So yes, it was a little difficult on that side, definitely. Next. Alright. Again, this is a perfect example of why you should read your NCERTs. Okay. Statement has taken exactly from the NCERT and put it here. He has taken exactly, verbatim he has taken it. Okay. Which of the following are the evidences of the phenomena of continental drift? The belt of ancient rocks from Brazil coast matches with those of Western Africa. It is there in NCERT, direct statement. The gold deposits of Ghana are derived from the Brazil plateau when the 2 continents lay side by side. Again, same statement. This is in World Physical Geography, Class 11 NCERT. Okay, Chapter 2, Distribution of Oceans and Continents. While explaining continental drift theory, has given evidences. These two are direct. This also is a direct statement. There is a evidence called tillite. In that evidence tillite, this statement has been taken. Okay, the Gondwana system of sediments from India is known to have its counterparts from 6 different land masses in the southern hemisphere. He has also stated the land masses there. All the land masses are stated. What are the 5? Along with India, what are the 5? We have stated it there. That is why, see, there are 3 subjects where NCERT should not be under any circumstances compromised. Geography, history and polity. NCERTs should be read properly. Okay, very, very important they are. People will underestimate thinking that by reading a standard book, I can replace them. Very simple this is. Okay, but they are directly taken from verbatim. So you should have read the NCERT. Again, straightforward question. The answer is all the 3 is correct. Next one. Again, common sense. Geography is either too easy or too difficult. That is how the question has come. Look at this. The amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in subtropical and temperate areas than in equatorial and polar regions. Okay, is it true? Why is it true? Common sense question this is. You don't need any type of knowledge. Common sense. The amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in subtropical and temperate than in equator and poles. So my question is, why is dust less in equator? Male adaga, when it rains, all the dust will come along with the water and fall down, hence it clears out the atmosphere. That is why in Delhi, whenever the pollution increases, what do? They spray water. They spray water so that all the dust particles will come and settle down. All that you don't even have to think. Equator, there is no dust particle because it's raining. What about poles? In poles, the temperature is cold, so the air mass will be denser or lighter. If it is denser, will it go down or go up? When the air mass is going down, will the dust be allowed to go up? That's all. So statement 1 there only is correct. Okay, come to second statement. Subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. Is this correct? Armaton, Sirocco, Mistral, Bora, Pompero. Have you written all these things? Yes or no? So how do they have less dry winds then? That statement itself is wrong. Okay, so what is the answer for this? Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is not correct. Again, you don't have to know. See, people who don't know Mistral, Bora, don't worry about it. Subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. It is not possible. If you know the global world climatic types, okay, what are the different climatic types? If you take steppes, if you take savanna, if you take desert type of climate, Mediterranean type of climate, do they have local winds or not? Yes or no? Even if you think of that much, you'll be able to get the answer that is wrong. Got this? Okay. So answer is C. Next one. This is very interesting. Again, common sense. Okay. Everyone knows what is the specific heat of water. Is specific heat of water high or low? High? Yes or no? What does it mean? When I say specific heat of water is high, what does it mean? The amount of energy required to raise, yes, very good, required to raise the temperature of 1 unit of water by 1 degree is much higher compared to land. Okay. Now, in January, in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms in January, northern hemisphere means it is facing winter or summer? Winters. Okay. In January, in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the land masses and poleward while crossing the oceans. Okay. Next, in January, the air over the oceans is warmer than that over the land masses in the northern hemisphere. So they are given 2 statements. Before you go to one, first decide second. Okay, let us decide second. In January, the air over the oceans is warmer than the land masses. Is this correct? Why? Specific heat. Specific heat of water is high. That is why when you heat both land and water, the land gets heated up faster. The land gets cooled down also faster. So in winter season, if this is the ocean and this is the land, which will be warmer in northern hemisphere? Oceans. Land will be cold. Okay. Now, Come visualize. Let us visualize the isotherm. What is the definition of isotherm? A line, iso means same, a line connecting all places having same temperature at sea level. Don't forget that word, I keep telling you. The line connecting all places, okay, having same temperature at iso means same level, sea level. You have to write that, okay. Now, let us take that this is a land and this is oceans, okay. Now, oceans are warmer, land is colder. So that means what? Land, let us assume that is 10 degree centigrade, oceans will be, let us say, 15 degree centigrade. I am an isotherm, I have to draw the line now, okay. Let me say that I went like this. We know that if I go up, the temperature decreases, if I go down, the temperature increases. Yes or no? Okay. Now see, as I go, because the temperature is low, I have to go up, okay. Because the oceans are warmer, I have to go up or down? Down. Is this clear? That is all they are asking. So, let us come back to the statement. In January, in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward and while crossing the land masses, and poleward while crossing the oceans. What is the answer? Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains statement 1. 1 second. What did I do there? Let us assume that there is an isotherm that comes. See, exactly. Now, oceans are warmer. Okay, land is cold. All right, now I will come back to this question, guys. I'm kind of stuck here. Let me come back to this question. Okay, I'll come back to this. Okay, let me not waste too much time. Come to 48 question. I'll come back to that. I'm getting confused there. Okay. Come to 48 question. All right. Now, in the context of effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as a very permeable rock, whereas clay is known as quite an impermeable or least permeable rock. Okay. Chalk is porous and hence can absorb water. Obviously, it can. The next is clay is not at all porous. All right. Now, see, this statement itself is too extreme. Is not at all porous is not correct. Only with that logic, you can remove that clay is not at all porous is wrong. Okay. Now, look at this. Which one of the following statement is correct in respect to the above statements? Obviously, see, third statement is wrong. So, only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. And what is that statement? That is, chalk is porous and can absorb water. Okay. So, obviously, straightforward question. This is answer is C. The next one. Consider the following statements. Without the atmosphere, temperature would be well below freezing point everywhere on the earth's surface. Next point. See, is it correct or not? What is the main job of the atmosphere? Correct. See, the main job of the atmosphere is two things. One, it will protect the earth from high energy particles coming from the sun. The second is, it will keep the earth warm by acting as a blanket. Yes or no? So, two things. So, without the atmosphere, the temperature would be well below freezing point everywhere on the earth's surface. Okay. Now, few people may argue everywhere is a term that can be taken literally and seen. Because if there is no atmosphere, the sun facing side need not have below freezing point. That is one more thing. But overall, generically, that statement is right. Okay. So, don't take it into such over analysis. Let us keep it at a very simplistic level. Second one. Heat absorbed and trapped by the atmosphere maintains our planet's average temperature. Yes or no? Okay. Last, atmosphere's gases like carbon dioxide are particularly good at absorbing and trapping radiation. Obviously, this everyone knows that carbon dioxide is a very good greenhouse gas. Okay. So, which of the following statements are correct? All the three are correct. Okay. Next one. consider the following statements. We have United Kingdom, we have Denmark, New Zealand, Australia and Brazil. Got it? 96th. How many of the above countries have more than 4 time zones? Again, see, the answer is all the 5. No. The answer is wrong there. 1 second. Answer should be, according to me, United Kingdom, Denmark and Australia. Answer should be only 3. Just give me a minute. Yes. Okay, guys. This answer is not C. The answer is 3. Only 3. That is A. Okay, the answer is United Kingdom has 9 time zones. Denmark has around 6 time zones. Australia also has around 6 time zones. Okay. Now, if you search, even New Zealand will have more than 4, they will say. But there, they are including Cook Island. Cook Island does not belong to, New Zealand. They are just a protectorate. So that is wrong. The answer here is United Kingdom, Denmark and Australia. Okay. All right. So that is this. Again, even I did not know, I had to search for this. What Kailash sir told is, one logic what you could put is, because as you go towards the poles, the longitudes, as you go towards the poles, the distance between the longitude reduces. Okay. So there are very high chances that as you go higher in the latitude, the countries that are at high latitude, let us say for example, United Kingdom, Denmark, Australia, all these countries usually will have greater time zones. Okay, the time zones will be much more higher. Okay, that is one logic he told. That is definitely a good logic. But again, that is a good logic, but you cannot apply it completely here, because New Zealand, then you will mark it yes. But New Zealand does not come. It does not have more than 4 time zones. So again, it is fine. All right. Anyways, no logic can be put. It's a difficult question. You should agree with it. The answer is only A. That is only 3. All right. United Kingdom, Denmark and Australia. The last one, or the next one, is consider the following statements. See, it is very simple. One place is in Siberia and one place is in Alaska. Okay. They are few kilometers from each other, but when they are waking up and getting up set for the breakfast in these countries, they would be in different days. Basically, it's a question on international date line. Okay. When it is Monday in, forget this, when it is Monday in Siberia, it is Tuesday in Alaska. That's what they are trying to tell. Okay. Now tell me, let me draw this and show. See, if this is the international date line, this side is Alaska, this side is Siberia. Okay. This is the east. We go one full rotation and come, and this is the west. Okay. The day starts from here. The sun rises from the east and sets to the west. So if this person is X, this person will be X minus 1 or X plus 1? X minus 1? Yes or no? So if this person is Monday, will that person as Tuesday? It will be Sunday. That's all they are asking. Okay. They have used different names, but overall that is what the logic is. Okay. So this person, the person who is in Siberia, will always be 1 day ahead compared to this person in Alaska. Okay. That and there norm, all this is just to confuse you. If you have that much logic, that is more than enough. Okay. Again, simple question. It is there in the 6th standard NCERT. Okay. Answer is only 1. All right. The next one, 99th question. Okay. See, one logic here is overall they are not asking that country has the highest reserves. They are not asking it is the first, highest or greatest resource in the world or anything. They are just asking it is a resource rich region. Okay. Either that resource has to be too extreme to be not found everywhere, or it has to be something that is found everywhere. Alright. So if you look at all the three resources, diamond, lithium and nickel. See, Botswana, you have Katanga Zambia belt. That entire Katanga Zambia belt is very rich in diamonds. Since Botswana comes somewhere in that southern African region, you can take a call and go ahead and say diamond can be there, because they are just asking resources rich in. They are not worried about other things. Okay. So Chile, obviously you know that lithium triangle is there. So obviously it has to be rich in lithium. And the last is Indonesia. Okay. This is a little tricky. You should have some idea about it. Nickel is mostly found in the East Asian countries. Okay, Indonesia. So again, you either know or you don't know. There is no logic as such here. But usually in such questions where they are not asking anything extreme, like Indonesia has the highest resource of nickel, or Botswana has the highest resource of diamond, when they are not asking that, when they are just asking resource rich in, you should go ahead and tell that it is there, unless that resource is a very, very extreme. For example, let us say they are talking about strontium, tantalum. Whenever they talk about very, very extreme minerals, then you have to be a little careful. Otherwise, it is more or less there. All right. So the answer is all the three. All right. So this is about the geography question. That one question, I'll just work it out and come, guys. That is still running in my head. So I don't want to get nervous here. So I'll just work it out and come and get back to you. Okay. Overall, the geography questions, as I told you, is either too easy or it is too, either you know or don't know. But the point is, your entire scenario or your entire mindset for those people preparing for next year or anything it may be, the questions that you should always go correct is not this. Don't worry about this. This is not the deciding factor. This is the deciding factor. 1. This is not the deciding factor. This is definitely a deciding factor. 2, 3, okay, 4, 5, 6, not this, 7, 8, okay, see, 8 questions under any circumstances. If you have read the normal books and if you use a common sense, you should go right here. But unfortunately what happens is people will only show you those extreme questions, and that is where your entire confidence will shake. Like that, when all the faculties will come and show you, you will always see that in every subject there will always be a list of this easy and basic questions. Your job as a student is to go right in those questions. Don't worry about other questions at all. Got this? Okay, good luck guys, have a nice session. Thank you. YouTube.
Oh, thank you. All right, so question paper ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, question paper ಕೊಡು. I don't want to have mistake. Give me a question paper. Bro, UPSC paper ಇಲ್ವಾ? Real paper ಕೊಡು. Which set you have been given? B. Okay. Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, we'll be discussing economy now, right? So how was the paper, by the way? It was fine? No? I told you one day before, whatever that you do, only you will be knowing that much only. So, right? That is the eternal truth. Anyway, so see, the economic questions were, the mix basically. Let's say, they were pretty simple if you know the concept, right? It was not too much of, the factual were not, not too many, but it was more of a conceptual. And the question were not distributed across all the chapter. For example, from the chapter of public finance, let's say 3-4 questions were there, right? Like that within 13 question, if I can take, from the economy, then around, 4-5 question has been, only from the public finance, and then it has been rested from one chapter from, right? But the kind of question were easy, doable, right? Because there were many of the question where you can eliminate and get the answer also, right? So we just go through the question, right? The first question, that is, the 31st in your question paper, basically, section B, right? So first, I'll manage it, okay? Right? First, the question is about, alternative investment funds, right? Or, which are the following are the alternative investment, that is not for the regular investment that you do, but for, the privately pooled, for someone who wants to take more risk, that kind of investment, right? For example, the hedge funds, right? So that kind of, you want to invest in a venture capital, it will not be publicly traded in the stock market as such, right? And also, let's say if you want to invest in startup companies, these are alternative investment fund, which is basically not for everybody, but for only selected high, worth individuals who wants to invest in other way also, who are, having more risk taking appetite. So they want to invest in such things, right? So now if you look at the optional, first option, stocks and bonds, they are the regular investment instruments that, anybody can invest in stocks, anybody can invest in this thing. So that means that those two are not part of basically alternative investment fund. Apart from that, the hedge fund, which comes under, the alternative investment category 3 as per the SEBI regulation, and the venture capitalist fund. So these two are coming under basically the alternative investment fund. So the answer will be only 2, right? So that is your first. Next, right here, it is a sources of income for RBI, right? Now here there is a little trick, right? So the first will be buying and selling of government bonds. Yes, RBI does that, and the income in the same. Second, buying and selling of foreign currency. Yes, again it does do, right? Then pension fund management, it will be done by Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority, or PFRDA, what we say, right? Then lending to a private is not a part of government, so the RBI. So the 3 and 4 will not be there. Now if you look at fourth, right, where you are getting the fourth, the fifth one, that is printing and distributing currency notes. Now it can be seen in 2 ways, right? Only printing and distributing is be considered as expenses. However, if you go for a concept of seigniorage, right, that means that let's say a note is worth 500 rupees. How much cost it will cost for the bank to basically RBI to print it and distribute. Let's say the material, everything cost, let's say it is 10 rupees. The distribution cost may be another 30 rupees. By doing that, RBI will get 500 back, because it is giving it as a 500 rupee note. The difference between that, what is the face value of that currency, minus the printing and distribution cost, is called seigniorage, which is one of the major income source of the government. Whenever they are printing the larger note, 2000 rupees, 500 rupees, so that will act as basically the extra amount of money compared to the cost of printing and distribution. So if UPSC considers that, right, then it will be 1, 2 and 5. But only if you go for, the verbal meaning, that is only distributing and printing, not going for their consequence, what it will happen, then answer can be 1 and 2 only, because the both option are there. Now as per, last year UPSC answer key, when you have seen, there are, so many small things that they keep changing, how they look into it. So, it will be on a maximum side, it will be 1 to 5 only, because whenever they are expressing their dividend, how much is the profit, even, just one day before the prelims, there was an article about the income of RBI as well. Even in that, basically when they want to talk about, because you know that the dividend distribution policy is there. Whenever the RBI earns the profit, some part of the profit, keeping certain point for the security, the remaining will be distributed or shared with the government, right? So in that scenario, basically we will consider seigniorage as one of the major income source of the government in that balance sheet, how the RBI is earning the money, that will be one of. So in keeping that in mind, it will be 125, right? But if sometimes UPSC takes it a literal meaning, then it can be 1 and 2 also, right? So but on higher note, it is basically 90%, it is 1, 2 and 5, right? Keeping the concept of seigniorage, right? So answer should be D, that is 1, 2 and 5. Next, Directorate of Enforcement. You know that the ED, which is always in the news, right? It basically handles two different kinds of cases. One is PMLA and one is fugitive economic offenders, right? So the some of its function is enforcement of fugitive economic offender. Fugitive economic offender means someone who basically does the crime here and then goes outside the country and settles there, right? For example, Nirav Modi, Vijay Mallya, all these are coming under the fugitive economic offenders, right? So and ED will look into them, Then basically it works under, basically this is more related to finance because they are not paid the taxes, they are evading the taxes. So it comes under basically the Ministry of Finance, Department of Revenue, rather than Ministry of Home Affairs. It is nothing to do with a law and order kind of situation here. It is our security of the nation. It is more of a financial crime we are talking about. So it comes under Department of Revenue or the Ministry of Finance for that matter. So the third row, that is telling that it works under the Internal Security Division and Ministry of Home Affairs, goes wrong. So the first row is incorrect, right? The second is again Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Now enforces the provision of Custom Act, right? Correct. Then basically the Department of Revenue or Ministry of Finance, again it is correct. So the second row is correct. Third, Directorate General of Systems and Data Management. Again, as they were telling that carrying out big data analytics, assist the tax officer, even in the name it suggests, right, in the border. And again, it is also coming under Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance, perfectly fine. So the two rows are correctly met and the first row has not been correctly met for the third column, which says that it comes under the Ministry of Finance. So it should be Ministry of Finance rather than Ministry of Home, right? So that means that 2 and 3 will be correct. So answer will be basically only 2, that is B, right? Next, RBI mandates all the listed company. Now it is more of a common sense, right? Even when they were talking about, the credit rating agencies, one of the question has been asked, who was looking after it, whether RBI, SEBI, like that, right? So what they do here, the organization will be changed, right? The listed company, which works under basically the SEBI regulation. So it is basically the SEBI mandates the listed company to submit a business responsibility and sustainable report. Now, you know that from the last 1 year, more news of ESG, right? ESG reports basically means environmental, sustainable, and basically the governance kind of report. How basically corporate, the governance is conducted in that company, how much environment friendly they are, right? So that ESG norms has been many a times floated in the news as well. So keeping that in mind, it is SEBI rather than RBI. So the first statement goes wrong. And the second, basically in India, a company submitting BSR, we hear what is that, as the name suggests, it is business responsibility as well as sustainability report. Whether you are using, creating more pollution, whether you are using energy intensive or from the fossil fuels, that kind of thing, rather than a financial matter. It is a non-financial things that we are discussing here. So basically it says that it makes a disclosure report that are largely non-financial in nature, not financial in nature. So that means that becomes correct. So that means that the first statement is incorrect, second statement is correct. So answer should be B only, right? Next, the 35, that is in India, income from agricultural activities like poultry farming and wool rearing in rural area is exempted from any tax, right? Now agriculture income, as you can see in the IT Act 1961, the agriculture income, section 10 may, it just talks about agriculture income, and in section 22 it talks about what is the meaning of the agriculture income means. Agriculture income does not do anything with the businesses of wool or poultry, right? These comes under a regular businesses, so the income from the businesses will be considered for this. So this is not exempt under the income tax, only the pure agriculture. Let's say you are having a land you are giving it for lease and someone is growing a crop there, right? So that kind of, the crop related things only are being exempted. So the poultry and wool rearing will be considered under other business which has not been exempted. So the first statement goes incorrect. Now coming back to the, once it is incorrect, you are already getting the answer. So that is, the one statement 1 is not correct, but statement 2 is correct. But if you look at the statement 2, as agriculture also comes under basically the state list, right? So that means that, even the agriculture land, you are selling the land or, buying the land, that will not attract any capital gains tax because it will not be considered under a capital in the first place, right? So that means that any agricultural land, let's say if somebody has sold it for 1 crore, you don't need to pay any tax, right? Because it is an agriculture land. Only the commercial land or, the lands in the urban areas. For that basically the, the capital gains tax will be applied. So the second statement is perfectly fine and the first statement is incorrect, right? So that means that the first statement is incorrect. So answer goes as statement 1 is not correct and statement 2 is correct. Okay. Now go to the 7th, that is 37th. All this we have discussed in detail in the class as well. Let's say as regard to return from an investment in a company, generally bondholders are considered to be relatively at lower risk than the owners, right? So now here owners means basically rather than stockholders. Stockholders are owners, right? Because you are holding the share of that company, you are a owner. Bond holders are what? Someone has taken a bond. What is the meaning of bond? Basically, let's say the company will give a bond in bond paper that after 5 years you will get 1 lakh rupees back, and if you invest 1 lakh in this bond, every year you will have a coupon rate, let's say 7% coupon rate. That means that annually you will get 7,000. After that maturity period you will get your 1 lakh back also. That means that we are lending to the government or lending to the companies, and in return if you are taking government bond, you are lending to the government. Or if you are lending to basically the companies, or if you are buying the government corporate bonds, then basically you are a lender to the company, right? You have been given a land and with respect to that they are getting the interest, right? So that means that you are the stockholders or the shareholders or the owners because they are holding the share of that company. However, the bondholders are rather than the owners, they are the lenders to the company. So that is the first statement. Now now from here it goes logical. Someone has lended, someone is the owner. Now you are at under loss. Should you make sure that first the owner should get the money or the lender who you have taken commitment from them? Because you are also owner. Don't think that you are invested in that company in the stock. When you are invested in a stock, that means that you are part of that company. You can vote. You can, if you are having a large stock, then you can go and vote in the business meeting. You are there in the decision making. So that means that you are part of that company. So whenever company is under stress, right, then the owners basically will have to hold the responsibility. First basically the lending has to be created. Within that lenders basically again there is a prioritization, right? So that means that there is a insolvency and bankruptcy code they have been prioritized it. Prioritized in the sense, let's say they have taken a secured loan. Secured loan means whenever you are taking a bonds are, you are taking a secured loan. You are putting some property in, let's say if I am giving 100 crores of loan or I am raising 100 crores of loan and keeping this property, if tomorrow if I cannot pay back, I will sell this property and give it to you. That is a secured loan. Unsecured loan is a more of a promissory. I will not keep any backup as such, but I will just tell that I will pay back. However, whenever I am saying that I am not keeping any backup, I will pay you more interest. So you are taking risk because I am not keeping any backup as such. However, since you are taking risk, what I will do in return, I will give you higher returns. So that is basically called debentures. That is what the difference between bonds and debentures, right? One is secured, one is unsecured. Now, whenever you are, IBC, whenever they are actually, the bankruptcy of a company happens, first they will sell the properties or the assets that company has, then they start giving the money for the secured creditors first, then unsecured creditor. And IBC, when it conducts all this process, they will also incur some of the cost, right? Because committee of creditor has to be said, all these things will incur cost. For them, they have to pay. Then for workmans, they have to pay. Whoever is, from last 3 months, their salary has not been paid. For them, they have to pay. Then comes their bondholders and other things. For them, they will pay. Finally, the stockholder will come. Within the stockholders also, the priority stockholders, will get higher advantage. After that comes the ordinary stockholder. There is a flow basically, because you are the owner, you have to bear everything. Only if something remains, then you can get out of it, because you yourself is owner. Don't think that you have invested, but you are a owner of it. So that is how the logic flows, right? So that means that the second statement says they are lenders, whereas stakeholders are owners. That is fine, right? That is why, you know, the lenders are having less risk, because whenever the problem comes, first lenders will be settled compared to the owners. So in that way, the first statement, second statement also explains the first statement, right? So second, basically the third, for the repayment purpose, bondholders are prioritized over the stockholder by a company. That will also show there is a lesser risk, right? So however, when, you know, why people put it here is they get the voting right, ownership rights. When the company can grow at a very big scale, right, they can get more profit compared to bondholder. Bondholder, we have promised 7%. My company can make 100 crore, 1000 crore, I don't care, I will give you only 7,000 for your 1 lakh. But if I have invested 1 lakh in a stock of that company, and if company goes great, automatically your stock prices will boom. So you will be, you know, your appreciation of your stock will be much higher compared to bondholder. For him, most of the time it is fixed, right? For own, you know, with respect to inflation and all, if you want to manage, then we basically do, you know, the convertible option. That is what convertible bonds. So you can convert your bond to regular equity. So though and so and so, right? So that is basically, so that means that answer is both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct. Both of them explained statement 1, right? Next, in India, India accounts for very large portion of all equity option contract traded globally, thus exhibiting a great boom, right? That is one. Second, India's stock market has grown rapidly in the recent past, even overtaking the Hong Kong's at some point of time. Third, basically, there is no regulatory body either to warn the small investor about the risk of option trading or to act on unregistered financial advisor in this regard. Now, two things are there. One, if you are not aware of current affairs, recently it has been, you know, India option trading is almost 85% of the equity optional trading at the world level. Second, recently India surpassed Hong Kong also, and it has become 4th largest equity market in the world. But that is completely fine, because sometimes we would not have gone through such news and, you know, go to the examination hall, right? So the third statement which says that there is no regulatory body to look after, obviously this will be incorrect. There is always SEBI which gives the guidelines, which always, you know, discloses the report that 95%, 98% of the optional trader will always lose. So don't invest. Then for, you know, regular YouTube channel who are giving the recommendation which stocks to buy, they are also called as fin influencers, right? Because they are the financial influencers. For them also they have very restriction has been put by SEBI. So that means that there is a regulatory body which is SEBI looks into it. So if you can eliminate this itself, without knowing first and 2, you can get the answer. So obviously knowing the first and 2, you know, when we open the internet and search whether India has surpassed Hong Kong, then only we will come to know it. Otherwise we won't be knowing it in a daily basis. You won't get it in current affairs also. That is absolutely fine. But the trick here was not knowing the first 2 statement, at least using your common sense that obviously the small investor will always be protected wherever the regulated market is there, right? So that means that it is SEBI which will protect them. If you can eliminate that, 1 and 2 will be the only option that will be left. So answer should be 1 and 2 only, that is A, right? Next, circular economy reduces the emission of greenhouse gas. Yes, right. Circular economy basically works on different R's, right? Reuse, reduce, right? Refurbish, right? All of this, you know. So that means that, you know, the same materials are again and again used, right? So that means that second is basically statement is saying circular economy reduces the use of raw material as inputs. That is correct. Circular economy reduce the wastage in the production process. Yes, is correct. So when you are using less, automatically the emission will also be less, right? When you are wasting less, emission will be less. So in a broader prospect, you don't need to go too deep. Why, if I use the input less, how it will lead to lesser in the, you know, emission of carbon dioxide, that will not be taken by UPSC. If it is making sense to you, you have to, you know, stick to that point. That means that all of them are correct, and both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. Okay. Next, the 40th one, again the conceptual one with respect to this. That is, the capital receipts create liability or cause reduction in the asset of the government, right? Now you know that anything related to capital receipt and revenue. Revenue will neither, create any assets or neither it is to do with any liabilities. It is a day-to-day business. You are going and buying something, right? So that is paying the salary, pensions. It will not increase the liability of the government also. At the same time, if it will not increase or decrease the asset, right? Now the capital means basically there is a changes with respect to asset and liability, right? Now two things can happen, right? One, it is capital. Within this capital budget, we can have capital receipt, capital expenditure. What is receipt? That is anything that money is coming to the government. What is expenditure? Money is going out of the pocket from the government, right? So that is your expenditure, your receipt. When your parents send the money, that is your receipt. When you go and spend at the hotel, that become your expenditure, right? So that means that money is going out, right? Now that means that here in the receipt, what will happen? Government will get the money. Now how government can get the money? Which with respect to changes in asset and liability, right? Now for example, government have some 100% stock or share in, let's say, an certain company. It wants to disinvestment. When it do the disinvestment, what will do? It will privatize or give certain part of the share to the private people. So they will buy that share and give the money to the government. While doing that, initially government was enjoying 100% of share. So whatever the profit that government was getting, 100% of the profit of that company was going to the government itself. Now since they lost the ownership, automatically what will happen? Their asset size, which was acting as an asset as the ownership, has reduced. That means that it is like you get the money by selling the land. Land was your asset. Now if you sell the land, what will happen? Asset size will go down, however you receive the money. So that means that is your capital receipt, right? Similarly, another way, that is I can borrow from the bank. I can borrow from people by sharing the government bonds. Now what will happen? Again, here asset is not changed because I do not have to do anything. Since I am borrowing it, what will happen? I get the money, but my liabilities will increase. I have to pay it back, right? It is not that I have borrowed it and I don't need to pay it back. Since I don't have to pay it back, this is called as liability. So either liability will increase, that is you borrow, or you are selling the asset you are holding so that your asset size is going down. So this is basically doing both of them, you receive the money. So receiving money is nothing but capital receipt, right? Similarly, the capital expenditure means what? You are buying the land. That means that money is going out of from your pocket, but you are buying the land. By buying the land, what you are doing? You are creating asset for you. So that means that asset will be created when there is a capital expenditure. Or let's say I have a loan, I went and paid back. Now what happened? Money went from my pocket while paying that loan. However, my liability which was there till yesterday, that has reduced. So that means that my liability will decrease, right? In your capital expenditure, asset size can increase because you are buying something and creating the asset, or you are reducing your liability by paying back your loans. However, in capital receipt, when you are receiving the money, either you sell something which you are having and then reducing your asset size, or you are borrowing from the outside and increasing your liability. So the first statement says the capital receipt create liability or cause reduction in the asset of the government is perfectly fine. Second, borrowing and disinvestment are capital receipt. You are receiving the money, yes. Now think about your asset. In the disinvestment, basically your asset is being decreased because you are giving up some of the shareholding of the government to the private people. So that means that government will lose its asset. In the borrowing, liability will increase. So both borrowing as well as the disinvestment are capital receipt. However, disinvestment is non-debt creating capital receipt. It is not creating any debt to the government. However, borrowing is a basically debt creating capital receipt, right? Third one is interest received on the loans create a liability on the government, right? Now if you think somebody you have given a loan, somebody is paying it back, is it creating a liability on you in the first place? No, right? And interest is always considered under revenue because your principal amount is still there. Let's say I have taken 1 lakh and I am paying only interest. What is my liability? 1 lakh is my liability. I have not paid it back. As long as I don't pay my principal amount, I am not reducing my liability. Only interest payment is a revenue expenditure. That is why in the public finance, the interest expenditure will be seen as a revenue expenditure, or the interest that government receive by giving the loan to the state government also seen as a a revenue receipt rather than a capital receipt, because here there is no change in asset or liability. So that means that the third statement is basically wrong. First and second are correct. Answer should be A, right? Right? Next, 71. Okay. Suppose the revenue, first time, they have started introducing, checking your concept through giving the calculation, right? Rather than just asking the definition, right? Now, there is something called revenue deficit. There is something called effective revenue deficit. There is something called fiscal deficit. There is something called primary deficit, right? What is revenue deficit? In a very simple meaning, whatever that you are getting the money and how much you are spending for your day-to-day operation. You are neither creating any assets or neither increasing your liability, only for your day-to-day operation, for salary payment, those things basically, right? So so that is basically the revenue deficit. When your revenue expenditure becomes more than your what you receive. What is revenue receipt is? Income tax, basically taxes, non-taxes, fines, whatever that we get, right? So these are all revenue receipt for the government. Government is receiving the money on a day-to-day basis, basically, right? Similarly, their salary, pension, all these things, regular infrastructure fund, all these things are basically revenue expenditure. When your revenue expenditure is more, you are spending more than what you are receiving. That is called revenue deficit, which is a very bad for the country also, country's finance, because in this case, what is happening? If you are spending more for creation of asset, it is fine. But you are spending without creating any asset more than what you are receiving. So that means that for this extra whatever that you are having, you have to take borrowing. So you are borrowing for your day-to-day business, right? So that is something not being. So that is why whenever you are seeing, the Fiscal Responsibility and Business Management Act, right, where they will work, budget management, what we talk, revenue deficit should be made 0. So that means that you should not spend more than what you are receiving for your day-to-day operation, right? If you are creating asset, then you can borrow, it's fine, because at the end of the day you are creating the asset, it will be helpful in future, right? So second is effective revenue deficit. What is effective revenue deficit? Now let's say some part of the money that center will give it to the state government. Now from the state center point of view, if you look at it, it is not creating any asset, right? It is just giving it as a part of share, right? From tax sharing and other things that they are giving. So that means the states will get this money. Now what the states will do? Take this money and start creating highways, start creating, let's say, dams. That means that initially, from only if you look from the perspective of central government, whatever the money they have given to the state government has been seen as only revenue expenditure. But if you look it from its usage perspective, then the state government has used it for creation of asset. So that means that this cannot be told that it is absolutely wrong to have, that kind of expenditure, right? Then what we say, we from this revenue deficit, what we have assumed before, if you subtract that part of the grant to the state, where basically which has been used for creation of capital asset, that has to be removed, because it is at the end of the day creating asset to the country, not at the central government level, but at the state government level. So if you remove that, then we call it as a effective revenue deficit, right? Then basically there is something called fiscal deficit, that is the total deficit that you have. Whenever you are having total deficit, that is overall your total expenditure minus not all the receipt. It is revenue receipt plus within capital receipt only non-debt creating capital receipt. That is disinvestment, selling these things, right? The national monetization pipeline, all these things which will create the asset. From that, basically, if you see how much is the shortage, finally how much shortage you are having, that is called as fiscal deficit. Now, whenever you are having shortage, what is the way out? You have to borrow. That means that government always borrowing equal to the fiscal deficit. Whatever your fiscal deficit, only government will borrow that much. So your borrowing and fiscal deficit are same, right? You borrow why? Because you cannot manage with your receipt, you have a shortage. That is why you are borrowing. So whatever the final fiscal deficit you get, only that much you borrow from the outside, so that deficit financing can be done, right? So now if you look at the question, suppose revenue expenditure is 80,000 crore, revenue receipt is 60,000 crore. Second, government budget also shows borrowing of 10,000 crore. If budget shows borrowing of 10,000, what is the meaning of it? There was a shortage of 10,000, which is nothing but fiscal deficit. That much government has borrowed. So without telling the word fiscal deficit, you should understand that fiscal deficit is 10,000 crore, because that much was the shortage the government has borrowed. Only we borrow because we have a shortage. Otherwise, it is not logical to borrow in the first place, right? When you are having shallow, you will borrow. So that means that your fiscal deficit is 10,000 crore. Next, interest payment is 6,000 crore. Interest payment is 6,000 crore. Now, what is this primary deficit? Primary deficit is basically, let's say, a previous government is there. It has taken lot of loan, right? Because of which most of our revenue expenditure goes towards servicing that loan, that in the form of interest payment itself. Now, the new government comes. Now, you want to, gauge their performance. Now, if you just look at the fiscal deficit, you will see that they are also having deficit, because they are paying the interest for the loan which has been taken by the previous government. Now, if I want to see the performance of this government, what I should do? I will not calculate the fiscal deficit, because it also includes the interest payment, which is being the loan which has been taken by the previous government. So what I will do, I will take this fiscal deficit, from this I will remove the interest payment, right, which is being done, because interest is for those loan which has been taken earlier. If I remove that, then whatever that I get, that is the deficit created by this government, right? That is the only deficit created by this government. So I will remove that interest payment, which will give me the primarily how much deficit is there, presently how much deficit is there, because of the policies conducted by this government. So keeping that in mind, this is called as fiscal deficit minus interest payment, right? Now these are the formulas. Now look at the question. Revenue deficit is 20,000, that is revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt, that is 80 minus 60, 20, first statement is correct. Fiscal deficit is 10,000 crore, again it is correct, because borrowing is nothing but the fiscal deficit. Now the primary deficit is nothing but 10,000 crore minus the interest payment, that is 6,000, which will make it to the 4,000. So all of them are correct. So answer should be 1, 2 and 3, that is your answer D, right? Next, take the question 75. Again the same concept. The country's fiscal deficit stands at 50,000 crore. So they have already given the value of fiscal deficit, 50,000 crore, right? Next, they have also given it is receiving 10,000 through non-debt creating capital asset. Non-debt creating capital asset is 10,000 crore, right? And interest payment goes around 1,500. Okay, right. Now the question is basically, what is the gross primary deficit? Primary deficit what? Fiscal deficit minus interest payment. So this 10,000 crore which has been given is to confuse you, because in the fiscal deficit already the receipt is also covered, that is the revenue receipt, as well as the capital non-debt creating capital receipt has been covered already, minus expenditure, that we have already total expenditure, then we are already getting the deficit. So this 10,000 is of no use for your calculation purpose. Only you have to see the fiscal deficit minus interest payment will be your primary deficit. So that means that 50,000 minus 1,500 crore, which will lead to 48,500 crore. This is your primary deficit, right? So the answer should be A, which is 48,500 crore, right? Then your question number 66, right? Question number 66. Okay. With respect to recommendation of 15th Finance Commission, right now we have 16th Finance Commission, which will coming effectively from 2026, right? Right now we are having 15th one, which is being in the show, right? Now if you know, when we had the 13th Finance Commission, basically the shares between the tax that has to be shared between center and state, was around 32% of the overall revenue, right? So that means that then in the 14th it has been made 42, and in 15th they made it 41%. They kept 42 as it is, but meanwhile what happened? The creation of the two union territories with respect to Jammu Kashmir. Otherwise, the Jammu Kashmir was also under the states, so under 42% they were also getting. Now once the Jammu Kashmir has been divided into union territories, Jammu and Kashmir, along with that basically the Ladakh. Now the state share need not to be 42, they made it 41, and this 1% has been given exclusively for the development of this. So that means that the 41% is the share, or what is the sharing between center and state. So the second statement, which is having 45% of net proceeds of the taxes has to be shared with state, it goes wrong. So automatically it is 41%. So if you remove that only, you will get the answer, right? So various parameter has been considered, right, within which one major is basically the income distance, which will hold 45% of the weightage, right? Then there is population of 2011, right? Then there is demographic performance, forest and ecology, right? Tax efforts has been introduced for the first time, right? So that has been again, it was not there in the 14th finance. In the 15th finance they have reduced. So that means that income distance is nothing but, how the shares for the state has to be given, right? So if you think logically, the poorer state should get more. How do you calculate it whether a state is poorer or not? I will take the per capita income of the richest state, right? Once I take the richest state ka per capita income, then I will see the remaining state how far it is from that per capita income. More far it is, that means that more poor it is. Very close it is, then it is also a rich state. That means that the poor state, which is basically checking to the income distance, it has been given the largest weightage in sharing, that is 45%. Along with that, population of 2011 into 14th Finance Commission, there was 2011 also, 1971 also, because after 1971 many of the states went for family planning, and those measure, that is population control measure, they were losing because of this. So what they did, they consider population 2011 also, 71 also, but in 15th Finance Commission they removed it, rather than they introduced the demographic performance. If any state has been done better, that has been given in that way. Along with that, tax effort also has been identified, right? So next two statement, it has recommended the grant of 4,800 crore from 2002, and this is again incentivizing state to enhance educational outcome. Absolutely, when you go to the exam you won't be knowing this fact, right? Because now I have seen it and now I know that it has been the fact, right? So you won't be knowing it, but the whole trick was what? Removing the third statement, that is second statement, that is it is not 45%, it is 41% plus 1% to this. If you had removed the second statement, right? So that everybody should know, because 32%, 42%, 41%, right? Plus 1% for Ladakh and Jammu Kashmir, that is fact everybody should know. If you know that fact, you would have got the answer. So this 48,000, 45,000 crore has to be kept for the performance based incentive. These numbers you cannot mug up and go to the exam. It is not even practical. So even next year again start taking all the reports and mugging up the number, it is not a wise idea. Only you have to do these questions only by eliminating the most known facts, right? Then basically it reintroduce the tax effort criteria to reward the fiscal performance, that is correct. So that will make answer as 1, 3 and 4, right? So that is basically option C, right? Next, let's say take 68, that is 78. Consider the following statement with respect to RTGS and NEFT. RTGS is real-time gross settlement, right? Now second is NEFT, that is National Electronic Fund Transfer, right? Now the difference between, as the name itself, what is real-time? At that moment only. Real-time means it will not happen after some time. In the real time only, when you send the money, he has to be settled. Gross settlement, that is lump sum. A big settlement is there, the gross settlement will be done. As the name suggests, the real time gross settlement means it will be settled for the larger amount of money, plus it will happen at that time only, because it is a real time transfer. When you send the money, he is receiving the money. It's as simple as that. So the first statement says it is the settlement time is instantaneous, because it is a real time. So it is just, if you know the full form also, you can just deduct it. Second, while in the case of NEFT, it takes some time because it goes in batches. They will club all the batches for half an hour, 1 hour, they make the batches and then help you to transfer the money. So this transaction will not happen. Just you send the money, it will not be reflected in the other bank, receiver's bank account. It will take some time, right? In the next batch, whenever it is going, it will go and you see it. So that is first statement is correct. Second, in RTGS, customer is charged the inward transaction, right? While that is not in the case of NEFT, which is incorrect, right? So, it is basically for outward, someone who is sending the money, for him you can charge. But someone who is receiving the money, for him there is no inward remittances that will be charged in both the cases of NEFT also, RTGS also. Now, with respect to how much is the outward remittance or whenever someone is sending the money, how much it will be charged depends on bank to bank. There is no one rule that has been there. The banks can decide it. They can, leave it free also. That is up to them how their business model is there. So the second statement is absolutely wrong. The first statement is correct, right? Then third, operating hour for RTGS are restricted on certain days, while it is not true for NEFT. Again, it is not correct. They have made functional 24/7 for 365 days, including holidays. So that means that it will be working all around the year, all around the clock, right? So, there is no time restriction, bank time only you have to send the money. It is not that way, because all these are electronic. First of all, if you think logically, all you are doing is electronic. That is, you are not going to bank, some time only you have to send. If you are sending through bank branch, then there will be a restriction. When you are doing online, what is the logic of putting the restriction in the first place? Because everything that server looks into the things, the system looks into the things and sends. So there is no logical also to make it restricted. You cannot send on that day, this day, right? Even if you think logically, it will not make sense. So that means that 2 and 3 are incorrect. Only first statement is correct. Answer will be 1 only, right? Now UPI question, again, this is basically comes under current affairs also, but you can just go through them also. That is, the 79th question, where UAE, France and Singapore are the countries. Now this is always in news because you have seen the France president coming here doing UPI and seeing how effective it is. It was always in news. It has been, always saying that how it is basically the revolutionizing the world payment system. So that is why you should know which countries are adopting UPI also. That was something, even though it was current affairs, you should have gone through it, I say. Other than that, basically, most of those numbers, other things, don't worry about it. You cannot remember. Next year also, don't try to mug up all the number just because this year they have asked it, right? In Coco they have asked, the team score they have been introduced, girls team, boys team score they have interchanged. That kind of things you cannot, tomorrow I cannot mug up all IPL score, everything, I cannot do it, right? It will not make sense. So just because one of such question is there, next time I will prepare like anything this time, I will make list of all the scores. That is not going to happen. Don't do that basically, because those are the questions not deciding your cutoff. It is the basic question that will decide your cutoff. So among 13 questions that I can say from, the economy part, at least, 9 were doable. Another 3, 4, if you put the logic, again, they were also doable to a large extent, right? So, this is the basically the question regarding this, all right? So, yes, that is about economy. All the best, okay? Do well with your preparation. Whatever the case it may be, you can come and meet us, right? All right. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'll just finish that one question. Manjunath sir is cursing me, so I'll not take more time. 47. Go to 47. Okay. In January, in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the landmass and poleward while crossing the oceans. Okay. Statement 2. In January, the air over the oceans is warmer than that over the land masses in the northern hemisphere. We were right all the way. I lost that flow there and hence got confused. Again, let me take that flow. Pen. See, the first thing here is the question is talking about specific heat. Specific heat of water is high. That means if you take oceans and land, land will get heated up faster, land will also get cooled down faster. Okay, why? Because the specific heat of water is high. Okay, now in the northern hemisphere, since it is winter, land will be colder, oceans will be warmer. This much we had told. Coming to the board. Now see, two things. So you learned specific heat concept. The second is, see, if you take Earth and if you take this as the equator and this as the poles, again, next concept is isotherm. There are too many things to tell. That's where the flow will go. Isotherm. What is isotherm? Isotherm is a line joining all the places having the same temperature at sea level. Okay, so that is one more concept. So this and this is done. Now see, now in latitude, if you take the latitude, at the equator, you will always have high temperature, and as you go towards the poles, you will always have less temperature. Okay, this is also, these three concepts together we have to put there. Alright, now see, let us assume that we are somewhere in this land. This is the land and this is the ocean. Okay, now see, if I draw an isotherm of 10 degree, that means what? This is the line that is joining all the places having 10 degrees. Okay, now the condition they are told is in the northern hemisphere it is winter, so the land is cooled and the oceans are warm. So if I take this line, in the winters land is cold, so this 10 degrees will no more be 10, it will be 8 degrees. So let us take that this is 8 degree. Oceans will be warmer because in the northern hemisphere, since it's winter, oceans will be relatively warmer. So let us take that this is 11 degrees. Okay, now the previously I had drawn a 10 degree isotherm. Now the 10 degree isotherm is no more straight. Why it is no more straight? Because the temperature has changed. Okay, now if I have to redraw the temperature, if I have to redraw the isotherm, see, it is 8 degree here. So if I have to go to a place where there is higher temperature, should I go towards the equator or towards the poles? So it goes towards the equator. Okay, now because there is high temperature there, I have to go towards the lower ones. Should I go towards the poles or the equator? Sorry, poles or the equator? Did you understand this? Everyone understood this concept? Yes or no? Should I redo it or did you understand? You got it? Redo it? Okay, let us see. Now see. Here, alright. Let us take one line. This is 10 degree line. So everywhere it is 10 degrees and 10 degrees. Okay, but in the winters, this will no more be 10 degree. This will be 8 degrees. This will no more be 10 degrees. This will be 11 degrees. Is this clear? Specific heat concept. Okay, land is colder, oceans are warmer. Okay, now I am an isotherm. I only want 10 degree line. So I started going like this. I want 10 degree line. There is 8 degree in front of me. If I have to go to 10 degree line, should I go down or up? Okay, I went down. Now I want the 10 degree line. Should I go towards the poles or to see here? Will it be, give me an estimate, will it be 15 degrees or will it be 8 degrees? 15 degrees here. Oceans will be warmer. Okay, so if it is 15 degrees here, should I go towards the poles or towards the equator? So isotherm is bending towards the equator because it wants to go to a higher temperature. It bends towards the poles because it wants to go towards lower temperature. Everyone understood this statement? Got this? Okay. That flow got missed. That's why I did not want to waste the time. Now is this making sense? In January in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorwards while crossing the landmass and poleward while crossing the. Everyone is clear with this? Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. Manjunath sir. Thank you, sir. ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ ಇದು Polity. ಏನ್ ಬೇಡ ತಾನೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ Okay, good afternoon all. So obviously you would have gone through the question papers, everything is done. So you would have, by now you will be knowing the larger importance of polity questions also. So it is around, I think 15 questions are there. So most of the polity questions, like 50%, you can say 50-60% are you can easily solve. So if you have very good hold on the basics, understood? So if in case some questions they have tried to go a little more in depth, they have talked about is it mentioned in the constitution, all those things as we keep discussing in classes also normally. So please understand that. So I'll try to make it as quick as possible because you have already taken a lot of time. Fine, let's start with the first questions. Question number 51. So look at the question, try to solve first. Writing ilva idralli? Okay. So consider the following statements. Panchayats at intermediate level exist in all the states. Correct, wrong? Wrong. I'll note everybody. Correct or wrong? Wrong. Why wrong? Huh? Because simple, if you recall 73rd amendment, they keep telling that the states with less than 20 lakh population will have an option to not have or to have intermediate panchayats. Remember ZP, TP. So for those whom panchayat is not done, don't worry much. Remember the intermediate panchayat, it is an option. If your population is less than so and so, you need not have it. Understood? So exist at all the states, wrong. Second, to be eligible to be member of panchayat at intermediate level, should attain age of 30 years. It is very, very easy because what is the age? 21 years. MLA Lok Sabha 25, Rajya Sabha MLC 30, President Governor 35. So even if you remember that, answer is done. So that is, you take out that. CM of a state constitutes a commission. First point, look at the word. Chief Minister constitutes a commission to review the financial position of panchayats at intermediate levels and to make recommendations regarding distribution of proceeds of taxes, duties leviable by the state, all those things, playing with the words. In simple terms, this is not for CM, this is for whom? Governor. And this is, you are talking about which one? State Finance Commission, 243I, 243Y. So that concept itself is not there. That means which among those two, look at the statement, which of the following are not correct? Means which are not correct? None of them are correct, so answer is all of the above. So panchayat question, a little in depth, that's it. Those, first of all, how many gave prelims yesterday, or at least, okay. So mostly 2024 or 2025 batch students. Okay, look at the next question. Again, this is also a little, obviously, a little in-depth question. The question is about the bodies. Not so easy to solve. This one, if you have a broad idea, I would have solved. But still you can try, even if you look at the broader aspect. The power of Lokpal applies to public servants of India. Of course, it applies to the public servants of India, but not to public servants posted outside India. In the simple terms, let's assume whom? Indian Foreign Service officers. Fine, they have specifically added not to the public servants posted outside India. See, always in general understand, Lokpal's purview or jurisdiction will apply to any kind of public servants inside India, outside India. That concept will not apply. Any public servant. Here when you say public servants, you are not talking about civil servants. It's not about bureaucrats only. It also includes whom? It also includes politicians. It also includes right from Prime Minister to anybody. In fact, if you have seen, why did they ask that question, if you just broadly understand. So in some state high court also, even in Supreme Court also, the question was going on that
will the High Court judges fall under the definition of the term? What? Public servants. Means can Lokpal conduct an inquiry against whom? High Court judges. That question is still not clear. Supreme Court is looking into it. In one of the judgments, Supreme Court told no, High Court judges will not fall under public servants. But final judgment is yet to come out. Maybe considering that they might have framed this question. We don't know the exact reason, but looks like one or other way it is related to that. So you have to take out that yes, it applies. Answer is what? It does apply. So this statement is wrong. Chairperson shall not be a member of. Chairperson or member shall not be a member of parliament or member of legislature of any state or union territory. Only Chief Justice of India, retired or incumbent, has to be its chairperson. And so see, first statement you can divide it into two. Take it till here. Chairperson or member shall not be member of parliament or member of state legislature, or that's what, whatever state or union. Even if you use common sense. So first of all, Lokpal's work is what? To look into the corruption cases against public servants. Now, just now as I told, public servants include who all here? Bureaucrats also plus politicians also, means ministers also. Simple logic you apply. If you make an MP or MLA as a Lokpal member or chairperson, why do you think they will go and we look into the corruption cases against politicians? Obviously they don't. So even if you apply the commonsensical pattern also, you can easily eliminate first part. Second part is not so easy because they have gone a little in depth. Chief only CJ, whether incumbent or retired, has to be chairperson. The keyword is this. Yes, Chief Justice of India obviously can become chairperson, but the point is, what does it say? Only he has to become is not true, because Chief Justice of India can also become, Supreme Court judge also can become, even retired Chief Justice of the High Court can also become. Understood? So this is the typical, remember the old era of tricks where in extreme words you can eliminate. Maybe that you could have used, but the point is it's not so easy because all the trick concepts UPSC has already eliminated. By now you would have got an idea. So again, first part of the statement is correct, but second part is wrong. So ultimately it is still wrong. Then chairperson shall not be a member, chairperson or member shall not be less than 45 years. On the date of assuming the office, yes, actually this is correct. Again, this is fact you should have known. It's not so easy. It's a question on body, because remember, if you have gone through all the APEC classes or polity revision classes, we keep telling bodies are not a very favorite topic for UPSC. 1. 2, even if you look at the PVQ. Second aspect, even if they ask a question on bodies, I'll ask one question. Third point that you have to keep it in mind, it's a very, look at how many facts are there. So it is not so easy to add all the facts on all the bodies, because imagine how many number of constitutional bodies, statutory bodies you have. So this one, because only it was in news, you should have known about it broadly. This is not a pattern. You cannot use this pattern and go back and keep revising about all the bodies. Practically it will not work like that. You should have a broader understanding, that's it. Don't take this as a what? Takeaway. Okay, this next time I'll read all the bodies. This you can take it as a, what do you call as this study, because this kind of question every year you will get. Even if you have studied Lakshmikant properly also, you can understand, you can easily attempt this. Clear? Okay, fine. So third statement is actually correct. Lokpal cannot inquire against corruption allegations against sitting PM. Just now I told you. So here public servants includes who all? Bureaucrats also, ministers also, that minister also includes Prime Minister also, Chief Minister also. That means yes, it can inquire against PM also. Of course, some exception is there, that if it is related to his decisions related to atomic energy issues, his decisions related to whatever space related, so many things, those are all exceptions that you have to take. So that means the only statement which is correct is what? Statement 3. Clear? Okay, fine. So then, where is the polity question? I think it's, one second, question number for polity, 66, 67, 68, 69. Yeah, here only you have. Consider the following statements with regard to pardoning power of President. Please tell the article first. Article 80, President's pardoning power. Article 72. For Governor it is plus 89, Article 161. Fine, okay, look at it. Exercise of this power by president can be subjected to, look at the keyword here, limited judicial review. See, first point again, just to revise, in Article 72, remember they would have discussed all those things, commutation, recall all those ones, complete pardon and then commutation and then remission and then respite and then reprieve, all those things. That you leave it, that is, here they are not asking about it. Broader question what you have to understand is the president decision subjected to judicial review? So obviously in the constitution there is no clarity about this. Supreme Court in few of the cases has told that yes, judicial review can apply to president's decision also, but not in all the cases. When there is huge delay in taking the decision, mercy petition, if you have kept on pending for a very, very long time. So in only in very rare cases, Supreme Court will look into it. That's why look at the word limited. Understood? If in case UPSC had used the term that it is subjected to judicial review, again it's a confusing statement. Because does it mean limited, does it mean complete, we don't know. Again it would have become, remember last when UPSC released the case a few days back, there was some controversy as to why this answer, why that answer, that it would have become that statement. Because there is the term limited, that means it's safe, it is correct. If you have gone through, if you recall your polity classes, there are few judgments like Ipuru Sudhakar case, all those things, in which Supreme Court has clearly told that yes, you can subject it to limited judicial review. But when that Supreme Court will decide case by case. In simple terms, it is subjected to limited judicial review. President can exercise this power without advice of Council of Ministers. Even if you recall Article 74, that there shall be Council of Ministers headed by President, headed by Prime Minister, who shall aid and advise the President, who shall act based on such advice. And so even this is also based on advice of Council of Ministers. Even if you want case, Maru Ram case, Supreme Court clearly told that it is based on advice. In simple terms, another aspect is what? It is not a discretionary power of President. It is based on what? Advice of COM. Then again it's more specific. Which specific ministry? Which specific ministry will give this? Home Ministry. Why Home Ministry? Simple logic apply madi, because you are talking about what? Pardoning of the sentences. That means you are talking about whom? Criminals. And crime falls under which ministry? Home Ministry. Understood? So that means without the advice of Council of Ministers is wrong. Answer is clear. Any doubts please ask. Consider the following statements. Again playing with the length here. Actual statements there is no major logic here. Easily you can solve. But they play with English, they play with the length. So that's a mind game. So you should not fall for that mind game. Clear? On the dissolution of House of People, means just to make it simple, Lok Sabha, Speaker shall not vacate his or her office until immediately before first sitting of newly elected Lok Sabha, that is House of People. Yes? No? Yes. If answer is yes, tell me why. Why is this statement there? Because if you recall, the Speaker will not resign even after dissolution, so he will continue till first sitting. Correct. Because one of the reason is what? Because I have told multiple times in classes, if you recall your polity, parliament, all those things, important positions like president or vice president or PM or CM, all those, including speaker, cannot remain vacant for a single moment. One or other person should always be there. MP position can remain vacant. MLA can remain vacant, not PM, not CM, not president, not governor. All those ones, one or other person will always be there. And two, you are talking about, remember, until the first sitting, because in the first sitting, who will come and occupy the position? Speaker, Speaker pro tem. Recall Speaker pro tem. So Speaker pro tem will preside the first meeting of the newly elected Lok Sabha. Until then, the old Speaker will continue. Clear? So that means on statement is what? Correct. Then look at the second statement. According to the provisions of Constitution, you have to take. Member of House of People, Lok Sabha, on being elected as Speaker, next keyword, shall. Remember in polity we keep telling whenever they use the term shall, what does it mean? Mandatory. So that means if the Lok Sabha MP is elected as Speaker, he shall mandatorily resign from the party immediately. Answer is what? Recall your anti-defection law. There is an exception for the presiding officer Speaker, that once that person is elected as Speaker, what is the option that he has? he can give up his party membership. Option. Why there is an option, exemption for speaker? ಏನಕ್ಕೆ exemption ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ why can you resign? Why do you have an option to resign? To maintain neutrality of the office, because once you are elected as speaker, you are not speaker for your party, you are speaker for whom? For Lok Sabha as a whole. That's why it is an option. So that means you tell, I am telling option, what is it? What is the word used here? Shall means what? Mandatory. That means, again, just for your comparison, recall UK House of Speaker, our Lord House of Lords speaker position. Once a speaker, always a speaker. In UK, what is the provision here? In UK, whoever is elected as the speaker should mandatorily resign from the party. Mandatory. Not in India. Where? UK. In India, not mandatory, option. Very few people do that. Clear? Third, speaker may be removed from his or her office by resolution of the House of People passed by a majority of all the then members. That means, if you can recall, what majority is it? Effective majority. If you recall, as I keep telling again, though for whom parliament is done, speaker, deputy speaker, Lok Sabha and below state level. Speaker, deputy speaker, Ali Lok Sabha and really obviously which house? State legislature, that is assembly. 2, chairperson, deputy chairperson, Rajya Sabha, state level, council, all of them are removed by effective majority. So that means all the then members of the house exactly constitute from the constitution, they have just copy pasted this statement. Provided no resolution shall be moved unless at least 14 days notice has been given of the intention to move the resolution. Yes, minimum advance 14 days notice. There is also another point, if you can recall, minimum 50 MP should sign in the beginning to start the process. That they have not given. Again, sir, is it based on current affairs? Maybe to an extent you can link, not exactly to the speaker. If you can recall, remember, they initiated a resolution to remove whom? Vice President. Same, exactly same statement. Even if they give about Vice President also, nothing changes. All the statements, exactly whatever it is, you can take the same answer. Clear? Yeah, so that means, yeah, you tell me the answer. Clear? So second statement, because they have used the term shall, take it as wrong. Then, if any question arises as to whether member of House of People, again Lok Sabha, has become subject to disqualification under 10th schedule, President's decision in accordance with the Council of Ministers shall be final. Who is the decision maker under anti-defection law? Speaker, head of the House. Simple. Then there is no mention of the word political party in the Constitution of India. For your clarity, in the original Constitution, there was no mention about political party. But have they used the term original Constitution here? The reason is 52nd Amendment 1985. That means again, which one? Anti-defection law actually has mentioned the term political party. Because if you can recall, remember splits of the political party, merger of political party, that once you have elected as a member of so and so, you should listen to whatever your political party says. So in simple terms, original Constitution not mentioned. But where have they mentioned? 52nd Amendment has mentioned it. So if the statement was, there is no mention of the word political party in the if they add the term what? Original Constitution, statement is what? Right. But in general they are mentioning Constitution, wrong, because it is mentioned now. So that means answer is, got it? In India, state governments have no power. This is not directly polity, but it is actually kind of environment, everything mixed. In India, state governments have no power for making rules for granting concessions in respect of the extraction of minor minerals. So actually, the question is related to mines and minerals regulation and development, MMDR or MMRD, what they call it as. Even though such minerals are located in there, again, just for you to understand, If you have gone through the PYQs, these questions have kept on coming continuously. It's a kind of very favorite topic of UPSC. MMRD, major minerals, minor minerals. What are major minerals? What are minor minerals? Who has the power to tell, notify what is major, what is minor? Who has the power to make rules? These questions probably even in 21, 22 also they had asked. 1 or 2 years they had not asked, again they have brought it. That time when they had asked in the past, I think they had made it as a kind of factual, more factual, that is, which among the following are minor, which among the following are major, they had asked it like that. This year they have asked about who will make rules, who will notify it, all of them. Simple, what you have to understand is with respect to minor minerals, first of all, what is minor minerals under this act? They don't define. But in general, remember your quarry, what do you call as this, the quarry, sand, clay, these are all normally whichever you find it in your construction, they are your minor minerals. Major minerals are obviously the most important ones, iron ore, manganese, this, that, they all fall under your major minerals. Who will notify? Central government, Government of India will tell what is major, what is minor. Both who will notify? Center will only tell. For major, Government of India will only make the rules also for major minerals. For minor minerals, state government will make the rules. So I have already told the answer, again I am just clarifying. Under MMRD Act, they will tell what is major mineral, what is minor mineral. But definition of what is major, what is minor, they don't tell in the Act. Who will tell what is major, what is minor? These are all major minerals, these are all minor minerals. Who will tell both? Government of India will tell. Who will make the detailed rules about, okay, what is the eligibility criteria to apply for license? How many tons you can acquire? What is the royalty rate? For major minerals, who will tell that? Center. For minor minerals, state. Now you look at it. You look at the statement and tell. State government has no power for making rules for granting concessions in respect of, concession means all these are giving the licenses, this, that and everything. Major, minor minerals, even though they are located in their territories. Wrong, because just now I told they can make rules. 2. Central government has the power to notify minor minerals. Central government will notify both major and minor. But rules who will make? State. That means you look at it. Statement 1 is not correct, but statement 2 is correct. But reason everything, that doesn't apply here. Understood? Because central government notify minor minerals, correct. State government has no power, wrong, it has the power. So 1 is not correct, but 2 is correct. This is not exactly polity, but just to keep it in mind. Then again simple President chapter, directly you are talking about ordinances, that means first tell me the article. Article 123, President, when can the ordinance be issued? When is an ordinance issued first of all? When both the houses are not in session or one of the houses is not in session. Who can issue ordinances? President can issue ordinance. How can President issue ordinance? Because President has no discretionary power. How will the President issue ordinance? On the advice of Council of Ministers. Understood? And always remember, ordinance is nothing but temporary law. Means whatever a normal act can do, same things who can also do? Ordinance can also do. That means you tell me that means an ordinance can amend any act or not? Yes. Can you repeal an act using ordinance then? I am telling you, just remember one statement. Ordinance is nothing but temporary legislation. Whatever Parliament can do using the normal legislative power, everything President can do using ordinance. That means you can amend any law, you can repeal any law also. You can also make retrospective act. Retrospective means what? Retrospective, prospective. Back end date. So today you pass it, but you tell it will come into force from January 1st, 2025. You can do it. But remember, it is like a temporary legislation. Means ordinance cannot amend the constitution. You cannot amend the constitution. That's the limitation. When you cannot amend the constitution, can you amend fundamental right? Because if you want to amend fundamental right, that means which part of the constitution you have to amend? Fundamental rights. Part 3. If you want to amend part 3, what you have to amend? Constitution. That means which article? Article 368. Now you look at the answer statements. Ordinance can amend any central act. It is like any other act. That means what it can do? Yes, it can amend any central act. Ordinance can abridge. Abridge means what? Amend fundamental rights. Just now I told. You cannot, because what you cannot do using ordinance? You cannot amend constitution. That means what you cannot do then? You cannot amend fundamental rights. 3. Ordinance can come into effect from back date. Answer is what then? Answer is wrong. This is not C. You have to take out this. I think so, it's a factual mistake. Answer is what then? 1 and 3. You cannot amend constitution. You cannot amend fundamental rights. Not allowed. Using which one? Using ordinance you cannot. Clear? So answer is actually 1 and 3 then. Okay. So consider the following statements. Arunachal Pradesh, again factual statement. The capital is named after a fort. What is the capital of Arunachal Pradesh? Itanagar. Yes, it is. Again, kind of history, kind of geography, all mixed this is. Yes, it is named after Itanagar. Actually, even in your explanation, I think they have given. Ita means what? Brick, Itige. So Itanagar. Yeah, actually that is the name. So because it's a brick fort is what they have told. Yes, state has 2 national parks. Again, if you remember, again kind of environment, geography, all those things. So Namdapa, Mouling, if you know that, you could have easily attempted it. State came into existence, which was Nagaland, on the basis of a constitutional amendment act. Actually, yeah, this one is a bit confusing. We have to see. Again, just to give you a broader understanding, 1963, Nagaland became a state. Understood? That means it was created as a state by dividing from whom? Assam. Remember, we keep telling entire northeast was only Assam. Out of Assam, they created north. Actually, it is based on Article 3. So when you say it is Article 3, what is it not then? Recall your Article 4. The acts passed under Article 2 and Article 3 should not be considered as amendments to the Constitution under 368. So actually it is not a Constitutional Amendment Act. But if you again recall, Nagaland is given a special status under 371A. So to add, if you want to add 371A, what do you have to do? You have to, like for example, 371J for whom? Hyderabad, Karnataka. So for that to be added, what they have done? 98th constitutional amendment. So actually 371A is added by a constitutional amendment, but Nagaland is not created by constitutional amendment. But what they have told, state came into existence on the basis of Constitutional Amendment Act. So that means with clarity UPSC has not given the statement, but broadly you have to take it as correct now. We still don't know, they may still take it as wrong because they are telling state came into existence. Actually both were passed. 371A was also passed and they made as Nagaland, State of Nagaland Act also they passed. So which statement will they take? We don't know. As of now we are taking it as yes because 371A was added same year. Clear? I think 13th amendment or something. Then Tripura, that means this also you have to take it as correct. Tripura initially part C. Recall what do you mean by part C here? In the original constitution, the territories were divided into 4. Part A, B, C, D. What is part A? Former British provinces. Like what all? Former British provinces andre yavdu? Like your Madras, like your Bombay, like your Bengal. Then B, princely states with legislature, means bigger ones. Like which one? Like Mysore, like Travancore, like Hyderabad, like Jammu Kashmir. What is part C then? Chief Commissioners provinces plus other princely states. Actually, yes, Tripura was under part C, other princely states. Understood? Because what are the Chief Commissioner provinces if you recall? Delhi, Ajmer, Coorg. Baluchistan 1950 it was not there because Baluchistan became part of Pakistan. It was not there in 1950. Yes, when we were making the constitution it was there. But after partition how will you have Baluchistan? Understood? So those were there. And part D consisted of only Andaman Nicobar Islands. So whatever, you try to go look at your version, I mean in your Union and Territories chapter, part 1, article 1 to article 4, you would have mentioned it. Initially part C state, it became a centrally administered territory in 1956. Recall which committee? Which commission? Fazal Ali Commission, First States Reorganization Commission, yes. And later attained the status of full-fledged state. 1972, reorganization of Northeast. Meghalaya, Tripura, Manipur made separate states in 1972. Same year, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, they made as Union Territory. 1987, they made Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram as what? States. And so actually all of them are correct. Clear? Statement 2, I am still not sure. Probably this is correct because of this angle. Clear? Again, this is not so easy to attempt because the reason is they have linked geography, this, that, everything, not geography exactly, environment, everything they have linked. This is very, very easy. Directly you can attempt. You tell me the answer directly. Because the question is what? In simple, they are asking which among the following are constitutional bodies? Interstate Council, which article? Article 263. Understood? Yeah, correct. Then National Security Council. It is not a constitutional body. It was established just as an executive body. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is heading that. Zonal Council is what kind of body? Yeah, what is Zonal Council? Statutory body. Which act? States Reorganization Act 1956. So that means, understood? So answer is, that's it. Very, very simple. This is no application also. Then Constitution explicitly mentions. Explicit, implicit. What is explicit? What is implicit? Explicit means what? You will find the term in the Constitution. That is explicit. Implicit means what? You will not find it, but Constitution supports it. Constitution explicitly mentions that in certain spheres the governor acts in his or her own discretion. In simple, because remember, Tamil Nadu governor's continuously issue was there. It is referring to Article 163. If you have forgotten Article 163, what does it say? There shall be Council of Ministers headed by Chief Minister, who shall aid and advise Governor, and should. And Governor should act based on such advice. Next statement, is last phrase is what? Except where Governor is required to act in his or her own discretion. That means, I am telling you the article itself. Constitution explicitly mentions. Answer is what? Yes, it does mention. Which article? 163. That governor, I am telling the statement again, except where governor is required to act in his or her own discretion, it is mentioned. President can, look at the term, President can of his or her own reserve a bill by a state legislature without it being forwarded by the governor of the state. Again, recall Tamil Nadu issues was going on. First governor has to reserve, then only you will get it. President will not have this power. Article 200, 201, recall that. Under Article 200, governor has what are the options for governor? Same. Give assent, withhold assent, send it back, reserve it to president. 200. 201 says what are the options available for president if the state bill is reserved to him by the governor. In simple terms, president don't have this discretion. Always remember that core point. Constitution does not provide any discretion for president. President only has situational discretion. But what does governor have? Governor will have both constitutional plus situational discretion. Even if you remember those broader statements also, you can correct it. Wrong, that means answer is. Why is in news? As I told, Tamil Nadu continuously Supreme Court judgment was there. I think this is again very, very easy, simple. You tell me the articles. Separation of judiciary from executive. Where is it mentioned? Article 50 DPSP. Preservation of the rich heritage of our composite culture. Fundamental duties 51 capital A. Prohibition of employment of children under 14 years. Which article? Article 24 fundamental rights. Very, very easy. Polity only will save you finally. Because if you look at those questions, other environment, geography, this, that, not so easy. Because very, very technical, whatever they want, they'll ask. At least here they have to ask from the constitution. They have to ask, there is no other option for them. Though they have tried to make it a little tricky, not very, very tricky. If an area, again, if you recall your fifth schedule, if an area in a state is declared as scheduled area, fifth schedule, state government loses its executive power and local body assumes total administration. If you recall in fifth schedule, there is a statement which we keep telling that even if a area is declared as scheduled area, the executive power of the state governments extends even to those areas. What do you mean by executive power of the state governments extends even to those areas? In simple terms, even if an area is considered as scheduled area, state government departments and ministries can easily function there. Means your police department can enter there. So education department can go open schools, colleges there. Your health department can go open hospitals there. Or whatever, social welfare department can go take care of minority, scheduled tribes there. That means a state government loses its executive power is what? It does not lose, it continues. You understood what do you mean by loses the executive power? It will not lose, state government will still have the control. To union government can take over the total administration under on the whatever they are referring to statements similar to which one? Remember Article 356 President's rule that the state government of India can take over the entire administration if the state government is not functioning according to the provisions of constitution. That kind of statement you don't have it here. It's not mentioned. A little in depth, even if you had understood Schedule 5 in overall, Schedule 5 and 6th schedule provisions, remember in your Lakshmikant, you will get it, that also if you had studied also, you could have taken it. Direct statement only. But these are all not very favorite areas for UPS. I mean regularly they do ask, but they ask about which among the following are 5th schedule areas, they ask like that. This time they went into what? Statement, I mean what do you call this? Legal provisions they started to ask. This is very easy again, your amendment of constitution chapter, direct question. And so constitution under 368 can be amended by two broad ways. One is by special majority, second one special majority plus ratification of 50% of states. Now this is about, look at it, ratification of 50% of states. You recall which provisions can you amend by ratification of 50% of states? In simple terms, federal provisions. Why federal provisions? Which federal means what? If the provision is related to the powers of the state government, then you go take the permission of the state governments is the logic. Understood? Now if you recall your Lakshmikant also broadly, what all provisions will fall under that? Election of the president, power or broader provisions of Supreme Court and High Court, 7th schedule, the executive power of the executive power of center and state, legislative power of center and state, Article 368 itself, representation of the states in the parliament, and which one? GST council. I have already told you the answer, you look at it. First one they are telling, list 1, union list, which means which falls under which schedule? 7th schedule, correct. Extent of the executive power of the state. Yes, executive power of center, state, legislative power of center, state. Did I tell anything related to governor here? President's election is there, not the conditions of governor's office. Answer is what then? That's it. Okay, they have not mentioned the answer, it's fine. Whatever, I think you understood that. With reference to Indian polity, consider the governor is not answerable. I think this one directly we keep telling, not answerable to any court. With reference to, yes, always remember, this is your referring to article number. Remember, we keep dividing into two. Both president and governor will have two types of protection, immunity. One is which one? Professional immunity, that is work-wise. Second one is personal immunity. President and governor both will have 100% professional immunity. What do you mean by 100% professional? You cannot question them for whatever they have done. Impossible. Remember, this is brought from UK. King can do no wrong. That one. Personal, you have to divide into two. Criminal immunity, civil immunity. Criminal immunity, 100%. Remember in your polity classes, fundamental rights, article 14 exemption, I keep telling this. West Bengal Governor Anand Bose, he is given an exemption because last year there was a sexual harassment charge against him. No criminal case. Because when you are in office, 100% criminal protection. But civil immunity, how many months earlier notice? 2 months earlier notice. Look at this. Governor is not answerable to any court in the performance of the duties on powers and duties of his office. Just now I told, that's what is 100% protection. No criminal proceedings during the term of office. Yes. Third statement, they did not ask about civil immunity, they are asking about privileges of MLAs and MPs. Member of state legislature not liable to any court or proceeding. Article 105, Article 194. Yes, in simple terms, whatever they tell on the floor of the house, nobody can question it. Understood? This is what is your recall. P.V. Narasimha Rao case being reversed by Supreme Court. Last year we keep telling that. There was a landmark judgment by Supreme Court last year. That is a mains topic that we'll discuss under your mains aspect. They are not liable to any proceedings in any court in respect of anything said within the house. Yes, anything said, it is not there. That means answer is, yeah, all of the above, correct. Okay, this is the environment one. Fine. So how many of you guys have already, which batches you belong to, because I don't know. You guys have to continue, or I mean continue means continue for your mains preparation now or coming back, just for you to understand, because depending on different batches, for whom basic classes are still going on, you complete that. For those, let's say for example, sir, December only our class are completed, optional are completed. So please don't keep waiting for next year till for your mains preparation, because then you have to start again. Whatever it is, start mains preparation as soon as possible. If you want to revise basics, finish off those basics. Sir, still have environment pending, still have polity pending, environment, economy pending, you finish that. But if that is already done, if optional is done, so focus on mains related GS notes making, because you will not get time later. By January again what you will do? Again prelims. So 4 or 5 months at least prelims. Then next time, then when you come back, then you will start thinking about what should I do for mains. So if in case your basics is done from now till December, it's the mains time. If in case your basics are pending, finish that, then focus on mains notes. Clear? Yeah, okay. So please contact your mentors, they'll guide you respectively. Thank you. So mostly lunch break anta. Okay, so now take a lunch break for half an hour. So come back by maybe just half an hour anta helidara. Okay, come back by 3:15. So Ashish sir will continue with environment questions. Please don't miss, at least you will get a broader idea.
ನನಗೆ ಎದಿರಬೇಕು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಕೊಡು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹಲೋ All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Right. So when you look into your prelims paper yesterday, so I think you had Vinay sir, then Sudeep sir, Adithya sir, and Manjunath sir probably, right? So all of them have given their own perception of how the paper was. Now what do you think? What was your perception? When you're listening to the discussion, everything feels easy. Alva, kalta admele Brahma Vidya, Koti Vidya ko yen difference iradilla. That is the thing. See, no matter what anyone says, at the end of the day, when you're sitting in the prelims examination hall and how you feel, that matters a lot. So if I put myself in your position and then analyze the paper of yesterday, I think it was somewhere between moderate to difficult level. And when you look into your CSAT paper, it had its own set of challenges as well. All of you are following me? So whomsoever gave the paper yesterday, you have my respect. Whomsoever prepared very sincerely, you too have my respect. Whomsoever went there just for the sake of going there, you're pakka RCB fans. Understanding my point? So come back. So usually whomsoever has attended my classes, I would have told them directly, art and culture questions, if you look at your UPSC trend, relatively speaking, they're not that difficult. Understand my point? So let us say they give you 6 questions, and in that 6th question, 1 question will be such that you should not even touch it. The smartest thing to do for that particular question is to let it go. And even yesterday, you had one such question. Apart from this one, most of the other things that you saw was relatively the same. Speaking from your art and culture as well as ancient and medieval history point of view. Compared to the last few years, history this time around was easy. That is what I felt. If you look at modern India history, last few years, the number of questions that they were asking was relatively less. Am I right? But if you look at this year, they have increased its weightage. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. So always keep these few things in mind. How UPSC is going to ask question paper that is not under your control. No matter what anyone says, they can't predict it. No matter what anyone says. So do all of the subjects properly. Do your adequate revisions and then turn up to the examination hall, and I give you my word, there are students who have scored very well. Just yesterday, there were few students who were talking about how they felt. They had certain not so good feelings about prelims paper yesterday, but at the same time, there were few students who were scoring as high as 105, 110. There was one student who scored as high as 136 as well. All of you are following me. There are some students who have scored around 70, 80. 80 is on the larger side of things. All of you are following me. I am not going to get into the race of what will be the cutoff. Adithya ko naan madli, naan exam bardi na. Understand my point? My advice to you is this: no matter what the cutoff is, when you turned up for the examination, you know where your strengths are, you know where your weaknesses are. Start working on them. And if you're somewhere in the range of all these predictive cutoffs that are released by your institutions, start preparing for mains. Worst case scenario, yenagutte? UPSC results bidutte. UPSC will release its results. Worst case scenario, if you are in that close range, you might not get into it. Worst case scenario. Even in that worst case scenario, the 15-20 days that is there between the prelims and the results, let us say 30 days only. If you have utilized it very well and you are focused on your mains preparation, that will always help you. Am I right? So take 2 days off. After that, you come back and restart your preparation with a lot more vigor and with a lot more interest and dedication. All of you are following me? Now there was a slight change in how they asked questions in art and culture and ancient and medieval history yesterday. In the last few years, what had happened was Buddhism and Jainism, these were two subjects, these were two concepts, more or less, where every year there was a question, every year. So what our most intelligent students used to do was, They used to attend Buddhism and Jainism classes and everything else, Mahaparinirvana. Understanding my point? Aithu nanne Mahaparinirvana. I am teaching you essay as well for some of the students. What have I told you? Smile is the chosen vehicle for all ambiguities. All of you are following me. If you go and open any of the YouTube experts sharing their opinion of yesterday's paper, they have said it is easy, they have said it is difficult. It really doesn't matter. What you feel at the end of the day, based on your preparation, that matters. There was a student last time around. What he had done, his strategy was this. Sir, I will read Buddhism and Jainism and I will not read anything other than that in art and culture. I am art and culture faculty. Hridaya. Kai murdide, Hridaya yavaglu murdogide. Come back, come back. Naktiral roa. Listen to me. Understanding? I don't like my students when they're very stressed. It doesn't look good. So listen to me now. Speaking seriously now. What the message that UPSC is trying to send is this. They knew that there are over smart students like this who read just Buddhism and Jainism and they avoid other concepts. So that is why this time they have told you, when it comes to a subject, any subject it might be, read anything and everything, give adequate justice to it. There are multiple people who have given strategies on how to tackle art and culture, ancient and medieval history. Their videos are available on YouTube. You can go and check. They themselves, without any sense of shame, they told, when it comes to art and culture, just read Buddhism and Jainism. Questions will come from there. Barlilla, ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇವಾಗ? ಜಗ್ಗೇಶ್ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತದೆ ನನಗೆ, ಬಟ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೋಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ರವರ್ಸಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. All of you are following me. So there are around 8 questions. I will be discussing these 8 questions with you. You already know the answer for these 8 questions. Understanding? But here my objective is this. If I'm spending the next 20 minutes with you, I have to tell you how to think next time around when you're in the prelims hall. How to think when you're reading this concept. That is what matters to me the most. Since prelims happened yesterday, there are so many videos again available. Am I right? We have to be a little bit different than them. That is why your UPSC in its essay paper, they have given a topic. There are better practices to best practices. All of you are following me. So look at the first question. Now here, our institution and most of the other institutions have classified this as art and culture question. Understanding my point? The first question is this. The first Gandharva Mahavidyalaya, come on, a music training. Yav set kottidare, set A na, set B na, yav riti? Set B. Okay, then I think it is your 20th question only. A music training school was set up in 1901 by Vishnu Digambar Paluskar in option A, Delhi, option B, Gwalior, option C, Ujjain, option D, Lahore. What is the answer? Gottaithalva? Sakalva? The thing is this. Yes, this has an art and culture connotation, right? You're not wrong. But more importantly than art and culture, this is your modern India history. Modern India history. Now, if you have studied your art and culture, you would have realized the Hindustani music, it was patronized by your kings, by royal people. Am I right or am I wrong? All of you are following my point. And in 1901, what was the mood of the nation? Was it something in favor of Britishers or was it against Britishers? And if you look at the princely states who were existing at that point in time, most of these princely states, they were favorable towards whom? Britishers or the common people? Britishers. So there was a growing sense of nationalism in our country. And at that point in time, there was a very great Pandit called as Vishnu, who wanted Hindustani music, the patronage for Hindustani music, to come under the grips of common people rather than the only royal people patronizing it. All of you are following me? Only royal people were patronizing. He did not want this. He wanted each and everyone from the common sections of Indian society to have access to Hindustani music. That is why he started a school in 1901 in your Lahore. Now I have been watching some of the videos as well. And there some of them have written Gwalior as the answer as well. No, that's not the answer. This is Lahore. Lahore is the answer. All of you are following me. He started this school in 1901 in Lahore. Where is Lahore as of now? Present day Pakistan. But the problem with this school was, right, Gandharva Mahavidyalaya, which was started in 1901, it could not make so much of money. It could not get so much of patronization. So it had to be closed. Eventually what they did, they opened up All India Gandharva Mahavidyalaya in Bombay, present day Mumbai. All of you are following me? And this All India Gandharva Mahavidyalaya is still continuing to the present day. All of you are following me? Now again the question that you have to ask is, why is this Pandit Vishnu so important? So you tell me, Pandit Vishnu, was he someone who was attracted towards nationalism or was he against it? Towards nationalism. So you must have heard in your modern India history that there was a march called as Dandi March. Yes. So in that Dandi March, right, you have this Pandit Vishnu who gave music to a very famous song, Raghupati Raghava Rajaram. All of you are following me? Understanding my point? That's the thing. And you have referred to so many people who call themselves as so-called experts. But when you look at their advice, they would have told you, solve as many mocks as possible. Am I right? Let's be honest. Solve as many mocks as possible. But here the thing is this. Before you can solve as many mocks as possible, you need to have a thorough idea of all the PYQs asked in your UPSC examination. It can be CSC, it can be your CDS, it can be your CAPF, like this. After that, you need to have an idea about the PYQs asked in your SSC exams as well. Nothing wrong. Couple of years ago, in SSC examination, this question was asked. Pandit Vishnu Digambar. All of you are following my point? So here, there is cross-linkage between your modern India history and art and culture. All of you are following me? And if you are someone who is reading newspaper, who is following news on a consistent basis, right? All of you, open your mobiles just for a second. Message Amil Nodi. Okay. RCB match ಇದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲ ಸೋತ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟನೇ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ವಲ್ಲೇನೋ ನಮ್ಮವ್ರದ್ದು ಯಾವತ್ತು ನಂಬಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ರಿ UPSC you can predict but not RCB. All of you open your mobiles just for a second. All right. All India Gandharva Mahavidyalaya. All India Gandharva Mahavidyalaya. Okay. April 2025 news. All India Gandharva Mahavidyalaya. April 2025 news. Did you get any hit? Yes. Can you please read out? Yes. One convocation ceremony. What happened there? Was it in news? In the year 2025, was it in news? Yes. Sorry, madam? 125th Foundation. ಓದ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು PT 365 monthly magazines ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ತಾನೆ? Am I right or am I wrong? Did they capture this over there? But if you're reading your newspapers, if you're following news, there you will come across these kind of things. All of you are following me? In the month of April, there was a news article where All India Gandharva Mahavidyalaya, they had conducted a session where for 70 hours constantly, I guess, 70 hours, you had children starting from age 7 until the age of 70, they had interactive musical session, 70 hours. All of you are following me? So here your UPSC is telling you directly, first read newspapers, follow PIB. Over and above that, whatever you do, monthly magazine, PT 365, prelim specific magazine of Insights or whatever institution, that comes secondary. Another information that they're giving you is this. You need to have a thorough idea of PYQs only with respect to UPSC examination or other examinations as well. Adun madi dayaviಟ್ಟು. Understanding my point? And you must have heard, for modern India history, what are the two books usually people read here? You know, Nitin Singhania, lay. Bipin Chandra, spectrum. Iveradunu bitti. Right? I am going to add one more thing to your list. Don't hate me. There is already a long list of people who hate me. But at the end of the day, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇದು ಆಗಿರೋದು ಹೆಂಗ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? So listen to me. Plassey to Partition. There is a book, very beautiful book it is. Plassey, ಗೊತ್ತುತ್ತಾನೆ Battle of Plassey. Plassey to Partition. There is a book called like that. If you have time, ಇವಾಗ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. Okay. When you have time, please do read this book. It's a very nice book. All of you are following me? Plassey to Partition. All of you are following me? Yes. Now, some of the questions in ancient and medieval history is also art and culture, but irli bidi. Okay. The way they have done the categorization, it's not completely okay with me. Now, the irrigation device called Aragatha was, option A water bag made of leather pulled over a pulley. Option B, a large wheel with earthen pots tied to outer ends of its spokes. Third one, a larger earthen pot driven by bullocks. Option D, a large water bucket pulled up by rope directly by hand. Alle kottidare option. Answer is, I don't care about it. Let's come to the actual part. What have I told you? It's not C. I'll tell you why it is not C. I'll tell you, just give me some time. If you look into your UPSC PYQs, I think it was around the year 2015 and probably 2016 when the same term was asked. Am I right? This is a Sanskrit term. And whenever ancient and medieval history is done, no matter which faculty has handled ancient and medieval history for you, they would have always spoken about this. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Now what you have, a grievance that you have usually with ancient and medieval history is, sir, there are many terminologies like this. And since there are so many terminologies, you don't want to put the efforts to learn what it is. When you don't put the efforts, you will lose 2 marks, a very easy 2 marks. This is a Sanskrit term. The same term, Aragatha, is also called as Ghati Yantra. Now around 2015 and 2016, the same question was asked. You can go back home and you can confirm if you want. All of you are following me. Ara, this first 3 letters, A-R-A, it means spokes. All of you are following me. The next few letters, Ghata, it means pots. All of you are following my point. Around 2015-16 itself, you have people telling you, UPSC telling you that irrigation technologies is an important part of UPSC examination, irrigation technology. Have you heard of Romans? Yes, Mesopotamia, right? In all these regions, Morocco, have you heard of these places? In all these regions, irrigation technology was very important. This Aragatha sometimes in other parts of the world, it is also called as Persian wheel. Understand my point? You must have seen a wheel. A wheel will have a spokes as well. At the end of the spokes, you have pots. And this wheel, it can be moved right through a lever by a human being or it can be pulled by an animal as well. Understanding my point? That is the thing. Irrigation technologies. If you open Chanakya's Arthashastra, if you open Panchatantra written by Vishnu Sharma, if you open Kalhana's Rajatarangini, in all these things, these technologies have been discussed. And some of you will be writing mains this time around. I hope you will be writing. If not this time, next time ಇದೆ ಬಿಡಿ. Now RCB fans. There is always a next time. But RCB ತರ 18 ವರ್ಷ ತಗೋಬಿಡಿ ಕಣ್ರ. Okay. Come back, all of you. If you look at your PYQs, again your UPSC has given you a hint. Last year or last to last year, there was a question in mains that asked about the technologies which was introduced during the medieval period. All of you are following me. So your UPSC likes it a lot. And this is a topic that many people don't read. All of you are following my point. So please be careful. Next time when you start for studying ancient medieval art and culture or any other subject, here, have a thorough understanding of PYQs, prelims as well as mains. All of you are following me. If irrigation technology is what they are focusing, ancient system irrigation technology ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು? IVC period irrigation technology ಇತ್ತಾ? Megalithic cultural ಇತ್ತಾ? Adu nodkontira. Understand my point? That is very much important for me. And you know, in our country, agriculture is always a what? A gamble with monsoons, and irrigation is a part and parcel. That is why your UPSC likes it. All of you following me? So please be aware of this. Aragata, Gati Yantra antanu karitivi. There are so many sources which have mentioned about this. The answer is a large wheel. At the end of this spoke, you will have an earthen pot tied to it. Right? That is what you have to keep in mind. Right? Here they have given a large earthen pot driven by bullocks. Large earthen pot andre gottutane circle shape alli irutte. That is not what it is. All of you are following me? Come back. This is your favorite question. If you have marked this wrong, even after attending my classes, right? I swear to God, I will send you elsewhere. Who among the following rulers in ancient India had assumed the titles Mata Vilhasa, Vichitra Chitta, and Gunabhara? What do you think? Mahendra Varman, Simha Vishnu, Narasimha Varman the first, or was it Simha Varman? Mahendra Varman. When I was handling art and culture or your ancient medieval history faculties as well, they would have told you in Pallavas there are 4 important kings. One was Mahendra Varman and the other one was Narasimha Varman, and then you have Rajasimha, and finally you have your Nandi Varman. Do you remember that? Now this Mahendra Varman guy who comes around 610 CE, he was given multiple titles. One of the titles that I have made sure it gets imprinted in your mind is Vichitra Chitta. What does Vichitra Chitta mean? Different, abnormal fellow. Like you. Vichitra Chitta. After the prelims exam ended, those students who have attended the classes, they were so happy, sir, pakka error marker barutta. They were sending messages, sir, your Vichitra Chitta question came here. Mahendra Varman is important. Right? And it was not these only 3 titles. He had other titles as well. For example, Chitrakara Poli. Do you remember? Chitrakara Poli, because he encouraged paintings. And Pallavas is a very important theme as per your UPSC, because if you go and open your 2024 mains PYQ, in that mains PYQ they have asked a question, estimate and evaluate the contribution of Pallavas towards Indian architecture and literature. Do you remember that question? Those batches for whom I have handled art and culture so far, I would have made sure there is an answer for even this question. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. Mata Vilasa Prahasana, it is a Sanskrit satire. Sanskrit satire. Satire andre, he will make you laugh. And at the same time, he is going to make you think. All of you are following me? Sanskrit satire, Vichitra Chitta, abnormal, Mata Vilasa, drunken sport, if you want to translate that into English. Guna Bhara, Guna means qualities, virtues. Someone who has many qualities, someone who has many virtues. All of you are following me? It was Mahendra Varman, not the other 3 people. Your UPSC does not hate you, no matter what anyone says. I fundamentally believe UPSC as such does not hate you. It is just that it wants you to change the way you approach any subject, approach UPSC examination. All of you are following me? After you have given your UPSC, this time around you can judge ASA as well. Where everyone worked well and where everyone did not work well, you can judge. You're better judging people as of now. Am I right? Yes. Take up all these knowledge that all the faculties have told you and then go back to the subject. All of you are following me? Mahendra Varman. All of you are following me? Come back. Look at the next one. Fahina. Right? The Chinese pilgrim traveled to India during the reign of. Do you think this is the first time they're asking this question? Multiple times they have asked. All of you are following me? Another time, if I remember correctly, they have given Fahin attended the council of Harshavardhana. All of you are following me? Do you think Harshavardhana is the right answer here? No. What is the right answer? Is it Samudragupta, Chandragupta II, Kumaragupta, or Skandagupta? Chandragupta the second, Vikramaditya. Do you remember all these things? Yes. See, you are my students. You will not stop by knowing the right answer. You're going to learn a little bit about Samudragupta. You're going to learn a little bit of Kumaragupta, Nalanda University. Do you remember all these things? You're going to learn a little bit of Skandagupta, and not just that. If you look into your UPSC mains PYQ, in that mains PYQ, right, there is a question which has been asked, detail the accounts given by Chinese and Arab travelers and how they throw light on the life of India of that particular period. All of you are following me? So you have to know what did Fahin say about India. Now Fahin, he observed Buddhism was still getting the encouragement, but it was on a decline. Your Fahin has also observed about Varnashrama. He has documented about untouchability. All of you are following me? He has documented about the governance system of your Gupta period. All of you are following my point? So when you have ideas about his observations, that is when you will be able to write even a mains question. And you know very well, even though I come for subjects which are primarily mains, ethics and essay, when I come for art and culture, I make you write. Am I right or am I wrong? I fundamentally believe, this is my personal opinion, someone who has great mastery over mains answer writing, they can clear prelims. It is a little bit easier for them. And one thing that you did not do in the initial year of your preparation was to write answers. Am I right or am I wrong? Keep that in mind. All of you are following me? Was he the only one who visited India, or there were other people as well? Next time when you write prelims, they might ask, Abdul Razak, when did he come? Understanding my point? Ibn Battuta, ya time al banda. Like this. You have to be ready. I don't want you to come and sit next time around for the same prelims discussion next year as well. Next time around when you come, it should be for mains preparation. All of you are following me? That is a promise that you should make to yourself more than anyone else. Am I right? Good. Look at the next one. All right. Who among the following led a successful military expedition against the powerful Sri Vijayam, the ruler of Sumatra, Java, and the neighboring islands? Was it Amogavarsha of the Rashtrakutas, Prathaparudra of the Kakatiyas, Rajendra I of Cholas, or was it Vishnuvardhana of Hoysala? Rajendra Chola helidini. Why we call them as imperial Cholas anta helidini tane? I have told you the story. Raja Chola went to Sri Lanka and he captured 50%. Rajendra Chola, nodidella nande. Ugram dialogue, do you remember that? What do you think? In your classes I make you laugh because I like it? No. At least jokes you remember, na? Inno bega mugisbodu nan subject to. I make you laugh so that at least the jokes get retained in your mind. All of you are following me? I have told you about Vishnuvardhana. Do you remember? What is the name of his wife? You know? Shashikalana. Lay. Shakuntalanu alvo Shantala. Shantala illi, Shakuntala illi. Abhignana Shakuntala bere. Okay. Come back. You have your Amoga Varsha of the Rashtrakutas. He is important because he provided patronization to different religions, right? He was important because he patronized literature as well. All of you are following me? When you look at Prathaparudra of the Kakatiyas, he was one of the last great kings of your Kakatiya dynasty. Delhi Sultanate was creating multiple problems for him, but he was very resilient against him. All of you are following my point? Understanding? History is the systematic study of the past. It will involve those personalities, those events that change the course of history. And I've told you this, in UPSC examination, when you learn history, we are basically discussing just 1% of it. Prathaparudra was a very great individual. He resisted. Understanding? That is a story in itself. He showcased a lot of courage. I won't get into it as of now. The answer is Rajendra first. All of you are following me? Now here, will you stop here? No, you're not going to stop here. When you go back to your 2022 question, there was a very beautiful question. Discuss the contributions of Guptas and Cholas towards Indian art, architecture and heritage. Do you remember that question? Come back. Now, your Cholas had a very good maritime heritage. Maritime andre eno? Ships, navy. All of you are following me? Now I am going to ask you a question. Tell me, why were Cholas able to build such a strong navy? Let me rephrase that in UPSC terms. Cholas were able to build a strong maritime heritage. and we're able to achieve a lot, much of success in Indian subcontinent, full stop. Examine the reasons behind them, right? 10 marks. All of you are following me. UPSC might give you a question like this. I'm not going to deny. So you need to have solid 10 points as to why their maritime heritage was so good. This is what is required in a future topper. All of you are following me. Why Cholas were able to maintain such a strong maritime heritage? Because they had standing navies. Standing navies andre, whenever there was a war, I did not call you, come and join navy. Even during peace times, I had a navy already ready. All of you are following me. And the kind of ships that we built using wood, they were very good, right? For your warfare purposes, they were very good for cargo purposes, and we used to use wood. And if you remember, in your classes, I've asked you a question, what was that one thing that Britishers destroyed when they came to India? You gave me answers such as textile and everything, which is correct. But one thing that they destroyed the most was shipbuilding industry that existed in our country. All of you are following me. Understand how UPSC asks, and how will you understand the pulse of UPSC? It's PYQs. All of you are following me. In Rashtrakutas, who are the important kings? Amoga Varsha is important. Avan bit in yaridane. Kailash temple at Ellora, do you remember? Who built that? Ariti, Kakatiyas, who else? You have to know. All of you are following me. Which architecture? Tip of the tongue irbeku answers. Following me? Good. Next, in your ancient and medieval history, you have studied about something called as Janapadas and Mahajanapadas. Am I right? So how many Mahajanapadas have you studied about? 16. Right? So with respect to these 16 Mahajanapadas, they have asked which rivers were flowing. Now I think it was in 2023. Have you observed, for each and every question that I'm discussing, prelims question, I'm connecting a mains question with it. The themes remain the same. All of you are following me. The way you read, that has to change. If you do that, I swear on everything that I believe, 136 is not that far away from your grasp. I am a Bangalore OGP student. All of you are following me. It's not far away from your grasp. So please remember that. There is a mains question where they have asked, discuss how geography helps in the growth of ancient India. That is what the question is. This is in your 2023. I think they've used the term explain, but nevertheless. Did you understand the spirit? Ancient India and geography. And for whomsoever I have taught you, art and culture, I have told you, art and culture has 3 demands. What are these 3 demands? Aesthetic, intellectual, practical. And under that practical, what is the parameter that I've told you? Geography. Do you remember that? Time, place, utility, material. This is based on place. The game is simple. Understand my point? You tend to complicate it because you want to read anything and everything that is there. You want to watch anything and everything that is there on the YouTube. Understand my point? Be serious now. When you look at this, Asmakam, this Mahajanapada, yes, it was your Godavari. This comes in your South India. All of you are following me? Godavari. You have your Kamboja. This was in your northwestern Indian subcontinent. And Vipas or Bhyas is in your Punjab region. So it is not Vipas, rather it is Kabul River. Have you heard of that? That is the one. Avanti is your modern day Madhya Pradesh. And in Madhya Pradesh, the major river is Narmada. Kosala is Sarayu. If you go back to the notes that I've given you, the slides that I've shared with you, right? On the left hand side, you will have the Ramayana which was written by Valmiki, and on the right hand side, you will have the Ramayana which was written by your Tulsidas. Do you remember? So there is a version of Ramayana where Rama and Lakshmana, they end their lives near river Sarayu. Do you remember that? Yes. And your Rama was a Kosala prince? Do you remember that? Yes. So what is the answer? Only 2 pair. Understanding? I recently saw a very beautiful comment, right? I was dependent on elimination tricks. I went to examination hall and I got eliminated. Very nice comment, right? I don't believe in those cheap tricks. Understand my point? It might work in few cases, but it will not work in each and every case. So please remember, the answer for that is only 2. All of you following me? Now like this, Ashokan inscriptions suggested that Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta were important officers at the village level, district level and provincial level of the central administration. What do you think the answer is? Provincial, district Kandra. I've told you in the classes, when it comes to your Pradeshika, Rajuka and everything, their responsibilities were written on the Ashokan pillars. Do you remember that? Now when Ashoka was writing the responsibilities of Pradeshika, Rajuka on the pillars, what was he trying to inculcate in his people? A sense of accountability. Do you remember that? And if I remember correctly, those who have attended the classes, I have also made you write a mains answer on this. Am I right? You will not remember it. Come back. District level. All of you are following me? It talks about your district level. IAS, IPS, idhar alarm. So these officers were similar to that. And these pillars are a very important theme. All of you are following me? And this is not the first time they are asking. They have asked about your inscription at Saugora. All of you are following me? Kanaganahalli. Do you remember all these things? They might ask a mains question, so be ready. All of you are following my point? Yes. Come back. Hey, the theme is bronze. What was this girl? What was the pose? Vibhanga. 30 ml. Abhanga. 60 ml or 19. It depends on you. Ati Bhanga. Then you have one more Bhanga, which is Sama Bhanga. And finally you have your Tribhanga. This is your bronze. I think apart from this, nothing much. You have modern India and Pradeep sir will be taking over that. Right, sir? But I think even Sapna ma'am is waiting, sir. Name the chronology. Okay, sir. Nodi, ido friendship andre. So come back. Papa Sapna ma'am baikontirtaralli. Be that as it may, the sources, an introduction to Indian art part 1. That's first thing. All right. And with respect to whatever notes I've given you, it is sufficient. PYQ analysis in a thorough manner. All of you are following me. And practice quite a lot. So when you woke up today, maybe you had that sinking feeling, you know, bara anta hrudayadalli anstirutte. My boys would have felt it so many times. That's okay, it happens. Failures are stepping stone of success. Idiginta ಜಾಸ್ತಿ motivation ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Did you understand? History was relatively easy this time, but don't expect that it is going to be exactly like this every other year. Be ready for everything. All of you following me? The more you practice, right, during peaceful times, the less you will bleed during the war time. Ask Pakistan, they know about it. Thank you.
Good evening all. As I've always told, history will make a comeback. Obviously, you cannot frame many questions without Gandhi. So this year, Gandhi is back with a bang. History is like a sun. Cloud can just hide it for few seconds or few minutes. In case of UPSC, it was last 2-3 years. But this year, finally, Penelo, you have come back strongly. And the beautiful part is, most of the things directly can be answered from the class notes. So, I don't have to explain much. Rajaram Mohan Rai. I think in previous week only I discussed Rajaram Mohan Rai with one batch in the previous week. So look at the first statement. He possessed great love and respect for traditional philosophical systems of the East. West means Christianity, East means Hinduism, all these things. So you all know he was a reformer. He was the person who played an instrumental role in the abolition of sati. He talked about equality of women, all these things. So statement 1, there is nothing extreme with regard to this. So statement 1 is obviously right, all positive words, and there is not, not any trap. It is not a complex statement, it is a simple statement, just one statement. So this is right. Secondly, he desired his countrymen should accept the rational and scientific approach. Rationalism, I have already told you, logical reasoning plus scientific thinking. He was an advocate of rationalism. Even during his days of Atmiya Sabha, later during his days of Brahmo Sabha also, he advocated rationalism and spread of education. So second statement, principle of human dignity and social equality of all men and women. This is the belief which made him to force the Britishers to abolish sati. So both the statements are correct. So again, NCM. So boycott of coats and foreign clothes, obviously. Okay, stage 2. First stage is renunciation of titles. Second stage is boycott of goods, boycott of colleges, boycott of schools and colleges, educational institutions, offices and courts. So we know this very well. Third one, retention of titles. Again, I told you boycott, return, renunciation. Here, retention. Retention andre itkaladu. Now itkand va vapas kottutli. So hangagi this statement is absolutely wrong. So observance of strict non-violence. Gandhi means I have told you synonymous means Gandhi means synonymous with non-violence. Only exception is Quit India movement. So here strict observance of non-violence. The moment there was violence, what Gandhi did? Withdrew NCM. Chauri Chaura incident. That again is a question. So establishment of panchayat for settling of disputes. See, you are asking them to boycott the court. So you have to provide them an alternative, no? Correct alvenappa? ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಜಗಳ ಆದಾಗ? So you have to establish Swadeshi courts, Katte Panchayati. So there they will discuss and resolve the issues. Swadeshi movement, cooperatives here, small panchayats at village level to resolve the small disputes between us. Okay, non-cooperation with British, we should not depend on British. Okay, so again, if you eliminate this statement, retention, what is the thing left? Only 3. Okay, and then with regard to non-cooperation movement, one more question. Next year, CDM like this. Be ready. Okay. Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means to be its objective. Nagpur resolution, I told you. Congress changed the constitution of INC. Vijay Raghavacharya. So what did he change? Earlier, what was the constitution? Peaceful and constitutional means. Gandhi changed it to peaceful and legitimate means. So that they have used. And second statement. See, this is one thing which is ambiguous. Here there is small ambiguity. Different keys will say different things. But let me give you my perception or my interpretation of this statement. See here, the statement is saying it was to be implemented in stages. Correct. There is supposed to be 3 stages. With civil disobedience and non-payment of taxes. See, civil disobedience you have to underline. Third stage is non-payment of taxes. We have a separate movement called as civil disobedience movement. And civil disobedience movement means willingly violating the law. Despite knowing that it is unlawful to violate it, we are willingly violating the law. That did not happen during NCM. Okay, non-payment of taxes, stage 3. Was it implemented? No. And look at the nature of this statement. Is it a simple statement or a complex statement? Complex. So it is because examiner has tinkered with it. He had made some changes with it. And let us read this. I will show you. It was to be implemented in the stages with CDM and non-payment of the taxes for the next stage. Only if Swaraj did not come within a year. And the government resorted to repression. See, only if within a year. Gandhi promised within a year. But see, in August 1920 it was launched. So if in that case, So the third stage should have been implemented by August 1921. But third stage, when did they plan to implement it? February 1922. So they have made up this statement. Okay. So with regard to the word civil disobedience, there are differing interpretations. We have a separate movement called as CDM, 1930, Kanunu Bhanga Chaluvali, where we willfully violate the law. Here there was no willful violation of the law during NCM. It is non-cooperation with the British. Will not cooperate, will not buy the British goods, will not cooperate with British. That is the perception here. Here it did not involve mass violation of the laws. Understood? So having that perception, we can negate this. So that will take us to one only. Okay. I don't know what UPSC is going to give, but this is my take or my perception, my understanding of the subject. Okay. So the next thing you already know, sedition has become my religion. During which movement? Civil disobedience movement. I told you, no, Britishers told Gandhi, if you violate the law, it will be considered as sedition. So what Gandhi told? Sedition has become my religion. British rule is a curse to India and sedition has become my religion. Gandhi told this. So which movement? Publicly violating the salt law at Dandi, CDM. When did CDM start? 1930. 6th April, when Gandhi violated the salt law by picking a handful of salt at the coast of Dandi. There he gave the speech and he asked the masses to violate the salt laws, forest laws, land revenue policies, all these things. Okay. So statement 2 is correct. And then who provided the legal defense to the people arrested in the aftermath of the Chauri Chaura incident? So C.R. Das himself was in jail. C.R. Das, 1921 INC session. C.R. Das was the actual president, but he was in jail. Therefore, Hakim Ajmal Khan acted as the president. So he himself is in jail. Will not be able to provide. Eliminate that. And M.A. Jinnah. And I told you, he was not very active during NCM because ego issues with Gandhi. Because he thought, what did Jinnah assume? After Tilak, I will be the head of INC. But what happened? Gandhi took his place. So ego issues, all these things will be there. He was away from the movement. You will be stuck between these two things. So which is the most relevant one, most common name among this? Madan Mohan Malviya. And Krishnakant Malaviya. Again, he is the son of Madan Mohan Malviya. So they organize the legal defense and they are the ones. See, they organize the legal defense so effectively that many people who were supposed to get the death sentence, their death sentences were commuted and they got the life term. And many people who were given the life sentence, he argued so well that, he organized the defense so well that they got lesser sentences because of Madan Mohan Malviya. Okay. So this is the case. Madan Mohan Malviya and his son Krishnakant Malviya, they organized the legal defense. And subsequent to which one of the following events did Gandhi decide to include eradication of untouchability? I told you, Gandhi started Harijan movement. You have written a lot of things in your class notes. Okay. So after signing Pune Pact with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, what all Gandhi did? While in jail only, he started All India Anti-Untouchability League. He started Harijan newspaper. After getting released, he started Harijan Sevak Sangh. Later, he undertook Harijan tour. So, when did he do all these things? After Pune Pact. So, Pune Pact is the right answer. So, you just correlate untouchability related to which of the following things? You just try to correlate. Pune Pact, Gandhi-Irwin agreement not related to untouchability, and arrest of leadership of during Quit India movement not related to untouchability, promulgation of Government of India Act 1935 not related to untouchability. So only thing which is relevant is Pune Pact. Elimination method is the best method. Okay, you just try to correlate. That is one way. See, your accuracy will improve. If you eliminate all others and you are left with only one thing, means you have paid enough attention to all other options, so you have arrived at a solution. So your accuracy will improve if you try elimination method. So just try to link it with untouchability. Other three things cannot be linked. This is the only thing that is completely correlative. So you can mark that as the answer. And then Portuguese. Advent of Europeans. Last year there was similar question. Which one of the fruits were native to India? This year they have improvised. They have included the word Portuguese. So this is all three are contribution of Portuguese. They also got printing press. You should know that. So these are the three important fruits which they introduced. And next year they will ask about vegetables also. Okay, you be sure about Alogedde and all those things. Okay, so do your research and be prepared. This year's question was improvisation of last year's question. So next year they might ask, what all they introduced? Remaining vegetables, fruits they have covered everything. The next year they might go to vegetables. So you be ready with vegetables and many other things. Okay, so this is one thing, and this you already know. Self-respect movement, marriages without Brahmins. Okay, so they told between man and God there need not be any intermediary. Who told this? E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, Periyar. Periyar, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, respectfully called as Periyar, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. So he is the one. Self-respect movement, mainly in Madras region. Okay, and then thank you all. Next year there will be more and more questions. Okay, CDM, Quit India movement, and early Gandhian movements. Lot of things are left. Gandhi has come back, and nobody can stop him now. And as I already told you, in UPSC the questions will be like sine wave. History had reached the bottom. Now you can only witness its rise. And while history is rising, make sure you clear the prelims and get lost to Lavasana. Okay, so because most of the questions will be very easy in the nature. You have limited syllabus now, things which you are already familiar with. With whatever we discuss in the class, we can answer almost all the questions. So using that, see if it is with regard to some other subjects which are dynamic in nature, the syllabus or things to cover will be very high. Here, only limited number of things. So if you remember these things very well, if the number of questions come more from these questions, you can easily clear. Okay. So all the very best. Thank you all. I got 95 in GS-1. Please display the question on screen. Speak in Kannada. English or ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲೈವ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು, ಸಿಗೋಣ.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shall we start with the discussion? Yes. Okay. So everyone might have asked you the questions as to whether you attempted the examination or not. It doesn't matter much. Those who have attempted, it is good. Those who are not, it is a way for you to know how to go about in future. As I told you earlier itself, or most of the times in the class, that the previous year questions help you in giving you a direction as to how you should go about within the examination. And every year, the type of questions which are asked in the examination, they change. Okay, that is one thing which is common in UPSC. Okay, they say every time it is same and all. Though it is looks similar, the way they ask question changes. Okay. Here we'll start with the science and technology part. Okay. Broadly, the questions have been from the current affairs itself. Very few questions from the basic part. Okay. So we'll start with the first question, that is types of vehicles. They're talking about the types of vehicles which we use, or specifically they use the word something called as powertrain vehicles. Powertrain vehicles is nothing but the type of the engines or the motors or any those equipments which are used to run the vehicle. That is what is called as powertrain vehicles. Okay. So we have engines, we have fuel cells, we have batteries. Okay. So Which all are the ones? We here consider the following statement, following types of vehicles. We have full battery electrical vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. All three are types of vehicles which we have, right? So all the above is the answer, okay? Most of the question in science and technology, it will be all the above, except for a few places. If it is a general question, it will be all the above. Otherwise, you'll have some specific part where the answer will not be all the above, okay? The next one is with respect to the drones, okay? With reference to the unmanned aerial vehicles, consider the following statements. All types of UAVs can do vertical landing. Can they do vertical landing? No. Okay, you might have observed the types of drones which are present. So few drones, there is no vertical landing. Only few drones have vertical landing. Generally, the military drones, you see that they have the vertical landing. Okay, sorry, horizontal landing. And the other drones, the ones which have the number of blades with them, they have the vertical landing. Okay. All types of UAVs can do automated hovering. That is also not true. Hovering, do you know what hovering means? Just to be staying at one place or just stay around one place. It depends on the type of drone also. Okay. Again, here also we have the defense drones. These different drones, they are very large vehicles. They cannot hover around at one place. Okay. So generally, these kind of vehicles, they go in certain direction, and it is very rare that you will find these large drones to be hovering around. Okay. For hovering around, you need number of blades which are present. So only those drones which have number of blades on them, they can hover around easily. Okay. The third one is all types of drones or UAVs can use battery only as source of power supply. No, it depends again. Generally, the smaller ones we use the batteries, but the larger ones they cannot run on batteries. Okay, again here also the defense ones itself. Okay, you would have regularly come across the defense drones. They actually use proper jet propulsion engines itself. Okay, so if they are using jet propulsion engine means again the third statement is incorrect one, right? So here none is the answer. Okay. Yes. Next one, in the context of electrical vehicle batteries, consider the following elements: cobalt, graphite, lithium, nickel. How many of the above usually make up the battery cathodes? Okay. In the battery, we have anode and cathode, right? Lithium ion batteries, lithium is actually a part of cathode. In the anode, we have graphite. Graphite is the one which is used in the anode. Okay. In cathode, we use lithium salts. In cathode, we use lithium salts. Generally, we use lithium cobalt, but it is not the only one. There are other salts also which are used in the cathode. Okay, the other salts include nickel, magnesium, and various other metals are used. Okay, so here cobalt, lithium, and nickel are correct. Graphite is incorrect one. All you have to do is just remember, in the cathode, we use lithium salts. In the anode, we use the graphite. Lithium salts, it is most commonly lithium cobalt is used, but other metals can also be used. Okay. So other metals, one of the metal is the nickel. Okay. So in that light, only 3 is the answer. Now we discussed earlier that most of the time it is all the above is the answer. Here it would have been all the above if they had used the metals, but they specifically gave graphite. It is because, see, generally whenever we read in the batteries or any topic as such, if you read the battery, you will just see what all are the materials which are used. It is very rare that we read specifically as to what do we use for what, in the sense, what do we use for cathode or what do we use for the anode. It is very rare that we read these things. Generally we use that, okay, lithium is used, lithium salts are used, that's all. People don't even know that we use graphite also in the lithium ion battery. All you have to do is just read as to what is the basic thing which is, how it is made up of, and you would have been able to answer the question. Okay. Consider the following substance: ethanol, nitroglycerin, urea. Coal gasification technology can be used in the production of how many of them? Okay. What do you mean by coal gasification? Yes. Syngas will be produced from the coal mines. All you have to do is just put very high temperature air into the coal, you will get the syngas. Okay. Syngas mainly consists of methane, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and various other chemicals are present. Okay. Now, by using these chemicals, we will be able to produce other products also. Other products here are ethanol and urea. We cannot produce nitroglycerin by using the syngas. Okay, we cannot produce the nitroglycerin by using the syngas. Okay. Now, what is this nitroglycerin? It is just generally a chemical which is used in the pharmaceutical sector or basically in the medicine sector. We use this chemical for as a drugs in the sense as a medicine for various kind of diseases. Okay. Ethanol, it is a biofuel. Urea, fertilizer which we use. Okay. So, urea and ethanol can be produced by using the syngas. Nitroglycerin cannot be produced by using the syngas. Okay. So, in that light, the answer here is only 2. Okay. Next one. What is the common characteristics of the chemical substance generally known as Cl20, HMX and LLM105, which are sometimes talked about in media. Okay. Now, here as you can see, it is more of current affairs related question. Of lately, the government or DRDO has been testing number of explosive materials as well to ensure that the explosives which we produce, they are more effective by nature. So, in that light, they were developing different kind of explosives, and all these things are different types of explosives which have been developed in India or across the world. Okay. The answer here is there are the explosives in the military weapons. Now, sometimes when you read these chemicals, they are also used as propellants also. They can also be used as propellants in the rocket propulsion system. I said they can be used, but generally they are not used. Okay, generally they are not used. These are mainly used as explosives. These are mainly used as explosive. It is very rare that we use these things as rocket propellants. Okay, so in that light, the answer here will be B. Okay, sometimes you might come across 4 statements should also be being correct. There is a possibility that it might be correct, but here they have said most common characteristics of this chemical are generally known as this and sometimes talked about in the media. They are talked about in media only for the military weapons. Okay, it is never talked about in the case of the rocket propulsion system because these have the properties. See here, you can use different kind of fuels. In the sense, if you take about the normal kerosene itself, or you might have come across in the movies and all, they use glass bottles and they try to explode the things. What do they use? They just use some petrol and all these things. Even these can be used as an explosive, right? So in that light, doesn't mean that they are actually used as explosives. Okay. So here, when we take in the general context, the answer should be the B. Okay. Yes. Consider the following statements. It is expected that Majorana 1 chip will enable quantum computing. Majorana 1 chip has been introduced by Amazon Web Services. Is it correct? It was introduced by Microsoft. Okay. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. It is a subset of machine learning, right? The second statement here is incorrect. Okay. From the past 1 year, we have been discussing a lot of things about the quantum computers. Okay. Google launched one, Willow. Microsoft launched one, that is Majorana 1. And when compared to all other quantum computing chips which are launched, Majorana 1 is considered to be a revolutionary within the sector. Okay. So here, Majorana 1, you would have read it in the current affairs. It is introduced by Microsoft. So second statement is incorrect. If you remove the second statement, you will get the answer. This year, question paper was little different, where you had little few questions from only 1, only 2 and all. You had lot of questions which were like this. All you have to do is just eliminate one option, eliminate one statement, and you will get the answer. I think at least 5 to 10 questions would have been there, where all you have to do is just eliminate one option, one statement, and you will get the answer as such. Okay, this is one. in economy you had number of questions. For example, one is the finance commission. Okay, though most of the time we don't read the specifics about the finance commission. If you just know that it is 41%, then you would have been able to answer the question, right? The other two will never come across itself. Right? You cannot read the whole finance commission report as such. But everywhere we read, it is a 41% which is shared with the states, and they gave the number as 45 or something. So only one statement if I have to eliminate, you will get the answer. Many of those questions were in this line where all you have to do is just eliminate one and you will get the answer. Okay. So here also the answer is 1 and 3, that is C is the answer. Next one, with reference to monoclonal antibodies often mentioned in news, consider the following statements. Now this is also kind of a related question. Every time whenever there is a Nipah attack, every time we read about the monoclonal antibodies. They are used in the treatment of infections caused by Nipah virus. Okay. So whenever generally in Kerala we have this infection, and whenever the infection takes place, this is the treatment which is used. Okay. What are antibodies? They are used to kill the antigens, right? So they are used to kill the antigens. Antibodies are nothing but proteins. I told you in the class also, proteins, they make up the whole of your body. All the activities are done by the protein. Antibody is also a protein, but here it is a man-made protein. Here it is a man-made protein. Okay. It is used in number of treatments. One of the most common place where we use the monoclonal antibodies is the treatment of cancer. Okay. It is used in the treatment of cancer also, and various other infections also. Okay. They can stimulate immunoglobulin function due to their ability to bind with specific antigens. That is correct. If you know the third statement is correct, second statement will also be correct, right? They are used in treating viral infection like that of Nipah virus. Generally, you would have read in the Nipah virus that monoclonal antibodies are used for the treatment. Then this is the work which will be done, because their antibodies means they have to bind with the antigens, right? They have to bind with the antigens. So here the second statement will be correct, first statement is correct, and third statement is also correct. All the above is the answer. Okay. Next one. A very basic question was asked. I've told you a number of times that generally in the examination we have very basic biology questions which are asked, especially in the case of bacteria, virus, the different kind of diseases. They ask one question with respect to the virus. Consider the following statement. No virus can survive ocean waters. No virus infect bacteria. No virus can change the cellular transcriptional activity in the host cells. Okay. The first one, no virus can survive in ocean waters. It can survive? Yes, virus survive everywhere. Okay. Virus are present at all the places. Okay. You go to the Siberia also, you will have the virus out there. We have found virus which have been buried under the earth for 50,000 years, and we have many other viruses present at different locations. So the first one is incorrect. Virus can infect bacteria also. Okay, bacteriophages, or there are class of bacteria which are viruses which are present which can infect the bacteria. So I told you virus is the only one which can infect all other things which are present in the world. Okay, no virus can change the transcriptional activity in the host cell. Virus are those kind of organisms which are alive only when they are within the cell. And how they are alive? By manipulating your own cells. And how do they manipulate your own cells? By interfering in their transcriptional activity, right? Otherwise, it cannot tell the host cell to produce the proteins which it needs, right? So in that light, the third statement is incorrect. So the answer here is none is the answer. Okay. Next we have Gagan. Gagan uses a system of ground stations to provide necessary augmentation. Which of the following statements is or are correct with respect to the Gagan? Okay. Now, what is this Gagan? What is Gagan? It is a navigation system, right? It is a navigation system developed by using GPS, right? Simple, it is just a kind of GPS, that's all, okay? Now, it is mainly used in the civil aviation sector, okay? The first statement here is it is designed to provide additional accuracy and integrity, that is correct. It will allow more uniform and high quality air traffic management, that is also correct. The third one, it will provide benefits only in aviation but not in other modes of transportation, that is incorrect. You can use it in any sector. It is mainly used in civil aviation, and most of the candidates would have got confused because the system as such has been developed by Airport Authority of India in association with ISRO, okay. Though it is developed by Airport Authority of India, it is not exclusively for civil aviation sector. It can be used in other modes of transportation also, okay. You cannot limit this to only one sector. It is just a type of navigation system. Whatever mode of navigation it is, you can use in the other areas also, okay. So in that light, the third statement is incorrect, first and second are correct. The answer is D, okay. Next question, a little general one. Minerals. So the questions here is about the rare earth elements, okay. Though it does not come completely under the science and technology, you would have read about the rare earth elements. Yes? No. You are not reading newspaper at all. You have not come across rare earth elements? Yes? Where have you come across? Why do they export? They use for? For? EV. Any other? It is used in? Where are they used? Used in? Batteries? They are used in electronic gadgets. Okay, they are used in electronic gadgets. Okay, it is very important in the electronic gadgets. We have different types of rare earth elements which are present, and these rare earth elements, they have unique properties. Okay, different elements have unique properties. One such property is the phosphorescent properties. Means here basically they produce light. They produce light. Okay. Now some rare earth elements are used in the manufacture of flat television screens and computer monitors. Some rare earth elements have phosphorescent properties. Okay. The rare earth elements, they have different kind of properties. Depending on the type of property, it is used in different applications, mainly in the electronic sectors. Okay. The first statement is correct. Generally, if you have read it in the newspaper, you would have marked it easily saying that these are used in the manufacture of displays or other electronic gadgets. Okay. Now, second statement says that some rare earth elements have the properties, these kind of properties. All you have to do is just link both of these. If you had linked, you got the answer. That is, A is the answer. Okay. So option A is the answer. Okay. Indian Railways, consider the following statements. Indian Railways have prepared a national rail plan to create a future-ready railway system by 2028. Kavach is an automatic train protection system developed in collaboration with Germany. Kavach system consists of RFID tags fitted on track in station sections. Okay. Whenever there is any railway accident, the first thing which they discuss is Kavach, right? It is an indigenous system. It is completely indigenous system. Okay. Second statement is incorrect. The first one, National Rail Plan. The plan is there, but the time period is 2030. It is not 2028. It is by the year 2030. If you just come across the different plans or the policies as such, you will come across saying that the numbers mainly used are either 2030 and after that numbers, right? It is very rare that you will come across the number 2028 being used in the policies or any schemes which they initiate, right? Have you come across any other number? It is very rare that you will come across the other numbers. Generally, the number will be 2030. So here also the plan was 2030 itself, okay? So here the plan was 2030. The third one, second statement is not with Germany, it is an indigenous system. Covered system consists of RFID tags fitted on track in station section. Okay. Now here there is a problem. Okay. The covered system does use RFID tags. Okay. They use the RFID tags to detect the trains. Okay. They are used on the tracks to detect the trains. Now they are used on the tracks. Now whether the track is included here or it is whole of the track or only the station section is not correct. Okay. In the sense, we do not have exact information as to whether it is only at the station section or it is present along the whole tracks. Okay. Now, according to the policy or the covered system, it is for the whole track, so the statement should be incorrect. But here they have not used the word only. Okay. As they have not used the word only, partially this thing is correct. Okay. Here the answer could be either A or it could be D. It could be either A or D as to what they will consider. Okay, we know UPSC. Every year there are different answers by the UPSC. So here also there are chances that if they take it in a very liberal manner and consider that okay, station section also comes under part of track itself, then it will be a correct statement. If they consider the whole of the railway track itself, then the statement will become incorrect. Okay, you got it? Yes. Next one is space missions. Okay. Now, axiom for SpaceX Gaganyaan. The question is related to the microgravity experiments. Here, we all know that axiom 4 and Gaganyaan are to send humans to the space, and they will not go there simply, they will conduct experiments in the space. What experiments? They conduct the microgravity experiments. Next we have the, it is not SpaceX, it is SpaceX actually. Okay. So it is SpaceX mission, not SpaceX mission. Okay. Now this, the question here is not SpaceX, it is SpaceX. Okay. What is this SpaceX? Space docking and undocking experiment, right? The space docking experiment which was done, it was docking and undocking which was done, and it was done in the space where we have microgravity. Okay. So in that light, all three are correct. Okay. Now few of you might say that SpaceX mission, they don't conduct specific experiment as such. Okay. But here they have used the word something as how many of these space missions given above encourage, how many of these space missions encourage and support microgravity research? So they do encourage and support the microgravity research. Okay, so in that light, all three are the correct answer. Okay, so the second one here, it's SpaceX, it is not SpaceX. Okay, axiom 4, SpaceX and Gaganyaan mission. Okay, all these three, they promote or encourage or support microgravity experiments. Okay. Next one. With reference to the Indian aircrafts, consider the following pairs. Okay. I have not discussed these things in the class, but still, if you had been reading the newspaper, Maldives issue, India Out campaign, that we had gifted them one patrol vehicle, that is the Dornier 228. Okay. They told us to take it back again. Okay, and various other issues also happened during that time. Okay, so it is actually a patrol aircraft. Okay. C-17 Globemaster and IL-76, they both are transport aircrafts. They both are transport aircrafts. Okay. Both of these, they were used in the recent attacks which are done on the Pakistan. Okay. To move the troops, generally we use these aircraft. These are transport aircrafts, means they are used to move the troops and the equipments needed for the troops. Okay, you might have seen number of videos online, especially the US ones, where they drop the tanks from the aircrafts, right? They drop the tanks by using these transport aircrafts. Okay, both these IL-76, they are the very old one. C-17, they are the new ones which are used by the Indian Air Force and many other countries across the world. Okay. So in that light here, the answer is 1 and 3, that is only 2 is the answer. Okay. Only 2 is the answer. I think the options has been interchanged or something. Only 2 is the answer. Okay. Next one. Consider the following statements. Statement 1. Of the two major ethanol producers in the world, Brazil and the USA, the former produces more ethanol than the latter. Unlike in the USA, where corn is the principal feedstock for ethanol production, sugarcane is the principal feedstock for ethanol production in Brazil. Okay. Now, which is the largest producer of ethanol in the world? Yes. USA is the largest producer of ethanol in the world. Okay. USA is the largest producer of ethanol in the world. First statement is incorrect. The second one is a general one. USA, they grow a lot of corn, maize. First one is correct. That is used for the production of ethanol. Brazil is the largest producer of sugar in the world. So they use this thing to produce the ethanol. Okay. So the second statement is correct. The first statement is incorrect. Okay. So in that light, the answer is option D. Okay. Option D is the answer. So with this, we are completed with the science and technology question. Okay. A little observation, as I told you earlier also, the type of questions which are asked in the examination, they're more linked to the current affairs than the basic part as such. Okay, very few questions are asked from the basic part. But if you know basics, you'll be able to answer a few of the questions without even having the prior knowledge of the current events also. Okay, for example, here, the monoclonal antibodies, you don't have to know. If you just knew what our antibodies are, you would have been able to answer the question. Okay, so all you have to know is just it is used in the treatment purpose. Treatment, what kind of treatment? Antibodies are used to kill the antigens. How do we get the antigens? From the infections, right? So few of the questions, even if you are not aware of the exact current affairs, you'll still be able to mark the answer by knowing the basic knowledge. But if you have the knowledge of the current affairs, the current events which are taking place, if you just observe the question, most of the questions have link with the current affairs. Okay, on many questions like this, you will read only in the newspaper. You will not read this thing in any of the current affairs material. Okay, that is the reason why I generally recommend you to at least read the newspaper regularly. Even if you don't make notes, that is all secondary, up to you whether to make notes or not. But reading newspaper is very important. Otherwise, you will skip these kind of questions where you will not have much idea. Okay, you'll just come across this word. If you just come across this word, you'll get to know because it will be repeated every now and then. As it is repeated every now and then, you will be able to answer the question. Okay, so please do read the newspaper, especially for the science and technology part, and a little bit about basic understanding of the topics. You'll be able to answer the questions. Okay, so we'll conclude this science and technology part here, and they'll take up the next topic with you. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, we'll start. So again, international relations, kind of a change in pattern of how questions have been asked. Earlier, lot of questions used to come related to either mapping or why are places in the news. So again, see, every year UPSC will keep changing pattern, but it will be within the framework of last 10 years. That is for sure. All right, so let us start. So first question was, which of the following launched the Nature Solution Finance Hub for Asia and the Pacific? Again, very straightforward question, either you know or you don't know. Again, if you want to eliminate also, chances are very difficult because all the banks that he has given are also very close by. But the correct answer is option A, Asian Development Bank. All right, sometimes again, if you do not know, better to leave such kind of questions. All right, because we are not able to eliminate even two options here. Next, coming to NATO, again this was an expected question that we had discussed last year. Again, one way I usually stress on remembering countries is better to remember countries which are not there. And here, the countries which are not members is, again I think Sweden was in the news, recently they joined. Before this, North Macedonia was the earlier member. And we have Bulgaria. Is Belarus a member of NATO? Belarus. Is it a member? I don't think so. Belarus is a member. Alright, that is why purposely he has chosen Bulgaria rather than Belarus. And here we have two countries which are not members, that is Austria and Serbia. Serbia also has a philosophy of neutrality. Alright, earlier also known as Yugoslavia. All of you have heard of NAM, one of the founding members of NAM also. So they follow a policy of neutrality and have not joined NATO, although they have relations with NATO. So ultimately we are ending up with only 4. Again, if you observe, all questions are from current affairs, have been asked with a reason. Same thing with even BIMSTEC. Again in class, if any one of you have attended the class, I had told you, just remember BIMSTEC by the number of alphabets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 members. Understood? I have specifically told this in class. Why? Because see, this is a pattern that I have observed UPSC is going to follow and has been following. If you go back and see, there was a question on Mekong Ganga cooperation in 2015-16. There also it asked, it is a grouping of so many countries. Understood? So he has not created this pattern, but it is a pattern which is continuing. It came into existence with the signing of Dhaka Declaration wrong, 1999 wrong, it is 1997. Again, if you observe, again go back, there is a homework. If you observe PYQs, whenever there is only one fact in a question, one numerical that is there in a question, it is 90% chances that it is wrong. This is a homework for you, that's all. Only one number is given in the option, 90% it is wrong. And here also, almost the same thing applies. Then, is this correct? No, Nepal is not a member. The founding members were BIST. If you see the handouts also, I have given in the handouts, it is mentioned. BIST in the yaru? Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand. Alright. Nepal and Bhutan joined later. Again, this was a pattern observed in the earlier papers which has been followed. Arthak, you are getting it? And this is a wrong option. So ultimately we will be left with one only. Again, a directly current affairs based question. Are you understanding? So again, he is asking what is the relation with India and this organization. India is heading, I think, different other sectors like disaster management, counter-terrorism, etc., but not tourism. Again, BRICS. Again, BRICS was in the news because BRICS currency was in the news. And I think in our class I discussed and I told you, remember, it is the 16th summit. Alright. And it was held in Kazan under the chairship of Russia. First option is correct. Next we have Indonesia, which was a full member. It was current affairs news, directly asked. And the theme of 16th summit, again you observe the notes, I have been stressing
Please remember the theme of the summit. I think yesterday in class also we were discussing about International Biodiversity Day, where the theme was given for International Biodiversity Day. Remember, I think it's May 22nd. So UPSC has a habit of asking these things. And from the last 10 years, and this is no rocket science, it is all PYQs. Arthakta, you are getting it? And here UPSC has played a little smart. Multilateralism has been converted to multiculturalism. I always tell my students, your body should be full of ice, or your body, mayella kannagirbeku anತಾರೆ, we say in Kannada. You have to be so active and present in the exam, because these are the kind of mistakes that UPSC will make. Not even mistakes, they will try to confuse you. Multilateralism has been replaced by multiculturalism. Getting it? So these are minor things you give focus to, and the question becomes very simple. So again the option will be 1 and 2 only. Straightforward, predictable. Next, which organization has enacted the nature restoration law to tackle climate change and biodiversity law? Again, kind of a challenging question, but this is again remember the first question I told you today, which was the first question? Nature based solution. I suggested you to leave it, but I will not suggest you to leave this question, because there is a logic why I am going to mark. Which organization has enacted a law? Who can make a law? Only legislature? And out of 4, if you have read European Union, you know European Union has a separate parliament. European Union has a legislature and executive. Rest all World Bank. Can World Bank pass a law? Common sense. Again, UPSC, this paper, 20 to 25 questions can be done by common sense. World Bank, can it make a law? No. OECD? Again, it is first of all OECD is for developed countries. And this is nature restoration law, no relation. And we have FAO, food and agriculture. Understood the reason why? See again, that is why reading the question is very important. In the question we have a hint. What is the hint here? See, I don't care about nature restoration. I found this word known as law. Arthakta, did you get it? Because EU is a supranational body. What do you mean supranational? Yes, it is above the nation. And only European Union has a legislature and executive which can pass laws. Alright? And Tanvi, Rikade. Good. Next, International North-South Transport Corridor. Again an easy question but kind of confusing. Here we are stuck with 2 options. So again, these 2 cannot be. And again, one is India to Central Asia to Europe via Iran. And India to Europe through Azerbaijan. But again, for me, I believe that it is India to Central Asia to Europe via Iran, because Iran is one of the nodal points in this International North-South Transport Corridor, and it is a multimodal initiative where through Caspian Sea we are going to Central Asia. You see the members of INSTC, the Central Asian countries are also members of INSTC. So going by that logic, we should get this answer as right, but I cannot deny that this is wrong. Why? Because the North-South Transport Corridor also passes through Azerbaijan and also goes to Europe. Are you getting it? Why I am choosing this option over this is majorly 2 reasons. One is Iran is present. It is, see, because INSTC has 3 important nodal points: India, Iran and Russia. And from Iran has a border with Caspian Sea. From there we are going to Central Asia. There need not be only one route, there can be multiple routes. Alright. So I would always choose option A, but again I am telling you this is also not wrong. Sir, what to do at this point of time? Hope that you get lucky. See why? Because last year what happened, UPSC removed 3 questions. And one more question regarding that finance bill. That is absolutely wrong, but they have given it a different option. Last year if you see, UPSC has given one question which is absolutely wrong as a right option. So sometimes these things happen. That is why you should try to have so much command over your basics that you will be far away from the cutoff. You will not be near the border. Getting it? Last is International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Another name for this is, or can I say this is a part of World Bank group of institutions? Again, it provides loans and guarantees to middle income countries. Yes. and also plus who are eligible low income countries. And can you see that is this question very specific or a little broad minded or little broad? Broad. If there is any condition there, so one has to be correct. Then let us come to 2. It works single-handedly to help developing countries to reduce poverty. What will others do? What about other organizations? Single-handedly. So he has purposely made this option wrong. So let us eliminate option 2. I don't even have to look at option 3. The answer is correct. It was established to help Europe rebuild after the World War II. After World War II, Europe was completely damaged. Lakhs of billions of dollars damaged. They wanted to revive our world. That is why this International Bank for Reconstruction and Development was set up. Got it? Any doubts? Again, last but not the least, at least they are given one question which is like this. Earlier we used to expect 3 to 4 questions. And again, none of them are correctly matched. Again, presence of mind, reading the newspaper. Mallorca. Why was it in the news? Anybody? Where is it present? It is present in Spain, and it was in the news because it is a very famous beach and tourist destination where the locals started protesting against the tourists. Please go back, don't come to my place. Point number 1. Point number 2, where is Normandy? Yes, Normandy is in France, Sardinia is in Italy. Again, Normandy, why was it in the news? Any idea? Jor again. D-Day March, what was it? Yes, correct. And finally, we have Sardinia. Sardinia is in Italy. And why was Sardinia in the news? There was a drought that was there from almost 2 to 3 years. So this was the reason why these 3 places have been picked, and unfortunately none of them have been correctly matched. Again, where is Mallorca? Spain. Where is Normandy? France. Sardinia, Italy. Again, the same places are also given even in our 10th NCERT. If you read the 10th NCERT, in the first chapter, names of all the 3 places are present. So this is about IR. Again, what is the takeaway from IR? Questions has to come, minimum 5 to 10 questions will come, highly predictable, but the type of questions that are asked might keep changing. Alright, from places in news, he has gone back to organizations now. Alright, but he will be revolving around the same topic. Next year, probably he might ask you agreement signed between 2 countries, SICA, SIPA, and one more question will be discussed in current affairs that is related to UPI. That is also part of IR. With which countries does India have a UPI agreement? That we have discussed in our GS classes, OGP classes. So these are the things he has to ask, and he will continue to ask. Alright, thank you. Sapna will take over.
Good evening. Tired from morning? Listening to the key answers, at the same time panicking. I'll be here next year, writing the exam and all of them. So what is the message you got since morning about the preparation? Basics and newspapers. In every current affairs class, my only work is to convince students to read newspapers, have no alternatives. It can be secondary, but the basic is you have to read newspapers, and UPSC has proved, I think, all the faculties its insights right, because newspapers are going to be very, very useful. Even if you have not revised certain topics, at the back of your mind, you would have read it as a news out of your curiosity. So that curiosity is what definitely going to help you in your exam 2 hours of time, right? So we'll start with the first topic, mineral security partnership. If you have attended our GS classes here, OGP ones, I remember teaching this in the class, and I hope students who have had the class also remember this. So basically, you would have heard about a lot of buzz going on with respect to electronic vehicles, EV and electronic gadgets becoming popular, and the raw materials that go into it is critical minerals, right? So these critical minerals, is India self-sufficient? So what is the second statement here? India is a resource-rich country in all the 30 critical minerals that has been identified. This statement should be wrong, and luckily this is a elimination type of question. So second one will go and you'll end up with the right answer. But if you had got it in the format of only one is correct, two of the above are correct, you need clarity. So what is that clarity? When our Prime Minister had gone to US last year, India and US had signed this mineral security partnership. That is, India joined this group. US already was leading it. India has joined it. So this statement has to be right. And this third point is very important for us. So if you remember, in our class, we have seen that Geological Survey of India, this committee, this is the nodal agency for exploring mineral resources in the country. So according to Geological Survey of India, it was in news for discovering lithium resources in Jammu and Kashmir, lithium resources in Mandya, district of Karnataka. They have suggested the government that in India we have 30 critical minerals, and government, that is Ministry of Mines, has made a policy out of it and has told we have 30 critical minerals. So from there, then we have to auction or allow people to mine it. How did mining go on till now? Usually in the public sector. Many of the mining, if you see, it's in public domain. But if we wait for government only to invest in critical minerals, do the mining, probably the investment is not sufficient to become self-sufficient in critical minerals. Everybody will run out of the race and we'll be in the back. So what we did, we wanted the private players also to start mining. But this has to be done only through a law of the parliament. So MMRD Act was amended, and in 2003 it was passed by the parliament. Here we started giving exclusively auction, mining, lease and composing licenses have been given to private agencies as well. So the answer here will be 1 and 3. We have already seen that. Okay. So when you read news with respect to critical minerals, we were in the class, we had discussed as in what are the efforts that Government of India is taking to implement or to boost its self-dependency in critical minerals. In mains perspective, we had completed. They have already given it in the prelims. Okay. So we'll go to the next question. Okay. So this is about a scheme of the government. So it is often seen that in the UPSC questions, schemes of government are focused a lot. Last year, we can see that it was Anemia Mukt Bharat. Where was it discussed? In the budget. In the budget, last year's budget, Anemia Mukt Bharat scheme was discussed by the finance minister to make India free from sickle cell anemia by 2047. Then before that, we had seen Janani Suraksha Yojana scheme being asked in the paper. So this year we have two major schemes. One of them is Rashtriya Gokul Mission. So Gokul means usually associated with cows and the farming sector. So Gokul here is about conserving local species. You would have read it in agriculture and also in economy. Previously we had something called Operation Milk or Operation White Flood. Operation, yeah, like green revolution, we had white revolution. So with this, we boosted India's self-sufficiency in milk production. But it was with respect to which kind of cattle? Hybrid cattle. We had imported certain varieties of cattle that are good in milk production and boosted India's milk security. But here, the focus is on indigenous varieties. What is the reason we switched to indigenous varieties? Yes, the high varieties of cows that we have planned as a part of our operation flood, it is demanding huge maintenance. So many of the time in rural areas, if you have interacted with the rural population, the maintenance of these cows are very difficult in financial terms, and they are quite sensitive to the weather pattern in the nation. So they are frequently ill, putting a burden on the farmer's pocket again. So what is the idea under Gokul mission is, there are many indigenous varieties of cows here. We'll try to improve the milching capacity of these cows instead of relying on external breeds. Okay, so here Gokul mission. So purpose is for whom? Farmers who cannot afford to buy a higher variety of the cow. The local varieties should do the service of local food security. Okay, so it's important for upliftment of rural poor, as majority of the low producing indigenous cattle are with small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. So first statement justifies the intention of the scheme. The second one, there is a chance of getting confused. It is initiated to promote indigenous cattle and buffalo. Is it both? Cattle and buffalo. Cattle is usually cows, buffalo is a different species. So here Gokul, we usually consider milk is only from a cow, but this scheme is promoting bovine species, indigenous bovine species. Okay, bovine will include both cattle, that is cows, and buffaloes. Okay, so this statement is definitely true. So when you read the scheme, you should be clear on words that are used in this terminology, so that in the exam hall you will not get confused whether buffalo is part of the scheme or not. Okay, so both these statements are right in this case. Okay, Rashtriya Gokul Mission. Can you name a few local breeds of cows? Local breeds, Indian breeds of cows. Yes, Halikar is one, then Gheer is one, then Malnad Gidda is there, Amrit Mahal is there. All these are local varieties. I'll tell you the criticism of this scheme also. Very recently in the newspaper, this Gokul mission was criticized for what reason? It is putting extra emphasis only on one cow species. Only Gheer. Others have not got much attention that they deserve. This had come up in certain editorials, which we kept in mind that, okay, only one is getting focused, others are ignored. So this could be the reason why we have got Rashtriya Gokul Mission in the news. Okay, so this is one thing. The second question. The next one is related to Gandhi Peace Prize. When was the last one announced? Don't get confused. If you Google this, you'll get Indira Gandhi Peace Prize. The latest one was Michelle Bachelet. I think she was the head of Brazil earlier. She has got the Indira Gandhi Peace Prize. This is Gandhi Peace Prize. The last it was given, I think, in 2021 to Gita Press. Before that, it was Sheikh Mujibur Rahman of Bangladesh. So it is very less likely that we get this kind of questions in UPSC. But again, you have to think that some questions are little unconventional. Usually state PSCs ask these kind of questions. Till now it is less likely. So these are the questions where you can take a call. Okay, so this is where President of India gives the award. President is not part of the selecting committee. Apart from that, others are definitely a part of it. Okay, so 2, 3 and 4 is the answer for it. A pure factual question, and this we can easily call it to be a question like India yearbook type. Usually India yearbook will have details like this. So it is a question on that pattern. Okay, so this is a factual question in itself. So next one again is AI Summit held in Grand Palaces, Paris. So AI Summit, International Summit, was co-hosted by India and which other country? France. So in this, we have signed an agreement called Paris Declaration of 2025 to make sure we are sustainable in climate, in AI development and inclusive in AI development. Will not leave apart anybody in the race. So the only thing was These two have not signed the agreement. USA and UK participated, but they have not signed the agreement. So first one, co-chaired with India. The event builds on the advances made at the Bletchley Park Summit and the Seoul Summit held in 2024. So this is the third version. First statement is correct. Second is not the correct statement. Okay, these two have not signed the agreement. So this part of question is nothing but a factual thing, but when you have read the article when it had come during this day, at least I usually tell in the classes that when India goes and attains this kind of summit, you need not have to read the news every day, because you usually complain, no time to read newspaper, hence many people just skip it off. So instead of that, when you see the summits are going on, before going to the summit, there'll be a lot of news around it. So read that a summit is going on. Once the summit is completed, newspapers will carry a summary of it. If you read that summary, it would have told you why UK and USA have not signed it, what made India to be a part of this co-chair. So the summary part of the article would be enough for you to understand and answer this question. So do not skip these kind of news when you get it in the paper. So answer will be A for this. Okay, second is a wrong statement. Next, this is also a pure factual information. You cannot find this in any single article of the newspaper or any other place. So the source of this question is basically international years. So every now and then when the days are celebrated, let's say we have this international year of the women farmer. Somewhere in October we celebrate International Day of Women Farmer. So when this days come, they will tell that so and so year is declared as an international year. So not from one article, you get it from every single, let's say we have a day in the year called International Tourism Day. So when that article comes in the paper, we'll have which year is celebrated as an international year. So a single article may not be the source. Whenever the days are celebrated, with that year would have been told. Okay, so this is a factual question to be remembering, and memory is to be very sharp when you have to remember so many years, especially when the pattern is in this way. Okay, so the answer here is all are correct. All the 4 questions here are rightly matched with each other. No match the following option is left to you, or elimination is also available. So unless and until you don't know this kind of questions precisely, this is the question that you are going to skip when you are writing the exam. Okay, because it's too factual. You cannot take a guess that it might be. If it is so, higher chances of negative marking would be there. Okay, so next one is a surprising question from sports. So we have been seeing that 2020 we had 2 questions on sports, then 2 years gap, 2021, 2022, no sports question. 2024 we got a question on chess, anticipated because of Gukesh participation and all. Similar thing was expected in this year when India hosted the first Coco Summit in the world. First tournament it was, and these two were definitely not expected. Factual, they're asking us the score of the match. So why it is so? When we were discussing the answer with our content team, which usually puts up the current affairs in the website, you see a table in Insights website where they have put men, India, they have won against Nepal, score. Women won against Nepal and the score. You know why they have put the score? If probably I would have been there, we wouldn't have thought score is important. It's a factual thing UPSC might not ask. But our content creator has put the score with one logic. Think of it. What is the score here? Men 78 and 40. Women for 54 and 36. Usually in cricket also, if you compare, women cricket team score will be lesser than men's cricket team. Yes, don't be biased, okay? I can file you for biasness against women if you tell yes. Coco women have proved it wrong. It's ulta. Okay, that is men have scored 54-36 and women have scored 78-40. So he had given a justification that this is very unlikely, it's very rare and very good thing to read about. So I think it should go into our magazine. So it's there in our magazine, it's also there in our website. So this logic tells that factual at times will help. When you analyze things, your biasness needs to be beaten by things like this. Okay, so answer here is only 1. This scores is interchanged here. Both of them are right. Nepal is right. Men and women is right. Number needs to be interchanged. So it is some important things. So Coco, as India hosted for the first time, it took place for the first time. It was there in the front page of Hindu only. That's why we tell only editorial in the newspaper might not always do justice to your exam. At least go through the headlines part of it. You'll know something like this is uniquely happening. That will help you to come to a conclusion that which sports question is important or not. Okay, this is one thing. Next is again related to Gukesh, it is a chess question, and again when you read headlines only, that would do a lot of justice. If you read headline, you will find out that he has not defeated this person to become the youngest winner. It's a different individual. So the answer here will be second. Okay, this statement only is correct. The first statement, I think the name of the person who yes, see, you know better. Sports question it is. It's a different individual here. Yeah. So this is not the answer. Second one is the right answer. So this was anticipated because sports related achievement has been a major thing for India. This is the reason why the question has ended up. Okay. So next thing is, yes. Why do you think this has come in our question paper? It is wet bulb temperature. Had you heard of it before? Wet bulb temperature. Very recently in the class, we had discussed about a topic called heat stress. In the heat wave topic, heat stress we had discussed. That is, heat stress is when average human body temperature is 35, 36, between 35 to 37 degrees Celsius. If the outer atmosphere's temperature is beyond this, let's say 40 degrees Celsius, the exchange of temperature will be from this to this side. So what happens? The internal body temperature will not be managing to the external environment. As a, you know, you would have read in science from transfer of heat or heat object happens between which two bodies? Higher temperature to lower temperature. So in the regular time, it is from human body to outer temperature. But during heat wave, when it is more, it is opposite of it. That is from the atmosphere, temperature passes to human body. As a result of which, heat stress related ailments and deaths are possible. So this is the concept they are discussing in a technical term. What is the concept of wet bulb temperature? It is nothing but how does the air get cooled around you? How does the air get cooled? Movement of the air. Let's say there is a water body here. So this water gets evaporated into the air. So because of this water molecules present in the air becomes cooler. So this wet bulb temperature is the lowest possible temperature at which the air becomes cooler. This is the thing they are asking. The more the higher the temperature becomes higher, it will be very dangerous, and it is called as a situation of heat stress. So this topic has come to our question paper from the topic heat wave that India has reeled very badly last year. So according to World Bank, peninsular India will suffer most likely from flooding, tropical cyclone. Why this will happen? As you know, this phenomena explains heat wave. It measures heat and humidity of air. So don't you think heat and humidity are the reason why we have differing patterns of flooding, rainfall, cyclones? So this statement is aptly correct here. And the next one, survival of animals including humans will be affected as shedding of their body heat through perspiration becomes difficult. This is what is heat stress. When I explained heat stress, through perspiration there is no loss of body heat, as a result of which survival becomes tough. So answer for this is C. Okay, so this terminologies are relevant when you read in. This topic would highly be covered in science and technology page when they explain the impact of temperature on climate change and others. It is very likely that it would be covered in S&T page. Okay, so Hindu S&T would be having this topic. So okay, so the next one is, yeah, UPI, related to UPI. So there was a, so this question, there was an agreement India's RBI has signed with Southeast Asian countries called Nexus, Project Nexus it is called. Under this agreement, we have tied up with the companies, the instant payment systems of Singapore, Malaysia, and all these countries. It was signed in July 2024. So with these countries, our UPI is anyway collaborating. Before that, we had bilateral treaties with 3 of these countries. One of them is UAE, Singapore, and France. Though Bangladesh is our neighbor, we had good ties with them. Nepal has signed this agreement, but Bangladesh has not. Okay, so the answer for this is France, Singapore, and UAE. It will be only 3 of the above. So this question here has come as a result of Project Nexus RBI had signed with Southeast Asian nations. Okay, Project Nexus, when it was in news, the Hindu newspaper also contained a table. In this table, they had mentioned, in addition to the countries under Project Nexus, these are the countries in the countries where UPI payments are accepted and it will run. So this table itself was enough for us to answer this question. So this is one article, and the next one, or we can tell, yeah, this is also a government scheme, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. So it's basically solar rooftop project. So what is the purpose of solar rooftop project? Yes, is it only to increase the electrification of solar, or trying to increase the power generation through solar? Yes, it is based on the concept of net metering. Net metering term had come in 2014 prelims paper. Net metering is nothing but when you install solar rooftops in your home, many a times you generate electricity that is not only required for your house, extra electricity also is there. So this extra can be tied up, you can tie up with DISCOMs, sell this electricity to DISCOMs, which will be a source of revenue for people. So net metering concept is one of the points for this. In addition to this, if you want somebody to come install the solar plants here, some repair and maintenance, for that you need a lot of people who can immediately respond to you. As a result, you will develop a lot of technicians at the ground level, which is nothing but employment generation. So this Muft Bijli Yojana is not just about giving electricity to the houses or shifting to renewable energy. It's also a lot about employment generation. Okay, so the first one, it targets installation of 1 crore solar rooftop panels in the residential sector. This was anyway mentioned in the headlines of the papers. Then new and renewable energy aims to impart training on installation, operation, maintenance and repairs of solar rooftop. This is an intention of the scheme itself. So third one, it aims to create more than 3 lakh skilled manpower through fresh skilling and upskilling under the scheme component of capacity building. So the scheme's capacity building component is talking about creating employment at the ground level. So answer for this is D. Okay, so many of the time when government schemes are formulated, though the intended consequences are one, there are many additional things that government wants to achieve. So what are those additional factors also is important for your exam. This is an example for that. Okay, so not only the main intention of the scheme, additional importance also matters. So next topic is match the following. But can you guess why this is coming in current affairs? Its regulatory boards should actually come in economy. There are regulatory boards, no statutory bodies which regulate a sector or something like that. If you remember, there's a lot of push government is making on implementing electronic vehicles. Can you name a few schemes for it? Electronic vehicle schemes. FAME 1, FAME 2 schemes are there. Who was overlooking the implementation of FAME 1, FAME 2? National Automotive Board. Okay, so they are the ones who had taken care of it. It's not Ministry of Commerce and Industry for sure, it is Ministry of Heavy Industries. Okay, the first one is wrong here. The National Automotive Board, it is the one which implements EV vehicles and its penetration. So it's not definitely the right match the following question. So the next one is COIR Board. Right, COIR Board is the organization that manages coconut and the byproducts of the coconut trees. So very recently, I think in December or Jan, Indian Express had an article where one of the members of this COIR board was suspiciously found dead. Okay, this is not news that we are going to read for exam. Do you read such news? Usually we ignore. So when this became a little controversial, as in how does this person die, what was the reason of this death and all of this, but after it became a little controversial, Ministry of this, MSME, COIR board belongs to MSME. COIR, Ministry of MSME had given a statement that we will form a committee to check what went wrong with this case. We will monitor the death of this individual and try to help the investigation agencies in the same thing. Okay, that time the very first statement that the Indian Express had carried was the Ministry of MSME has agreed to form a committee to study the death of this individual. So the first statement only, very untraditional ways of asking questions, we must say. But yes, we recall reading this somewhere as a newspaper. I think January or December, you can check. It's in Indian Express. Okay, then National Center for Trade Information. This is Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The purpose of this center is, it's nothing but a database of every details related to trade India is having. So why this is in news? Because when India is almost getting ready to sign an FTA with United States, this repository's name had come in one of the articles somewhere in the detail. Okay, so you can just take a guess that trade information should belong to Ministry of Commerce and close it off. Okay, need not try to dig in for the news. But it was with respect to this news, that is India-USA Free Trade Agreement. Okay, the last one in current affairs would be this article, that is Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. So this is a factual detail directly with respect to the import of Russian oil we have been doing and managing of the show there. Apart from production of crude oil and production of natural gas, they do the remaining two. And one more news, if you remember, there is something called Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Just to make sure we don't get import from any countries, it is kind of a storage capacity. So currently the new version is coming up, or a new capacity is being built, which is under this whole regulatory body. So production of crude oil, production of natural gas. Apart from this, refining, storage and distribution of petroleum, marketing and sale of petroleum products, these two have been the answer. Okay, answer will be only two. So production, this body will not do, it will regulate, not tell you how much you should produce, how much you should not produce. That is not this organization's work. Okay, so we'll quickly cover two topics from agriculture again, that was there in the exam. So one was with respect to, we have done all of them. Yeah, so one is this, a factual question picked up from probably 4th or 5th NCERT textbook. You know, shrubs, herbs, woody crops, all this is there in your primary school. So they want us to read that also. Okay, first one, cassava is a quite popular food crop that we use in Indian households. So it is definitely a woody shrub. Okay, ginger, herb with pseudostem. We have read that. Then Malabar spinach, herbaceous climber. It is a climber, usually grown in many of the houses. They grow themselves. You need not sow seeds also. They are that popular. Mint is not a shrub. Mint is a herb. Okay, mint is a herb. Then papaya. How is the papaya tree stem if you have felt it? Is it very woody, hard and strong? It is no doubt a shrub. It is not woody. That is for sure. Okay, so mint and papaya, these two will be wrong. So the answer will be only 3 of the above. So that's the only way here. This 2 will be wrong. Yeah. Why this question came in your paper? The purpose of turmeric. That's a long going issue. IPR rights of turmeric, India versus US WTO case. Yes. Telangana has, when one of the political parties was campaigning for Telangana elections, they had promised that if you vote me to power, I'll open a turmeric board in your state. And they won the election and they have kept up the promise. January 2025, Ministry of Commerce, it comes under Ministry of Commerce, they went and inaugurated India's turmeric board in Nizamabad of Telangana. So when this was made, you can refer to Insights website. We had put up taken an image from the Commerce Ministry itself. In that, it was mentioned that government is promoting export of 30 varieties of turmeric from India. Does that mean we have only 30 varieties? We have so many varieties. There are more than 45 varieties of turmeric in the country. But if you have read only that poster, we would be misguided probably. 30 varieties of turmeric. We are planning the export through turmeric board. But India has more than 45 varieties. Okay, so the second statement would be wrong. So India is the largest producer and exporter of, okay, this is the confused thing, I think, more than 30 varieties. Yeah, this is correct. More than 30 varieties are correct, but the export was only for 30 varieties. Okay, so this statement here is true. So India is largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world. Then Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu are major turmeric producing states in India. So all the three are right here. Okay, and in addition, if you recall, we had also covered Majorana in the class, Majorana for quantum computing, and many other topics related to INSTC, if you remember, International North-South Transport Corridor. When Chahabahar Agreement was signed, we drew the map and how Caspian Sea is utilized. That was also explained. So read the newspaper. They give images also, so that you are better prepared than anybody who just by hearts things and goes. Okay. And if you remember this, sir will anyway teach you about this start. There is a question on peacock spiders. There is a question on this. October, there was a news about this spider species becoming extinct due to pet trade. Very recently in the class, we had covered the pet trade of ants. Queen ants were pet traded in this way. So in October, the news, the tarantulas, yeah, peacock tarantula. So they are usually arboreal tarantulas, they are called. So this article had whole details. So if you even don't know what is peacock tarantula, this article would have helped you that tarantula is a spider which is on the branches always. It would have been easy to answer the question. So that is why read newspaper. I'll keep repeating, or you listen to any faculties, they like parrots tell read newspaper. It is for your benefit. So keep aside some part of it so that the day of your exam will be smoother. Prepare well. All the best.
Done? Okay. Right. Live. Very good evening, everyone. How was the paper? How many of you really attempted the paper? And how many of you attempted the paper?
Rest of you have came for the discussion, right? Very good. So I hope the paper was quite tough for the online students also, as what I found. Basically, not only for the environment section, from the outside, what the faculties, what the educators will feel that, ha, yaar, easy hai. Correct? Actually, I solved the paper from 11:40 to 1:10 on my own, in my own study room, right? Matlab in the mentorship room. And after that analysis, I will come to the point. What you want, not the answer key. Aapko chahiye cutoff, right? I will come to the point. Basically, still the inputs are coming, but what I feel, the paper was not as difficult as 2023, but not as easy as 2024. It was something between this. मतलब थोड़ा सा 2024 से difficult, but easier than 2023. This is what I found. The trickier part in this whole paper was something called as its length and the options, that the way they were framed. So the one who kept resilience in that examination hall will definitely get a good mark. Most of the questions were 3 statement based questions. To understand those 3 statements, apply the basics in that limited 2 hours was a challenge for many of them. I hope you are understanding. So that is what I say in the classroom also. Read newspaper. Reading newspaper, not for the answer chhod do, abhi ye chala gaya. What happens when you read the newspaper, you can comprehend the information very, very fast. Getting the point. So it's an habit. So if you are not able to comprehend only, then it will take time. But I know since morning, it's at 12 o'clock, you are waiting, it's a 6 o'clock, right? Without any wasting time, I will discuss all the environment based questions. But as you know that I love to write, I'll just sum it up in one slide. What are the things that are asked in the environment? Okay, just in one slide. And then I will discuss the answers. I know that everyone has seen the answer keys. There is nothing new, but still, let me come to the point. So traditionally, if you consider environment, I hope this font is visible. So environment and ecology. So now if you consider science and tech and agriculture, if you link with basically so called as environment, core environment based questions were 11. So basically an average, let us consider averaging 11 questions here. So basically 11 to 12 questions are asked from the basically environment section this time. This is the only first time since past 8 years that number of questions, 3 questions have reduced from the environment. The average number of the question asked in the environment is 15. This time there are 12, not 11, actually 12, because one question you can consider circular economy either in environment or economy. Getting the point? And one more question of something called as basically flue gas desulfurization, coal gasification in science and tech or environment. So in this context, what I feel is the present number of the questions are actually 12, are the 12 questions. Now, this time what surprise UPSC have given to us is the following. Every year out of 15 questions, there are about 4 to 5 questions compulsory on only one topic, that is called as biodiversity. Correct? So this was not the surprise. Surprise was the number of the questions. How many questions were there? Only one. Correct? This was the surprise. And what was not the surprise is the species. Always what they ask is the out of the box species. Definitely, if I speak right now that the spider species called as peacock tantrum was in news, आपको अच्छा लगेगा, newspaper में था, correct? But to recollect 3 statements about that species in the examination hall is definitely difficult, correct? This species peacock tarantulam, तो आपको नाम ही पढ़ने नहीं आ रहा. Second, you are considering peacock. उसमें first, it is an omnivorous crustacean. Second, it is natural habitat is found in some places in India. Third, it is omnivorous. It is an arboreal creature. रट्टा ही हो चुका है देखो मेरा, correct? ये 3 characteristics in 3 different statements. Getting the point. So again, this was a surprise element. Definitely it was in the news. You should have read it. But again, it was a bit towards the tougher side. Second one, and the most important one, was basically आपका as usual, not most important, environmental pollution. Pollution ka, again as usual, there was only one question. I will tell you. If you're linking pollution with climate change, then it will be more. Pollution ka only one question which they asked, as usual, what they will ask, from which are the sources from where you will find iron, then mercury, वगैरह. This time they asked you about plastic. Which of the following? Cigarettes. उसके बाद दूसरा क्या था बच्चों? Eyeglasses, correct? And rubber, tires, correct? Which of them are basically आपका so-called as plastic? So that means source of this. Always we will be having waste management rules based question. This is what I tell in the class. Waste management, waste recycling technologies, वगैरह. Always they will ask. This time what we have done in the class is about PVC, high density polyethylene. याद आया सबको? HDPE, PVC हमने किया था. So that was one of the only questions. So only 2 questions. Now questions from where are the remaining 9 to 10 questions? These are from 2 areas. Most important is basically आपका climate change. This have been the most important theme of this year. Climate change and so-called as carbon related basics. Carbon. So this carbon, I am linking it to what? Climate change. So now if you just try to understand, when you understand, actually there are not 12, I can say 13 questions. Q. Geography ka one question was asked. If we consider wet, I would say thermometer, 35 degrees, what are the following impact? In peninsular India, basically what will happen? Heat waves, droughts, वगैरह वगैरह, correct? Paper solve करके आए हो ना? Okay, very good. So basically, impact of the climate change was asked, right? One question is about impact of the climate change, right? Second, climate change mitigation. In this mitigation, as always, they have asked upon technologies. Technologies. In this technologies, direct air capture, coal gasification, logical. Again, carbon ka ye total 3 questions. Then climate change, the most important for mitigation at the global level, you are having various COPs and their outcomes. Conference of Parties, kiska? UNFCCC. Out of this COP 28, which took place in UAE last year, plus at the same time, we are having something called as Paris Agreement and Article 6. Article 6. Logical? I'm sorry. Article 6 and COP 28 ka based question, right? So basically, this was the most important and the dominant theme in the complete environment section. Again, with respect to basic points of carbon, what they have asked is a simple thing. Basically, carbon, that is CO2, emissions per capita, which country, how much, India ka ranking, etc., etc. And carbon dioxide emission and the next time writing here climate change sources, that is so called as sources of carbon emission. Sources. Example, cement industry. इसके बाहर एक भी क्वेश्चन नहीं. This is the chart and this is environment का discussion. चलो. So basically, if you try to understand this form, the most important theme, climate change and carbon. About 90% of the questions were only from one topic, climate change and carbon related basics. As usual, we know UPSC generally focuses upon only one thing, that is none other than how are you going to mitigate the climate change. Usse related questions say one question was upon impact of the climate change. That is, if the temperature of the wet bulb thermometer increases 35, which of the following are the likely consequences? 2 statements were given. That is one question. Sources, I mean cement industry ka question. Next is mitigation, that is technologies through which you are going to, one of which was direct air capture. Second, about the coal gasification and its application. I am not saying these are easy questions. I am just trying to tell these are the areas from where question have came. Again, COP, Conference of Parties, and its outcome. They are focused especially upon the past COP. In that past COP, they are focused upon COP 28 and a declaration on the health and climate. Correct? उसके बाद Paris Agreement, sources per capita environment pollution, that is plastic pollution related question, and biodiversity. I hope you got the distribution. That means still the weightage is high to chapter number as far as our classes goes. Chapter number 1 was environment ecology, second was biodiversity, third environment pollution, and fourth climate change. So environment pollution and climate change are the dominant themes. And usme bhi climate change mitigation efforts, technology based questions were more. I hope you understood. Pollution ka basic question was there, and biodiversity as usual, I would say unexpectedly out of the box, but it was in news. But because always there will be thousands of species in news, I can justify, but I'm saying it was a bit difficult. I hope you got it. So ye hai basically aapka. I hope you have written this. This is about your so called as kya tha wo, environment. Now coming to the point, environment. Kaun se questions hai? Question number 4 we have discussed just now. How many of them, matlab this is about so called as pollution. How many of the following, अच्छा sometimes morning में questions थोड़ा गलत हुए थे तो इसलिए मैंने पेपर ही लाया. Correct? Consider the following: cigarette butts, eyeglass lenses, and car tires. How many of them contain plastic? In this, all of them पता है सबको. Okay, exam में करके आ जाओ. Correct? होता नहीं उतना. So understand होता क्या है यहाँ पे. So definitely we know that car tires, right? I'm a lot of traditional conservative वाला बंदा जो लिखने की कोशिश करता था, correct? Car tires तो सबको पता है, correct? So basically it is none other than आपका all the MRF tires, Apollo tires, उसमें तो plastic use होता है. Now basically other than that, eyeglass lenses also and cigarette butts. Basically it is none other than, here you are having the important elements like cellulose acetate. It is nothing but a plastic which is used in this various elements, that is eyeglass lenses, cigarette butts, also cellulose acetate. This element is used in this. So that is why, how many of them contain plastic? So all of them. I hope you got it. Now coming to the next point. One more question they have ignored here is question number 5. देखो, question number 5. Question number 5. लिखना कैसे यार? कहाँ से क्या करना है? I want to write. Okay, ठीक, बस. Coming to this question, question number 5. Basically, we have seen, consider the following substances. First, ethanol. Is this question discussed? मैं तभी भी बोलता हूँ, सुनो. Correct. So basically something called as coal gasification. If I draw the diagram, 100% सब लोगों को याद आएगा. This was the surface on which I told, and here is the आपका so called as coal, and we are right now here. So coal gasification is nothing but injecting the pipes, tube lines, oxygen, correct? That is called as partial oxidation of the coal below the earth's surface to yield something called as basically आपका syngas, synthetic gas, and this syngas is nothing but hydrogen, oxygen, carbon monoxide, sorry, carbon dioxide, and आपका so called as carbon monoxide. And this syngas, which is much more pure, which have led to the stopping of all the problems like deforestation, displacement, all these problems were solved by coal gasification. That is a new technology where whatever you got, that is syngas, which can be used, this hydrogen can be used for what? Powering the hydrogen energy. Uske baad electricity generation. This CO2 and carbon monoxide and hydrogen further can also be used for urea production, production of the synthetic fuels like methanol and ethanol. If you remember, methanol का मैंने definition ही दिया in the classroom. Methanol is nothing but an alternative fuel which is obtained by catalytic conversion of synthetic gas at extreme high temperature and pressure. इसका मतलब this everything you can obtain from what? Coal gasification, and that is what was the question. Coal gasification technology can be used in the production of how many of them? First, ethanol. True or false? True. Why? Because just now we told. Second, basically nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin is nothing but a vasodilatory drug. It's a drug which is used in respiratory based diseases, right? And third is urea, that is ammonia production. N2 plus H2 हो गया ammonia, and ammonia से बना urea, याद आया? So this is what we discussed. So I hope you got it. So this was the question number 4 and 5. Then what we have is question number 10. Again, common sense. If you are present in the classroom, I give you an analogy of a duster, correct? So वो छोड़ दो, क्या था duster? For example, in our school days, teacher used to write. The duster से हम लोग क्या करते थे? We'll particularly rub out all the chalk. Why? Because that duster have the property to absorb all those things. Exactly like that, particular type of a carbon. A type of a carbon is called as activated carbon. क्या है यार? Activated carbon. Activated carbon is nothing but आपका so called as charcoal. Activated charcoal. ये carbon ही है. So this carbon is छोटा छोटा, but इसका area is very big and it is pores based. उसके अंदर छोटा छोटा pores होता है. Why? To absorb. Basically it has basically simple because it can absorb. यहाँ पे it attractive. It will absorb lot of the what effluents from the streams. I hope you got it. I will again read. Activated carbon, a type of a carbon which is we can call it activated charcoal, which can be obtained from the coconut shells. We can obtain from the raw coal anywhere. Is a good, yeah, it is good. मतलब ये positive है. And attractive tool किसके लिए? To remove. मतलब ये solution है. This is a solution to remove pollutants. Pollutant, removal of the pollutants by organic means was called as bioremediation. याद है सबको? Exactly like that. Here we are using activated carbon to remove the pollutants from what? The effluent streams. किसका effluent streams? Basically आपका so called as any particular industries, and to remediate the contaminants from the various industries. For this it is used. This is a statement that is given. Okay, now let us assume आपको पता नहीं. अब नीचे देखते हैं. Activated carbon exhibits large surface area and strong potential for absorbing the heavy metals. 100% it will Q. This is a true statement. If this was not happening, then how can it remove the pollutants? Only by one way, by absorbing. मतलब both of them are complementing each other. Logical. Let us consider third. Activated carbon can be easily synthesized from environmental waste to high carbon content. Definitely, as I mentioned, coconut shells. Then from any other thing you can get activated carbon. Definitely, active carbon is one of the way of decarbonization. That is climate change mitigation के लिए activated carbon, that is activated charcoal you can use, which can take up lot of the pollutants from the streams and reduce the emissions. That is why activated carbon, this statement, the reason is this also, and it can be obtaining from basically environmental waste. So both of them will be explaining the first statement. I hope you are understanding. Aaya na? Chalo, next. So now let us consider the next statement is about, next क्या है? 11th question. Again, as I mentioned, carbon source industry. Logical? Source industry can be multiple. One industry is electricity. अरे बाद में question, पहले सुन. Carbon dioxide sources are from industries. कौन सा industries? First, coal, thermal electricity. Second, cement. Third, etc. इसमें से why we need these two industries? That is, I told these two industries only. उसमें से first, cement. Now tell me, cement बनता कैसे? अंबुजा सीमेंट, घर टूटेगा नहीं, एक ही बार बनेगा. कैसे बनता है सीमेंट? अब इस सीमेंट में बेटा सीमेंट कैसा बनता है? हाँ, रॉ मटेरियल. करेक्ट. कौन सा रॉ मटेरियल? लाइमस्टोन, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. क्ले, correct. Silica sand. These are all the raw materials. From where do you get that raw material? By mining. Correct. Limestone का formula क्या है? CaCaCO3. Correct. Calcium carbonate, CaCO3. If I am breaking it, it will yield lime, CaO plus CO2. मतलब if CaCO3 is broken, I will get CO plus CO2. Logical. So now ये दिमाग मेरे को और ये पढ़ो. Studies indicate that CO2 emissions from cement industry account for what? More than 5%. Answer is correct. It accounts for about 7 to 8%. Logical. Now, silica bearing clay. एक particular type of clay is there. It is mixed with what? Limestone. While manufacturing cement. आपने fly ash पढ़ा है? Fly ash. Exactly like fly ash, you are having something silica bearing क्ले. फ्लैश का क्या था? कैल्शियम ऑक्सलेट, एल्यूमिनियम सिलिकेट, सिलिकॉन डाइऑक्साइड. एग्जैक्ट लाइक सिलिका बेस्ड क्ले इज देयर. वो सिर्फ किसके साथ मिक्स किया अपन ने? लाइमस्टोन, कैल्शियम कार्बोनेट के साथ, एंड वी विल गेट समथिंग कॉल्ड एज सीमेंट. ट्रू और फॉल्स? 100% ट्रू. लॉजिकल है ना? एंड लास्ट, this limestone that is CaCO3 is converted into lime. मतलब CaCO3 कन्वर्ट किस में किया? CaO plus CO2 में हुआ during clinker production. Clinker production is after grinding of what? Cement, or I would say limestone. Yes, for what? Cement manufacturing. So this statement is also true. All the three statements are true. Now सवाल यह है, are both of these explaining this, or only one of it is explaining this? If you try to understand, this statement is just speaking about cement. कैसे हुआ? Correct? Cement manufacturing, how is it been manufactured? By silica, मतलब X plus Y have led to the formation of the Z. X is silica bearing clay. Second is limestone, that is Y. It has led to formation of Z. Correct? अब आगे ये बोलता है, it is manufacturing. Now, how is this manufacturing? It is taking through a particular process, and in this process of grinding वगैरह, clinker is produced, and in this process this X element, that is silica bearing clay, similar to this calcium carbonate, is converted into calcium oxide. But when this is done, here you are applying something called as heat. I have spoken something about smelting industries. What is smelting? Extraction of the ores. Extraction of what? Ore. When you are extracting the ore, you have to apply what? Heat. And when you apply heat, emissions will be there. So that means this statement is about just speaking about the production, and this statement is saying that when you are doing this process, production process, CO2 emissions will be there. So that is why answer will be B. Both of them are correct, but one of them is explaining this first statement. तीनों correct है. I hope you got it. Why? Question का ये इसका core क्या है? First का CO2 emissions. I have to prove who is doing CO2 emissions. Mainly the third statement is doing explaining majorly. See, understand, there are two viewpoints about this question. Again, I am telling you. First, major, when you are using application of the heat for what? Ore. मतलब whenever there is one iron ore से मुझे क्या चाहिए? Iron. For that what we apply? Heat. When you apply heat, emissions will be there. So definitely during this production, conversion of this limestone, conversion to lime, will 100% emit CO2. But there is one more stream which says that when this reaction is taking place, X plus Y is equal to Z. X matlab silica bearing clay plus limestone will form cement. Yes, this is a chemical process, and this may, there are no conclusive evidences, but this may emit also. But there are no conclusive evidence. That is why answer B. Is it clear? हाँ या ना? Next. अभी ये क्वेश्चन के बाद कौन सा है? 12th. Again, as I mentioned already, if you remember, we have discussed about multiple points earlier. That is, for example, बात करते हैं UAE, COP28, right? COP28, which took place in what? UAE. जहाँ पे क्या होता है? Conference of parties. All the countries will come. They are going to discuss about what? Climate change negotiations, right? And they want to reduce the CO2 overall globally. Why? To mitigate the climate change. So इन्होंने ये decide किया कि यार ये CO2 is coming from the various sources. One is आपका during electricity production, logical. Second, it is coming something from what is called as cooling sector. Cooling sector. Getting the point? ACs, refrigerators, and all the cooling sectors will also rate certain amount of emissions. So what I have to do? You might have heard about this word, decarbonization. कहाँ पे गया? Decarbonization. You might have heard about this. Decarbonization of the various sectors. Electricity होगा, cooling होगा, steel production होगा. We have to do basically decarbonization. That is why we are now producing green steel. Why green steel? मतलब steel which is using renewable energy for that heat. हर चीज green, green, green. Green क्या है? Basic less emissions. That's it. So now उसमें से one of the sector is cooling. Correct? And to reduce the CO2 emissions from this cooling sector, हमारे पास है global cooling pledge. Global cooling pledge at the global level. Correct? Which India have not signed. Correct? अभी उस साइन वगैरह वो छोड़ दो, दिमाग से निकाल दो. ग्लोबल कूलिंग प्लेज क्या करेगा? CO2 इमिशन रिड्यूस करेगा, बट स्पेसिफिकली फ्रॉम विच सेक्टर? कूलिंग. अब कूलिंग सेक्टर का मेजर नीड इज इन बेसिकली आपका रादर देन ये एसीज वगैरह, इससे इंपॉर्टेंट है हेल्थ सेक्टर. गेटिंग द पॉइंट? हेल्थ सेक्टर लीड्स टू रिलीज ऑफ लॉट ऑफ आपका कूलिंग सेक्टर से लॉट ऑफ CO2 emissions. Understand this context. After understanding this context, now read this question. अब पूरा का पूरा क्वेश्चन आएगा आपको. At COP28, India refrained, मतलब India did not sign, refrained from signing declaration on what? Climate and health. India have not signed this. Okay? मतलब ये कुछ तो खराब है. Now, COP28 declaration on what? Climate and health is a binding on declaration, and if signed it becomes mandatory to decarbonize the health sector. What are generally mandatory and binding, guys? Protocols. कौन सा? Cartagena protocol, Nagoya protocol, all these protocol words itself are binding. This is non-binding. Getting the point? It is non-binding. If the countries are signatory to this declaration, they should try to achieve this, but it is not binding. One. Second, if, देखो, if and but, this is conclusion. Conclusion क्या है? India has not signed. अब ये बोल रहा है अगर, if India's health sector is decarbonized, the resilience of its health sector, healthcare system may be compromised, which is 100% correct. Which is, if you understood that context, if India has signed this, especially which focuses mainly upon decarbonizing what? India का health sector, then definitely the resilience of its basically आपका healthcare system will be compromised. So that is why out of this the second statement is incorrect, and this statement is explaining आपका so called as first statement. So depending upon that answer क्या होगा guys? Come on, क्या होगा? Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains the 1. Getting the point? Statement 2 is incorrect. Why? I told you. Getting the point? Next. Again, COP. Which is this COP? बच्चों, come on. This is COP. समझ लो, वो आंसर छोड़ दो. सुनो. COP 15 कहाँ पे हुआ था? COP 21. COP 21 took place in 2015. कहाँ पे? Paris. So Paris Agreement was nothing but a shift from something called as Kyoto. Kyoto Protocol was legally binding only upon the developed countries, right? अब अरे मैं आंसर नहीं पढ़ा रहा हूँ, मैं कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझा रहा हूँ आपको. करेक्ट? नहीं तो आपको लग रहा है आंसर. Now in this Paris, we change the system from Paris to what we call it as nationally determined contribution, where every country will give its own contribution to limit the climate change. Am I right? अब everyone will try to achieve NDC, and सबका common goal क्या है? To limit the temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Correct? Question is how? For that you have to finalize various things. One of the thing to finalize it is carbon market. Correct? Carbon market mechanism. Correct? Earlier we have spoken that Kyoto Protocol mein the carbon market mechanism was 3. Basically, clean development mechanism, joint implementation, and the third most important क्या था? Come on. It was offset trading. It was offset trading. गया. Correct? कहाँ पे तो था? Correct, वो गया. It was none other than basically आपका NDCs versus आपका, that is Paris, right? It was nothing but Paris. Earlier it was Kyoto, joint implementation, CDM and offset trading. उसमें से हमें interested है NDCs में. To achieve this nationally determined contribution, it has set something called as क्या था वो? Carbon market mechanism. In this carbon market mechanism, which was under Paris Agreement, under which article? Under Article 6, it spoke about two things, that we should shift from Kyoto to Paris in a sustainable way. कैसे? 2 ways. One was market mechanism, and second was non-market mechanism. If you remember, non-market mechanism. Market mechanism मतलब buying and selling of the carbon credits. Who can do the buying and selling of the carbon credits? 2. Country to country, that is internationally transferred mitigation outcome. याद आया? That is आपका so called as market mechanism. And second is also including sustainable development mechanism, right? Sustainable development mechanism. What was it? Moving away from clean development mechanism to sustainable development mechanism, where will involve the common people also, people to people. And normal, non-market method, it will not involve basically trading. It will be in the form of grants, aids between the countries, वगैरह वगैरह. I hope you got this. PhD क्या है इसके ऊपर अपन ने PhD. Okay. Discuss नहीं किया. Correct? Right? Now coming to the point. Article 6 of Paris Agreement. I have not just taught ये पूरा. If you remember, Article 6 of what? Paris Agreement is frequently discussed in the global discussions on what? Sustainable development and climate change. True. Why? Because for climate change mitigation, that is NDC's Paris Agreement ही अपने पास Article 6. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on climate change set out the principle of carbon market. Absolutely true under Article 6. Article 6, 6.2 and 6.4. Correct? Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on the climate change intends to promote inter-country non-market strategies to reach their climate targets. That is Article 6.4. So definitely both of them are true. मतलब both नहीं, 1, 2, 3, तीनों correct है. And this both are explaining this first statement. That is why A. I hope you are understanding. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Again I am telling you, this question I am not trying to tell कि पढ़ाया था, 100% पढ़ाया था, क्लास में लिख के दे. Am I right? पूरा ये पूरा का पूरा एक PDF दिया था मैंने आपको, ऑनलाइन सेंड किया था, आपने पढ़ा नहीं पढ़ा पता नहीं मुझे. करेक्ट? ये सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री का बेसिक, मतलब बेसिकली इफ यू आर नोइंग, नॉट दिस बट दिस वाज अ पार्ट ऑफ इट, ओवरऑल का डिस्कशन. सिमिलरली एक्टिवेटेड कार्बन मतलब रिमूवल, दैट इज बाय रिमीडिएशन, क्लाइमेट चेंज मिटिगेशन. करेक्ट? उसके बाद ये फिर से ये क्या था? पोल्यूटेंट्स. एंड उसके बाद कोल गैसिफिकेशन. मतलब ऑल दिस थिंग्स have been discussed directly or indirect. Most of them are direct discussed, most of them are indirect, but definitely options are tricky. That I do agree. Coming to the next point, direct air capture, climate change mitigation technique, right? Climate change mitigation technique, where what happens in direct air capture? Simple air. What happens? Direct air capture. अब हाँ, इस बार मैंने देखा what happened, many of the students, especially Polity हो गया and other में क्या है क्या, which of the following statements are emerging technology, which of the following statements are correct. UPSC इस बार दिमाग क्या है उसके पता है, which of the following statements are not correct and not italics में भी नहीं लिखा, तो इसके कारण 3 क्वेश्चन गलत हुए बहुत सारे बच्चों के. If you just observe the paper properly, they have asked at 3 places which of the following statements are not correct. वो not दिखता ही नहीं, correct basically, right? So गलत हुआ ना, गया. Am I right? I will tell you the politics question. I will tell yesterday. Ordinance can abridge the fundamental rights. ये वाला क्वेश्चन जो है ना, उसमें नॉट करेक्ट क्या कुछ तो पूछा है, और एक क्वेश्चन था पॉलिटिक्स, उसमें नॉट करेक्ट पूछा है. गेटिंग द पॉइंट, करेक्ट नहीं पूछा है, नॉट करेक्ट भी पूछा है. सो बेसिकली फर्स्ट इज पहले एक सर्कल करते हो क्या पूछा क्या है इसमें. कमिंग टू द पॉइंट, डायरेक्ट एयर कैप्चर. इन दिस क्लासरूम देयर इज लॉट ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. I do have one technology here in the form of a table. This table has an absorbents or the technology which can take up atmospheric carbon dioxide and store. अब it has taken up the carbon dioxide and it has stored. कहाँ पे? In a box or below the earth's surface. We call it as what? Geological sequestration. सही है? We have spoken about geological sequestration. Now question is we are having CO2 in a box here. क्या करेगा ऐसा? Dry ice बनाएगा, which will keep the things cool. This carbon dioxide I can use in pharmaceutical industry, food and drink industry, Coca-Cola, Thumbs Up. क्या है वो? Carbonated drinks. वही है question. Direct air capture, emerging technology. Which of the following statement is correct? It can be used as a way of what? Carbon sequestration, 100% taking out the CO2 from air. It is a valuable approach for what? Plastic production and food. Food and drink industry, right? वही तो है पूरा carbonated. In aviation, now CO2 लिया मैंने. In aviation sector, it can be used as a source of what? Carbon for what? Combining with hydrogen. If you are combining this with hydrogen, then you will produce the low hydrogen carrier fuel, which you can use in what? Railways, aviation. कहाँ पे भी use करो, कोई tension नहीं. Getting the point? These are all decarbonization based technologies. I hope you are getting the point. So answer will be all of these 3 are correct. ये 3 क्यों किया इसने? 3 है इसका CA. Correct? I hope you are understanding. So this was the yet another major question. उसके बाद कौन सा क्वेश्चन है? हाँ, पीकॉक, पीकॉक, करेक्ट. I know that you are interested in this. Peacock tarantula, right? Peacock tarantula, if you just understand, where was it found? Anyone? Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, nearby Seshachalam. वहां पे there are certain reserve forest. वहां पे मिला था ये बंदा. कब? 8 months before, in the October month. और अभी पूछा. Correct? Basically, this is nothing but so called as, I have taught you in basically biology. क्या पढ़ाया था मैंने biology में? Vertebrates, invertebrates. Invertebrates क्या क्या थे? Invertebrates, vertebrates and invertebrates. Who are you? Vertebrate organism and invertebrate. What does define that vertebrate versus invertebrate? Spinal cord, correct? Invertebrate examples: arachnids, arachnids, crustaceans. याद आया? Roundworms, tapeworms पढ़ाया था. अब वो इसका एप्लीकेशन यहाँ पे. Crustacean. This is nothing but an invertebrate organism which is not a crustacean. It's a spider, it's an arachnid. अब समझ में आ रहा, मैंने बोला था 12th standard 11th standard बायोलॉजी में फोटोज दिए, देख लो, इसीलिए बोला था. Getting the point? It is not a crustacean. I hope you got it. First statement is incorrect. Second, its natural habitat in India is only limited to some of the forest. True. आंध्र प्रदेश में particular 2 तालुका place, district places पे है only, right? And it's in its natural habitat, it is arboreal, definitely staying in the holes of the tree. ये हर बार इनको basically something unique पूछना ही चाहिए. तो basically definitely it will live on the trees. It is going to jump on one another because a spider is spider. Okay. Basically 2 and 3. So answer will be D. I hope everyone got it. So this is about so called as peacock tarantula. उसके बाद हाँ वो और एक है. This per capita CO2 emissions, right? CO2 emissions. और एक CO2 का क्वेश्चन था in so called as geography में पूछा था, which I teach in the class, that without CO2 heat will not be preserved in the Earth's atmosphere. वो 3 statement based question है, correct? आया था ना? Basically CO2, first statement, 18 statement, CO2 emissions in India are less than 0.5 carbon dioxide per ton per capita, correct? Per capita emissions is less than 0.5 tons of CO2. But it is not true. It is about 2 tons of CO2. About 2 tons of CO2. So first statement was a fact, which is again difficult to know, which I agree with you. But हमें इतना पता है, इंडिया का per capita emissions is less than USA, European Union and China. इतना तो पता था. Am I right? This is what the articles come. And now read the second statement. In the terms of CO2 emissions from fuel combustion India, fuel combustion, India ranks second in the Asia. I will read the statement correctly. ऊपर नीचे है. In the terms of CO2 emissions from fuel combustion, India ranks second in Asia Pacific region, which is 100% true. Why? China is the first. China is the first in Asia Pacific region, right? And third, as I said, CO2 emissions come from the different sector. First is electricity production, cement. अभी यही बोल रहा है. Electricity and the heat producers are the largest sources of CO2 emissions. True. UPSC का question था, highest amount of CO2 was produced in, if I'm not wrong, it was 14-15, from which industry? Electricity वाला वगैरह. वही question in a form of statement they have repeated it. So basically statement number 3 is absolutely correct. So the answer will be, right answer will be 2 and 3. That is statement number C. I hope you got it. उसके बाद कौन सा क्वेश्चन है? 20. Okay. On planet Earth. Okay. Earth है, Earth के ऊपर land है, oceans है. Correct. Life started to begin in the oceans in the form of microorganisms like algae, cyanobacteria, blue green algae. हाँ या ना? Life जो है, अपन जो जिंदा है, शुरुआत अपनी हुई पानी में से. Correct. Life started in water. Correct. In the form of microorganisms, a slowly development of what? Reptiles and everything. Now question says, on the planet Earth, if you consider land, which is 30%, water, which is 70%, सवाल ये है, in this atmosphere, that is a thin layer of the gases, understand, this is the Earth's surface, around the Earth's surface you are having the thin layer of the gases. In this I am saying oxygen. Question is, if you know टेबल देखा था हमने, करेक्ट? दैट इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज नाइट्रोजन, ऑक्सीजन, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, argon, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, याद आया? नाउ आउट ऑफ दिस ऑक्सीजन इन टोटल इन एट अर्थ्स एटमॉस्फेयर, हु कंट्रीब्यूट्स मोर, ओशंस या लैंड? दैट आई विल टेल, अंडरस्टैंड? पहले समझ लो, करेक्ट? पहले समझ लो कंटेक्स्ट, फिर बाद में क्वेश्चन पढ़ता हूं. नेक्स्ट, basically also in context of water or atmosphere we have to compare. कैसे? Let us understand. Rainforest. Which are the rainforest? Amazon, Congo, Southeast Asia, Western Ghats and Northeast India. Example. These are the rainforests that produce more oxygen than the produced by the oceans, which is incorrect. Definitely, if the lungs of the earth are rainforest, then kidneys were wetlands. ये भी पूछा था, but सवाल यहाँ पे ये है कि rainforest totality में they will not produce more than the total amount of the oceans. That is why you might have gone incorrect in this statement, so which is incorrect. But question is then how much does the ocean produce? It produces generally more than 50 or about 50. That is what is the second. Now who produces oxygen in the basically water? The one who does photosynthesis. That is second. Marine phytoplanktons and photosynthetic bacteria have produced about world's 50% of the oxygen. So that this statement is true. Correct? Now, third statement. There is a concept of dissolved oxygen content. Correct? Dissolved oxygen content is inversely proportional to temperature of the water. अब ये बोलता है कि let us consider it is a very fresh water, very good water, well oxygenated surface water, जिसमें water is very very good, cold, ठंडा, सब कुछ अच्छा है. Well oxygenated surface water contains several folds higher oxygen than the atmospheric air. मतलब ये जो पानी है मैं जो पी रहा हूँ इसमें oxygen is much more higher than what is in the open air. Is it true or false? By default it is false now. By default it is false. Dissolved oxygen content will be always less because oxygen, how much is the solubility of the oxygen in the water depends upon the temperature and multiple other factors. So definitely third statement is incorrect, second is correct and first is also incorrect. So answer will be B. I hope you got it. और कौन सा क्वेश्चन है? I think it is done क्या? ये तो इजी है यार. दैट इज साइंस टेक का क्वेश्चन है ये. आर्टिफिशियल रेन, राइट? रेन छोड़ो, क्लाउड कैसा बनते हैं ये बताओ मुझे. रेन छोड़ दो. बेसिकली व्हाट इज दिस? व्हाट आर दिस? दिस इज नथिंग बट आपका सो कॉल्ड एज, बी अटेंटिव, इमेजिन दिस इज योर वाटर बॉडीज. करेक्ट? वहां पे कह रहे हो. Imagine this is my so-called as water body, right? This is my water body. On this water body, what is going to happen is the sun is going to heat the water body, right? Then what is going to happen? Once the water gets heated, it will start to evaporate, correct? Now water will start to move above on the earth, on the oceanic surface or earth surface. All this water, which is now liquid to gaseous state, which is now rising above in the form of this gaseous state, ये कौन सा state है? Gaseous state. In the form of कौन सा? Gaseous state. We start to condensate around these particles. What are these particles called as? Hygroscopic particles, and slowly they will come together and they will form a cloud. ये होता है cloud. For moisture to condensate around itself, आपको क्या चाहिए? This red वाला dots. What are these red वाला dots? Hygroscopic nuclei, and those hygroscopic nuclei are nothing but silver iodide and potassium, आपका so called as iodide. समझ में आया आपको? And after that clouds will be formed और बारिश आएगा. So when you might have seen in the clouds there is a helicopter or a plane which is moving, and when it is moving ahead it is throwing lot of particles. वो particles कुछ भी नहीं, hygroscopic nuclei है, and that hygroscopic nuclei is nothing but आपका silver iodide and ये. Very very simple. Done. So this is about your so called as क्या है वो? Basically आपका artificial rain. I hope you got it. So this is all from my side for this particular part. one in class, Okay, so I hope you understood. So that is why I have summed everything in this particular chart. One question tarantula, that is peacock. Environmental pollution, plastic का question. Rest most of the questions are from climate change. So again this year pollution and climate change have been the majority theme. Most of the questions are technology solution based questions, right, which are nothing but a solution to the ongoing pollution crisis. So that is why you should be more inquisitive about what are the things which are ongoing in the ajubaju, right? I hope you're understanding. Now the final few words and then we'll wind up. How many of you are scoring less than 80 or less than 70? Okay. How many are scoring more than 85? Anyone? Irrespective of whatever you are scoring, guys, one thing I will tell you, you this year or next year you have to write the mains ki bina to nahi. If you keep on preparing on your own, you have to be very, very, very much आपका so called as religious in your preparation. I would say so much obedient and then only prepare. समझ में आ रहा है? But mains preparation is essential. From today or for this week, you can relax yourself. From upcoming week, you have to start your mains preparation irrespective of what is the result. I will tell you one classic example. I am right now live, not only on this classes, on YouTube. I will not name that particular person. He is right now an IAS officer. When I started my journey, what he had done, I will tell you. He had done just he was from a social science background, not engineer or neither doctor. But during his preparation, he was a meritorious student. During his preparation, when he wanted to give his first attempt at the age of 22, 21, 22, at the age of 20, he had started preparation very early. At the age of 20, what he did, from that you can get an inspiration. What he did, basically, at that time, only Mumbai was the center for the mains in Maharashtra. So उसने क्या किया, हमारे साथ आया मुंबई. When you took, nowadays you are having all accessibility immediately. Question paper 11:30 was paper done. 11:35 को आपके हाथ में पेपर था. Earlier ऐसा था नहीं. So what he used to do, as we used to come out of the mains, he used to take our paper. He used to go to library. There he had joined a library, and in that library he used to write the answers. Okay, 3 hours we will be writing GS2. He will be writing GS1. Next day morning we will be writing GS3. He will be writing GS2. Correct? एक paper पीछे. But after we completed our mains, he also completed his mains. At that time, he had not given any prelims also. He had to give his first attempt. He completed all the 4 papers. All those 4 papers he gave to in Pune to the best faculties. From basically 4 to 5 faculties, he got real time आपका inputs. What were the mistakes that he did in that 3 hours? Was he able to write about the optional? Was he able to write about the general studies? Getting the point? He was able to analyze. I was not able to complete the paper. He was able to analyze that I am reading a lot but not able to reproduce उसमें से कुछ भी. I am beating around the bush or whatever it is, right? I don't have well prepared and well organized notes. All these things he realized when after writing that means. Before that he had prepared for the prelims. So he was preparing his graduation only. But let us consider we are right now at his place at this point of time. We are also preparing. But now what we will think? Classes करते, ये करते, वो करते. But उसने क्या किया? What he did? He had already written all the 4 papers before giving his first PT. At that time he did lot of mistakes. He took a diary. For each paper he wrote all the points that he had gone. GS1 में ऐसा हुआ है. GS2 में these are the problems. GS3 में these are the problems. He wrote. Exam के बाद, when is the mains examination? August 22nd. September, October, November, December. 120 days. 10 hours plus per day, that is 1200 hours. He worked a lot, means ready absolutely, because उसने पहले गलती किया था ना. He just what he did introspection. He got ready in this 4 months. Jan mids के बाद he started for the PT. He gave PT, cleared PT, mains भी clear, and उसके बाद he got all India rank 20 first attempt. ये क्यों हुआ था? Because of not lot of interest, because of planning. So what I want to say is that irrespective of whatever will happen about the results, we don't know, because there can be some of the questions that can be dropped as we are seeing in the recent times. UPSC may do it. So irrespective of that, trust me, start with the mains preparation and do appear for the mains examination on August 22nd. Irrespective you are clearing or not. If you are not, in libraries or in insights you can come and write in the classroom. मैं paper लिख रहा हूँ, 3 घंटा लिखो. You will do lot of mistakes. You give it to the faculties, mentors, everyone. You yourself go through the paper. You will understand on basically August end कि क्या क्या गलती हो रहा है. And for that mistakes, September, October, November, December, you can work upon it. This is for the students who have got less scores or who may not, who will be writing next year. But ये करना पड़ेगा आपको. Try this. 100% 2026 may will be in top 100. This is what I believe because this is what I have seen. Is it clear? So I hope you prepare well for the mains examination now and wish you all the very best. Keep preparing. Thank you.